Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. We are glad you are watching. This is Mtebei TV. We are coming to you live from Nairobi, Kenya. Your favorite program, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, where we are looking at the latest development on our political front. There is a lot in store. All Uhuru, Raila, Kalonzo, and William Ruto are out of the country. What is cooking? What foreign policy is this? Is everything all right? Kenyans must ask and find right answers. Thank you for joining us. Well, UDA greed elicits cry in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Mudavadi says, tawe, this is too much. The UDA still wants even MCS seat in Mudavadi's backyard. He says, no. Now we have agreed uko juu, lakini huko chini tuachiwe. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo yanakujia moja kwa moja kutoka Nairobi, Kenya. Inaitwa Mtebei TV. Karibu sana, tujumuike pamoja. Kenya Kwanza bado wamekita kambi wapi? Meru, na Azimio wamekuwa Narok leo. Alafu IEBC inasema inafanya nini? Hizo vyombo vyao vya kura vyafanyiwa nini? They are called IEBC test kits. What's up with them? Kenyans, are they listing a reason for Kenyans to be worried, or are they good for the work? Let's get talking. Thank you so much, those of you that are coming in fast and furious. And if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people so that everybody tunes to Mtebei TV and is able to follow the proceedings, even as Kenyans air out what they feel and think about their country and the future of this great country. Mtebei TV is unique in the sense that anywhere you are on the face of the earth, as long as you can connect on the internet, you are able to get the broadcast loud and clear. So please do the same. And also in the comment section, let me know you're watching from where and how do you find the program. We really want to appreciate those of you that have been supporting us and ensuring us that we stick on air all through. We're really grateful. We continue to urge you to subscribe and follow us on Facebook, on YouTube. We are all called Mtebei TV. Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge some of you even as we begin to talk. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allows StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will find yourself in this space where the discussions are taking place. Thank you so much. Tatu Juma, I'm here already. Thank you so much. Kali Ashiono, thank you. Kengo Omwangu, we appreciate you. Robert Opilo, Ndani, asante sana. Nyayo, Franco Rama, good evening to you. Thank you so much. Innocent Olekuta, DP 2044, tuned, asante sana. Patel Sabok Manyi, karibu sana. Ethiopia, wow, watching as usual, asante sana. Kuna nani huyu? Georges Olule, asante sana. Nani huyu? Evelyn Mwasia, thank you so much. Kabuchai Ingo Wange, you are welcome. He say, I dislike Raila and Ruto. I dislike Raila and Uhuru. Ruto, my man, no problem. You have a right of choice, but you have no right to dislike anybody or you regard anyone. It is our civic duty to see to it that we stick together as Kenyans despite our political differences. Peter Eric Mwaura, karibu kwa show. Kuna Nevosta Limo, thank you so much. You're welcome to the show. Peter Leperian Saya, hey, nakwambia leo ni leo. Omi L. Matthews, thank you so much. Robert Opilo, Jackton Ogutu, Rajab Hamisi, Ouma Magak Tobi, is it Tobai or Tobi? Thank you so much. Love Nanuyu Daklas Onyi Ontinyo. Lintale Firstborn wa Magi, karibu sana. Alafu Waingo Buchari. Mtembei uko wapi? Uko mrengo gani? Mrengo wa ushindi. Asante sana. Kuna nani huyu? John Kipei. Sitaki kuharibu majina ya wenyewe, naomba nikatie hapo, alafu tusonge mbele. Kama unatupata, tafadhali hakikisha unakaribisha wawili watatu wajiunge na Mtembei TV, tukasonge mbele katika mjadala wa leo, kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, kiongozi Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka na Deputy President William Ruto wote wako nje ya nchi. Nini kinachoendelea? Naomba tu tufanye nini? Tulinde nidhamu, heshima idumu, aswa huko kwa comment section, tuheshimiane. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu yeyote. Tofauti ya kisiasa isiwe sababu ya kutojumuika pamoja. Huyu mwiti hawezi kuongezwa kama au kamera yako lazima nani anayetuongelesha sheria yetu, ili quality ya video ikuwe ya juu kwa wale ambao wanakwenda kukitazama kipindi baada, hata kama tumemaliza mjadala. Kuna wengi ambao wanarudia kipindi, kwa hivyo the quality of the video has to be top so that we consider them even as we appropriate. So please fix your camera, and when your camera is ready, please come on and let us get talking. Bwana Wangira, habari ya leo?
Mimi niko salama, homa ndio mingi bwana.
I heard there is an outbreak.
Homa mingi inanisumbua lakini niko salama. Wacha nichangie tu. Wacha nisalimie ndugu zangu, ni ndugu zangu na wasalimu. Hawanioni.
Thank you. You are greeted.
Bernard, wacha nichangie haraka. Today I think I only have two issues to contribute about: the issue of Musalia Mudavadi and the issue of the electoral preparedness for 9th of August 2022. I just talk about those two. Bernard, you remember I told you the other time here that the agreement that Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula entered into with William Ruto was simply a gentleman's agreement. In short, I was just telling you that this particular agreement was a piece of paper. I don't know who normally advises Musalia Mudavadi. Musalia Mudavadi seems to be having very wrong advices, and that's why he has always been. That's the reason why he has always been making blunders. Look at the blunder that he made in 2002. Look at the blunder that he made in 2013, and he's now in another blunder here. You know, we have an amended Political Parties Act that says that you can register a coalition of political parties, the way we have registered NAS and AZIMIO as a coalition of political party. I don't know why, if you wanted to go into political marriage with Musalia Mudavadi, I don't know why Musalia Mudavadi, if he wanted to go into political marriage with William Ruto, why he did not insist on something that is legally binding. And now, William Ruto has discovered that this so-called Kenya Kwanza Alliance is simply a piece of paper. It does not bind anybody anywhere. And you know, that's why William Ruto is so much at ensuring that his party called UDA gets as more members of parliament as possible, gets as more MCAs as possible, gets more governors as possible, gets more women rep as possible. And you know, what is now happening here is that, you know, he's doing this thing at the expense of Musalia Mudavadi. Imagine Musalia Mudavadi's own constituency called Sabatia, the same constituency that his father, Ledet Mudamba, represented, Bernard. Today, as we stand here, it's being at the risk of being represented by a UDA member of parliament. And this is because of simply because of poor bargaining here, poor negotiation here. Poor negotiations here. And even if you look at Kakamega, because of the way Musalia Mudavadi negotiated, he negotiated so poorly, He could have negotiated to ensure that, he locks and ring fence Western Kenya for himself and Ford Kenya. Then they could have agreed between Ford Kenya and ANC who should have candidates where. Perhaps Ford Kenya could have gone for Bungoma and Tanzania, and he could have gone for perhaps Busia, Vihiga, and Kakamega. But looking at the way the situation is here, Jamaa alichezwa, because at the end of the day, what counts is how many members have been elected under your political party. Because if your political party without members elected onto it, then you're doomed here. And that is what now William Ruto is doing to Musalia Mudavadi. Because at the end of the day, if things continue the way they are, then if ANC gets more than 7 elected representative to either the Senate or National Assembly, Bernard, I'm ready to bet here, because I don't see them getting more than 7 representatives either to the Senate or to the National Assembly consolidated. I don't see them, because the other time Kakamega was almost ANC stronghold, and it's because of the way ANC then negotiated with Raila Odinga. They negotiated with Raila Odinga to a point where Raila Odinga allowed them to dominate Kakamega. Today they are not dominating Kakamega, and that's already a blunder, a big blunder, a big blunder. And even as he cries, I don't know how he'll get out of it. I don't just see, because we are now 60 days to the general election. I don't know how he'll get into this blunder, Bernard. The way things are looking, ni kama huyu Musalia Mudavadi kisiasa tunamuzika kabisa kabisa, Bernard. On my second point is on the issue of the electoral preparedness for the 9th of August 2022. And today IEBC was doing a test run for their technology. And through what I've just seen on news here, it's not very good news, because there are areas where there's no 3G, and in those areas where there's no 3Gs, they are saying that they are going to buy satellite to ensure that they are in a position to relay, to scan, then transmit this particular Form 3. They are called Form 34S. What they're going. They are saying that they are going to get satellite so that they can be in a position to scan and relay Form 34S to the National Tallying Center, Bernard. But the issue here is on the 1,100 polling centers that do not have 3G connectivity. I just don't understand whether we have any part of this country that does not have 3G connectivity, given that in every corner of this country, people can get M-Pesa. I don't really understand what they mean that there is a section of this country, because M-Pesa also relaying M-Pesa messages relies on the internet, and saying that there's a section of this country that does not have 3G. I don't really understand. I'm not an expert in that area. Perhaps we could be having panelists who understand that area well, but I really don't understand. So what we are saying here, that we hope that we are not going to get into the quagmire we were in, Bernard, where in 2017 a guy could travel all the way from, let us say, Wajir, to bring his Form 34A to Bomas of Kenya, when a guy from Githunguri here was nowhere to be seen, Bernard. They must be proper planning to ensure that everything runs as planned, so that the elections for the 2022, Bernard, are free and fair, and that when Raila Odinga wins, he wins in a free and fair way, Bernard. Wacha niwachie hapo, asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangida kwa utangulizi huu. Tunashukuru kila mmoja, pole kwa homa kunywa maji ya machungwa, alafu stay warm. Everything will be all right. Now, maneno ya 3G, it is true there are sections of this country that are still running on 2G. I was in Marsabit, that was the case. Smartphones had all gone off. We had to use Kabambe to communicate. Romians, your mic is on. Don't put your mic on until your turn to speak, please. Okay, I was saying that there are sections of this country that are still driving on 2G. When I went to Marsabit for that humanitarian delivery, all our smartphones were put in the box. We had to use Kabambe for communication because the network there is poor. But that cannot be the excuse. The elections is like pregnancy. It takes a period of time before it comes. You can't say that it is the 9th month, the child is about to be born, and you're not prepared. It is not accidental. What has Chebukati and team been doing for 5 years? If they are telling us the problem of 2017 is still here with us. Beside that, the satellite issue can still work, and there are other ways of making that happen. So we wouldn't want to take any excuse from anybody. Mtu kama hawezi kazi aondoke mwingine yule anayeweza kufanya kazi, na kazi ifanywe vizuri kwa njia iliyo safi. It is through those black spots that bad things happen. That's where we have the running of ungazetted polling stations that are used to bring vifaranga za computer. You have members of parliament you never voted for, you have MCAs you never voted for, but they have enough votes to make them MCAs or make them leaders. We don't need that to happen at this point in time. So our vigilance and our demanding quality service must be raised on a high note, not leaving no stone unturned, leaving nothing to chances. I would that every Kenyan everywhere raises up their voice and demands that Chebukati and team do what they are charged to do. They cannot be earning salary for 5 years to come and complain to us the election year. Where have they been? Elections was not there was no state of emergency. Bunge iko haijavunjwa hata. So they should honor and deliver. That is my take. Romians, come in, please. 2 to 3 minutes. Let's keep it there. Nani huyu Morko, hakuna kujificha nyuma ya curtain. Kama uwezi kaa kwa kamera, kuje studio.
Bernard, habari zenu? Mnanisikiza?
Salama, vipi lakini?
Mzima, labda nyinyi kule. Haya, sawa. Sasa mimi am a disappointed person today, specifically on the issue to do with IEBC. It is a very big shame that the problem was never meant the other time, and Chebukati and the team, they have no shame and just to present the same issue. You know, when it comes to the result transmission, that's a very important thing. And I was following up the procedure at Bomas of Kenya, and there's one person who asked about the representative of Mwangi Wairia. He asked about how was it going to be, and I want to concur with them because with what we know within Kenya, we understand the way things operate in Kenya. So if some things are not being corrected very early, then we are going to cry. Just as Wangira just said, it is about election. This election needs to get a clear winner. We don't need to have a problem when the IBC is declaring the winner, in a sense that somebody is going to have a reason to complain as to why he or she did not emerge to be the winner. So IBC should pull up their socks and they should actually be serious with what they are doing. I was not also happy about the way IEBC officers were handling those who were asking questions. They were dictating. And I thought this was an issue that was about consultation, that every person's view was to be heard. But to my surprise, those who were asking very critical questions, they were forced or they were hurried up so that they could not ask some questions. So Chebukati is giving us some question marks and leaving us to wonder what's gonna happen. My number 2 point, Bernard, is about Kenya Kwanza and the relationship with other parties. That is UDA, which is taking a lion's share in that movement. And I believe there's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. These are just people using a shadow name to fool others who do not want to open their eyes and their ears and even their mind to understand what is cooking behind the curtain of that movement. For Musalia, I do not pity him because yeye mwenyewe amejipalia makaa, so anafaa kuumia ndio ajue kwamba kilichosemwa alichoambiwa na wahenga, baadaye wahenga huwa wanaona mbali zaidi. Kwa hivyo Kenya Kwanza, na mimi nataka niombe UDA waweze kupiga kabisa, washinde hivi vyama vingine ambavyo walijiingiza kwa kaburi ambalo hawakuwa wamejipanga. Kwa hivyo mimi sitamhurumia Musalia, lakini kile ambacho namwonea huruma zaidi ni kuzika ndoto yake ya kuwa mwanasiasa mwenye msimamo uliodhabiti. Kwa hivyo Musalia ameanguka, na maybe he will learn from it, and I know they are regretting. It's only that they cannot come back because the time is not yet on their side. So other politicians should learn from the mistake that is being made by our politician of a caliber of Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Wetangula. About Azimio in NAROK and Kenya Kwanza in Meru, I saw some clips where Kenya Kwanza were rejected in some part of Meru, and Narok, Azimio is gaining ground. And one thing I like about Azimio, they are doing what we call maturity, they are politically mature. They are not those people who cause chaos and they use abusive language like the other party. The other party are forcing things. And Bernard, I want to tell you, these people thought that hii mambo ya siasa ni rahisi tu. Siasa ni tactical mind. So to their surprise, hawakujua baba alikuwa mwerevu kuwashinda. And that's why baba calculate things. Kile chenye baba anaona kesho, anaona siku 5 zijazo ama miaka 2 inayokuja, wale watu wa Kenya Kwanza walikuwa bado hawajakiona. Kwa hivyo walidhani kwamba yeye anafanya mchezo. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka niseme kwamba kwa wale ambao wanatusikiza, kura imefika, bado tuna siku chache, tupige kura kwa amani. Ushindi umejulikana mahali ulipo. Sisi watu wa Azimio hatuna kelele, manake tunajua kwamba ushindi upo na itakuwa ushindi ambao utakuwa clear, ila tu IEBC nafaa ihakikishe kwamba mambo yake imeweka wazi na kila mmoja aweze kukua na imani nayo. Lakini Wakenya, nawaomba tuwe na amani, tuweze kupiga kura ya amani na tuweze kukubali matokeo ambayo yatakuwa yametokea pasipo na kelele nyingi, na pia tuwe na heshima. Asante sana Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Romians. Let's move on. Please keep your mic mute as we bring in Nicholas. Nicholas, namna gani?
Good evening, Bernard. First, I need nipe uhondo kidogo bwana Bernard. Huyu madividi analalamikia nini?
Welcome.
Yes, madividi analalamikia nini? Nipe uhondo. What is his problem? In the first place, I need to come up with updates.
Madividi
what is he complaining about exactly?
Anauliza watu. He says he's complaining that he's telling his people not to vote for UDA in Vihiga because because ANC will not be voted for in Sugoi. Why should UDA have an MCA in Vihiga when ANC cannot have an MCA in Sugoi?
You see, the problem with our brother Madividi is one.
You understand the drift?
You know, yeah. Now, this is something that I once said in this show that will come to be. And things everyone need to know, including people in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, is that that team, they are just, what can I call it? They are just affiliates of ODA. There's no political coalition. There's no political agreement. There's no binding. They are just affiliates that are supporting William Ruto. All those other parties are just affiliates that are supporting William Ruto. They in the right terms, they can be called friendly parties to UDA, right? There's no coalition, so he has no right to complain. Ruto is not vying under any coalition. Ruto is vying on a UDA ticket. The deputy is also on a UDA ticket. Ruto has been fielding candidates in all over the country, including places which are strongly the basic voting bloc of his affiliate parties. And he has the right to do that because Kenya Kwanza is a one-man show. Wengine wote ni wa kumsindikiza tu bwana naibu rais. He's the one who funds everything. He calls the shots. He organizes. He mobilizes. He's the one who wants to go to Nyeri, wants to go Central. He sends resources to Rigathi Gachagua. Haya mabuses, lipa watu fulani 2,200, leta nini walishe uniform hii na hii na ile na ile. So when he wants to go to Western, he does the same with the Madividi Weta and people like Malala and Alwale. He does it the same everywhere. He's the one who calls the shot. He funds everything, and it is a one-man show. The other people are just people who must give him the face of nationalhood. You see? And for one reason or the other, whether it's bitterness, kama walikosania nini, wakajipata pande ile, na wako AZIMIO, they must just bear they should not cry that there's too much smoke in the kitchen when they've decided to go there to cook. So those are things we expected, but give Ruto his due. He's the one spending. He's the one, yeah, it is a one-man show there. So Madividi has no rights to complain, in my understanding. Two, I wanted to talk about the dwindling popularity of UDA. And there's something interesting that happened that has been going and trending. And you see, Bernard, I've come to realize that UDA is surely losing ground. They are for sure losing it. They are really losing it. From bad choices, bad shots in the political arena, obvious and consistent statements that they have been saying since 2018 to date. It's just the same thing, the same storylines, the same. They are not changing tags, they're not changing language, they're not changing anything. So this issue about Mitumba, I don't know whether it was discussed here yesterday or the other day because I've not been in the show in the late, but you realize that the UDA team have even lacked ideas, lack agenda, that they turn everything that they hear into a propaganda against AZIMIO. All they have to do right now is to react on what AZIMIO is doing, to react on what AZIMIO is saying. And hii imezua mjadala chacha sana katika mitandao, hii maneno ya mitumba. And I just wanted to use it as an example, as the reason as to why UDA is losing. Bernard, if we are talking, or if we are really serious about empowering economy of this country, then we need to talk about manufacturing. We need to talk about, we cannot just keep on importing things, even obvious things that you can manufacture locally. And that's what the AZIMIO was talking about. And for you to realize that UDA has hosted, they're turning that the other way around, that, oh, he wants to pull job from people, he wants to pull business out of Mitumba sellers and etc. That's not the case. Outrightly, they are saying the exact opposite of what the AZIMIO presidential candidate said. So this thing is gone. And Mudavadi, he can cry, he can do whatever, but he made his wrong choices. He's a bad negotiator. He didn't call his shots right. He's going along with it. And I can agree with the many Kenyans that him, Wetangula, and the rest, their politics are just gone. Mtu ataweza sema Kalonzo ni watermelon, but I like how the guy negotiates. I like it. By the way, he just won. He just won. This time round, he won. He called the shot so strong on the vice presidency. And then when things were not turning well, he knew where he was landing on, but he just wanted to be sure that it is a sure deal for him and it shall be there and it's a binding agreement. I like how but he's now sure of being the minister, the prime minister, or whatever that position will be called. And he's sure of some positions in his team as a party and all that thing. But if Mudavadi failed to do those and is now crying, I don't understand him. He's not quite an honest man to me. He's not being genuine and honest to himself. He's even being unfair to his political career. Yeah, thank you.
Asante. They say that a beggar has no choice of what is given. Remember, Mudavadi moved out before there was Kenya Kwanza. So he went to be friendly to UDA, like you said. And rumor has it that he was bought. So after I buy you as an animal in my compound, you come to dig my farm. You don't come and begin to tell me how I should farm.
And Bernard, let me give you one more thing. Let me just give you one short thing. Yeah.
That's why he cannot.
My one parting shot. My last parting shot about the same. Right, Bernard. You see, if you want to know a serious coalition that is considerate of the others, look at what is happening in AZIMIO. One, Raila is not vying on ODM. Raila is vying on AZIMIO One Kenya Alliance ticket. The symbol is R with 5 stars. Now, these guys have really made a gentleman agreement. You realize that the big wigs in AZIMIO, the Wiper Party, ODM Party, and Jubilee Party, there's a kind of zoning that they have sat down as gentlemen in a gentleman agreement, and they did some zoning. You realize that ODM, Wiper are not fielding candidates in Central. They have let the backyard to Uhuru Kenyatta and Jubilee. Uhuru Kenyatta and Jubilee are not fielding candidates in Ukambani, in Luo Nyanza, because in Ukambani, they have let it to Wiper, and in Luo Nyanza, they have let it to ODM. Same, ODM is not fielding candidates in Ukambani. And come look at Nairobi. They have zoned it so well. There are 8 constituencies in Nairobi where ODM is known to be strongholds. Then there are 8 constituencies where Jubilee is known to be strong. And there's a particular constituency where Wiper has to be given. So out of the 17 constituencies in Nairobi, 8 has Jubilee, 8 has ODM, and 1 has Wiper. And in the big county positions, now that the governor is being given to Jubilee, the women rep and senate are being given to ODM. And now the rest of the country, like Coast and Western Kenya region, are all left for every other party in AZIMIO to battle for positions in. So it's quite organized. And because this is a coalition of parties, and they can sit and agree. But our brothers who are in the Kenya Kwanza went into somebody's pocket.
Okay, Nicholas, ni kama umekwama mahali pole, lakini your point is made. Now, Boniface Were, Boniface, yes, Boniface Were, habari leo?
Bernard, niko salama. Kwanza ningependa kuwasalamia wote. Hamjambo? Hamjambo?
Hatujambo Boniface, habari yako bana?
Salama bwana. Unaona nilipredict hapa maneno. Mr. Bernard, some few days even nikatumia mfano ya wawindaji. Na nilisema some few days nikasema wakati naibu wa rais alikuwa anakataa kwenda kwa debate, sio yeye alikuwa anakataa, alikuwa anamficha Gachagua. Na uliona Edwin Sifuna akisema wewe deputy president unajua kenye unaficha. I predicted here. Na before this show nita predict kitu kingine. So kwa upande ya Mudavadi nilisema Mr. Bernard, baada ya kutoka mawindoni Mudavadi angeulizwa umekuja na wale mbwa wangapi kuwinda wakati wa kugawa ile nyama. Na Mudavadi ameenda amekaa chini akafikiria akajiuliza, ikiwa mimi niko kwa coalition, mbona katika eneo langu kunakuwa na watu ambao wamesimamishwa wa UDA katika maeneo langu, lakini kule kwa maeneo wako kama Sugoi vile alisema kwa lugha ya nyumbani tukisikia, akasema mbona kama huko Sugoi mtu wa ANC akisimama atapewa kura? Watu wakasema hapana. Na hapa nyumbani mbona wananiletea mtu wa UDA? Hii ni coalition gani? So amerealize kitu very late. Na amerealize akijiuliza kwamba hapo mbele nitaulizwa nimeleta nini kwa meza. Na nilikwambia Mheshimiwa Deputy President wakati atachoka na Mudavadi atamwambia rudi nyumbani utafute kura, and this is what has happened. This is not the words of Musalia Mudavadi. Hii ni Ruto amemwambia sasa, ndugu yangu unanifuata tukienda Meru, tukienda Mombasa, na huko nyumbani mambo inaharibika. Because kama Mudavadi was a serious person, angekuwa ako na watu wake kwa ground huko nyumbani Vihiga Western, na angekuwa ameongea kwa meza. Kama angekuwa na nguvu katika chama cha UDA ama hiyo Kenya Kwanza coalition, wangekaa chini na viongozi wa Kenya Kwanza waambie, mimi maeneo yangu ya Western msiweke watu wa UDA, munipatie watu wangu wa ANC na Ford Kenya. Lakini inaonyesha kwamba yeye hana nguvu katika hiyo chama. Ikiwa kama ukiangalia kama Western Kimilili kina Dismas ni UDA, watu wako kina watu wa Butula huko ni watu wa UDA, na huko ni Western, whereby at least Mudavadi angetumia hii nafasi kufanya nini? Kujaza watu wake na apate wabunge wake, lakini ikufanyika. Mimi kitu ambaye nataka kusema kwa leo bwana Bernard, watu wa UDA aso watu wa Meru wameanza kusema sasa Gachagua ni kama ametumwa. Wameanza kuona huyu mtu ni kama ametumwa, because anytime anaongea kura zinapotea. Wameanza kulalamika huyu Gachagua hawana trust na yeye tena, sababu ni kama ni mtu ametumwa. But hiyo tunawaachia kama coalition yao ya Kenya Kwanza wajipange. But as if I can be allowed, I think that now AZIMIO should change tact, and this how should be changed. For example, Nakuru wakati walikuwa kwa campaign, there are some major regions whereby Martha Karua has following. For example, Molo. Huyu mama akiingia Molo apige siasa Molo, this maybe somebody is online anaweza watch hii clip na anaweza get hii advice. Martha Karua apige campaign ya Nakuru peke yake. We saw that how alipiga campaign akiwa peke yake in Mount Kenya, and actually ilileta kura nyingi sana. So what I think Martha Karua should do campaign in parts of Nakuru, that is Molo, Rongai, okay, whereby he'll get a lot of influence. And when I speak Rongai, not about town, he should go as far as mashinani kule ndani. Then in Mount Kenya wamwachie mama atapiga vizuri. Then kina Joho washike sehemu ya Mombasa wapige, itakuwa sawa. Lakini maonezi yangu ni kwamba mama awache apige kura, apige siasa vile alikuwa anapiga peke yake. Iko na influence hiyo, I can tell you for free. Apige tu siasa vile anapiga peke yake, siasa ya polepole na itakuwa sawa. So niko katika mijadala, tunaendelea kuwa pamoja ikipewa nafasi nyingine. Asante bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you so much Boniface Were kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tutaendelea hivyo hivyo katika mkururo. Otieno Milan, namna gani leo?
Salama baba, jambo. Habari?
Sijambo, vipi lakini siku nyingi?
Salama, tuko. Nashukuru. Sisi ndio tulikuwa hapa. Sisi ndio tuko na Rakanithi, sisi ndio tulikuwa na Gachagua mwenyewe.
Ama mlijoin dini ya usiku?
Tulikuwa na mzee, tulikuwa na Gachagua hapa.
Sawa sawa. Toa
So,
mchango wako tusonge mbele.
Yes, I appreciate. So, I want to address myself quickly to the IEBC issue. And looking at the IEBC issue, I think IEBC officers do not have any shame. And their script is even worse. It is consistent of arrogant people who have purposefully designed there's some noise. Yeah. So I think the IEBC officers have purposefully designed themselves to bungle this election. So this election is going to be bungled. Looking at the faces of these officers, there's an adage in my community that says that he who farts, he who spoils the air, is willing to put up a fight. The audacity that those officers have is the audacity of that person who spoils the air and is willing to put up a fight. They are very arrogant. You see, they don't give the public the opportunity to be able to express themselves, bring out their concerns, discuss the issues. And these are the stakeholders, the people who were on the floor of that auditorium are actually the employers of IEBC, because without them as political players, IEBC's job would be cut out. They would not have anything to do. And therefore, that those being the stakeholders are people that they needed to make sure that are comfortable. So looking at how they were behaving, you'll see their faces. They have no shame and they don't have the time for this process. They want it bora uchaguzi. So they just don't want uchaguzi bora. They want a process that ends quickly, and then they take a balance sheet and account for the billions that have been sent to them, whereas leaving this country in a situation that is not in a good state. Look at how Professor Goulet addresses the chief agent ODM. It is not palatable. It had no respect, no total respect, and they have no shame. They are not in a hurry, and they don't care. Then you look at how the delay happens. It's a total embarrassment on the floor that they are now doing a test project. You're basically testing the system to see if it's working. Then it fails miserably, and you have no apology, and you're not even covering your face in shame, and you're waiting for the massive election in less than a month. So you see the way these people are behaving, and the way the Chief Justice told us that they're going to do the same thing, and we are going to see the elections nullified, and we are going to see the same process of the country being in a situation that it should not be. And I don't think that the leaders and the stakeholders and the public should be able to allow them to do this kind of nonsense, because they had all the time to plan, they had officers in good time, and they did nothing. And they need to, in fact, the person that the public needs to be very unhappy with and recall, it should be the Wafula Chebukati himself. The buck stops with him. So that's something that I want us to be able to look at. Something that else that is there, looking at Musalia Mudavadi, I have a feeling that he underquoted. You've seen the suppliers that give you a price list that is so enticing, and you feel that this is somebody that you need to be able to engage to supply you with commodities and products, only to cry aloof that he underquoted. So this supplier called ANC chief underquoted his political premium, and therefore right now he wants to bargain. Yeah, the tendering process is complete. The political tendering process is complete. Even if he underquoted, he needs to live with it and need to supply UDA with what he promised, the 70%, with the underquoted price, and let him deal with it and chew his losses slowly. So that is something that he needs to be able to look at. The Kalonzo Raila, them moving out of the country, I think is a good break, is a healthy break. But if I were them, I would make a tactical retreat while the other fella gets out of the country and follows them left, right, and center outside the country. They need to make a tactical retreat and get back to the country and deal with these mad people talking about Mutumba issue and deal with them thoroughly, because it is only them who can be able to neutralize this Mutumba nonsense that people are talking about. This country cannot be a Mutumba economy where everything is a Mutumba, it's a second hand. You look for hair is second hand. You look for shoes second hand. You look for a vehicle second hand. Even the breath we are going to breathe here will be second hand, because we are filled with air of polluted second hand things that we need to be able to look at us getting brand new items that will be able to help us build this economy. We can't sustain a Mutumba economy. We must be able to start building our economy right from the primaries, to be able to start from the producer, go through the value chain until we be able to maximize on the benefit, including the market essence, so that by the end of the day, we have got more opportunities of employment, we have got a vibrant economy, and therefore we can be able to improve this economy from a third world economy to a manufacturing economy to a fast-moving economy. So that is something that for me I'll be able to look at as we be able to look at all these issues. Looking at the camp of Kenya Kwanza in Meru and all the camps, including the one that Mudavadi was running, you can basically see that they have lost their shine. They have lost their taste because the captain is not there. They can only be vibrant as long as the captain is around. So I have a feeling that AZIMIO needed to take that advantage. We have got several generals on the ground that can be able to put up serious campaigns. We don't want to see a situation that when Baba is out of the country, the generals are asleep. We want them to wake up, zone themselves into areas that they can be able to go and have very good working groups that can be able to bring us the results that we seek. And therefore, we should be able to move forward in that particular manner. So I thank you, Bernard. I think I'll pass the mic to the next person.
Thank you so much. We move forward. Guys, on the comment section, let's keep it clean. Chief Kadri needs to be dealt with, and we will deal with him. Now that the Supreme Court pronounced itself that any of the three commissioners can constitute a full house, we can always agitate for somebody to go. It's not too late. But that should be the last resort. Nani anauliza nini kingine? Masuala ya Aisha Juma kutoroka debate. What did you expect now? What did you expect? Kuna masuala mengine mnapoza angetokezea ndio ingekuwa news. Lakini kwa sababu alijificha, it's not supposed to be news. That was expected in my humble opinion. Muruko MP, vipi?
Mutembe, habari? Habari Bena?
Embakasi East MP. Salama, namna gani?
Habari Bena?
Niko salama, vipi?
Unanipata kweli? Halo, unanipata? Sikupati?
Yes, I can get you.
Okay, habari yenu kwanza, mko salama?
So, wewe rekebisha mitandao.
Pole.
Bwana Wycliffe, karibu. Bwana Muruko, if you are able to get me, sort out your audio is not having feedback. Thank you. Wycliffe, go
Hello,
ahead.
Barry. Leo kweli ndio saa zingine wanasema siku za, there's a quote that Bernard you like to use, nasema something that siku za mwisho za nyani mwiti zote zinateleza. Leo Ruto pia katafuta ndege to nowhere just to get out, you know. So it's interesting. Let me start kwa ma DVD kwanza. I think hiyo kesi yake is just, we know that he was bought, right?
Let
Yeye
him
sasa
breathe fresh air. You want to talking.
Yeye sasa it needs to bask on akule pesa yake polepole. Hii 2022 is done and his political future has been, we'll never hear from him again. He's basically done and dusted. IBC is an animal that I just don't understand. These guys always find out that there's something wrong immediately after elections, just before the election. And they've been earning a salary, and doing totally nothing. So I think if there's our weakest link in the electoral process, I think it's the IEBC. It's full of jokers, starting from Chebukati himself. He has no spine, and I'm not afraid to say that. He even just the look. He looks confused. He looks like somebody who takes orders instead of gives them. So I'm a bit disappointed, but hopefully I'll give them the benefit of doubt that they will be able to get their act together and make sure that we have a free, fair, and credible election. When it comes to the KKK camp, things are changing. This is the time when you understand the window changanga is true. They had basked for 5 years, heavily campaigning, but now when it matters the most is when they realize, everybody has kila mtu anatoka kwao na huko kwao kuna wenyewe. Sasa, it's going to be interesting watching them take it to the finish line. But as I said, with somebody like Ruto, he never ceases to amaze. I mean, he will have something. He'll pull something out of the bag. So to me, I never discount that man. It is not over with him until it's over. So we'll have to keep that in mind as we move forward. But other than that, I think I'm looking forward to these coming elections. Na tuone kama we can change Kenya and move it to a better place. Asante.
Boniface, do you have something to say?
Naona Bernard amepotea kidogo, but naweza endelea. I think what I can say, we are yet to see vitu zikibadilika, because I know very well Mudavadi is not sio mjinga vile, lakini pia ametumika, but ataangalia yeye anafaidika na nini. What is he going to gain in this coalition? Will I have numbers in parliament? Will I have numbers in governor seat positions? Will I have numbers in MCAs? That's something that this guy is now thinking about it, even though he's thinking about it very late, but sahi imeanza kumgonga kwa kichwa. And you see, government haigawanyi tu juu ulikuwa na sisi, ulikuwa na mtu. What have you brought on the table? You as Mudavadi, how many MPs do you have from Western region? How many MPs? Do you have 10? Do you have 15? No, I don't have, but I have majority of UDA. Then, wewe hujafanya kitu. Songa kando. Wetangula will brought on the same table. So, I think Mudavadi amefikiria hiyo kitu, but very late. Even though aki work out, maybe it can work for him, but for him, I'm a risk. On the other side of my brother Wycliffe have said that when this other team, you know, Kenya Kwanza is Ruto. Without Ruto, there's no Kenya Kwanza. And you see, just look at where Kenya Kwanza normally do their campaigns. Without Ruto, how does it look like? Kuna kuwaga na hiyo massive crowd is not there. So it tells you without Ruto in any rally ya Kenya Kwanza, there's no any rally. So this is the right time Martha Karua should come out now. Leave alone Baba. Martha Karua should come out now go back to Central and Mount Kenya. Because I can predict that Madhakaru can even go do campaign in part of Rift Valley, even Uasin Gishu itself, and she can be accepted because kampeni yake na siasa yake ni ile ya kuleta umoja, kupembeleza watu, wakusikiza. It's like you're doing marketing. Yeah, when you're selling something, you must packaging should be the first priority. The way you are packaging yourself and what the product itself. Okay, so Madhakaru anaenda in a way that anaongelesha watu kwa njia ya upole, kwa njia ya mama, kwa maisha ya mama mzazi. Mama mzazi hata ukiwa mbaya bado anakupembeleza, anakuambia hii ndio njia inayostahili. So I think Madhakaru ndo ameongeza hii, unaona percentage imegrow ya Azimio. She has really done well. She has really actually amefanya kumekuwa na growth. But I have been saying that the future of Azimio depends with our votes. Yes, we can say we are going to win, but are we going to vote? Let people come out and vote. We are not going to win if people don't go. Wawezi enda kupiga kura. So let us tell our people, our friends, to come out and vote in large numbers. Then we can get the number that we need to get that 50+1. Only that one, Mr. Otieno, I think you can take on, and maybe I'll share something else later. Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, I was a bit saddened by the turn of events, especially on issues of the manifesto and the reaction of certain constituency that did not take time to basically understand the manifesto, especially on issues of the Mitumba issue. And UDA took advantage of this situation and basically used it. They had not had an agenda for a very long time. But now this one, they got one simple thing and they are running with it cluelessly without knowing the economics part of it. But I'm also looking at previous clips and I see similar things were said by the UDA presidential candidate. And therefore, I don't know where they get the arrogance of them calling the pot black. And therefore, you see, it's a hypocrisy of the highest order, and just shows you how these people have wasted our time. They have mortgaged our country then, now, and they purpose to mortgage it again in the future. It's something that they need to repent about, because for us, I think the Kenyan public needs to give the opposition chief, Raila, a chance, this one chance, to basically see what potential he has had and what ideas and dreams he has had for this nation, that he's never gotten an opportunity to be able to lead this country. So it will be very important that this happens, because we've tried these young people and they behave the very same way most of these young people behave. You get employment in TSC, the first thing you run to, or civil service, the first thing you are being chased after by banks and credit facilities. You get your loan and eat your future at the instance of engagement. So these people also saw to the country as youthful people who have got agenda for this country. And they took loan with our country and ate everything. And therefore, we are struggling to redeem what has been done wrongly. So I think I can basically see others have joined us. I'll give David Olo an opportunity to speak first, then I can be able to continue. David.
Thank you so much, Milan. Thank you very much. What I can say is that, as for me, I don't trust IEBC, and I can just say that I've never trusted them. And what I know is that Raila Odinga will win. I don't know how he will win, but what I know is that he will win. If I can lie to myself that IEBC is accurate in whatever they are doing, then I think I will be thinking in a pool of fallacy. So I just want to say that I know he will win, but I don't know how he will win. Because all along elections in Kenya, when it comes to the day of elections, we just don't understand how things happen. So I just want to say that I know he will win, but I don't know how he will win. But I'm very, very sure because you see, even rigging, it reaches an extent that you can't rig anymore. You just have to let it go. So, and if I look at Tanga Tanga, I don't think if they're up for the game. I think that Azimio is just up for them because when you see polls showing Azimio leading at this moment, then I don't know. I don't see them doing anything. But let us just wait and see. But in this year of 2022, we can't say that IEBC has been sanctified and they are able to hold a fair and credible elections. But what I know is that that Raila Odinga will win because even if Ruto has paid them, it will reach a moment that they will never pay IEBC. That is what I can say. And thank you so much. I don't have anything to say. Thank you.
Bernard, welcome back. During the short break, we were continuing very, very well. So I
wanted to ask Olo, when you say he will win, but you don't know how he will win, you have repeated that like 8 times. That is a good statement, but also a very ambiguous and dangerous statement when you say, but I don't know how he will win. I mean, because you have said that, which is good. I know we are going to win. But then when you say, I don't know how he will win, what does that, don't you think it will elicit some debate that we want to win by all necessary means?
Thank you so much, Alex. That's a very good question. In fact, I just want to say that for the longest time I've voted, I've never known how the candidates have won because we always go to sleep when we are leading, but when we wake up, we are we are struggling. So thank you so much for that question. But I just want to say that the way I see things, in 2017, I knew that Raila Odinga was not gonna win, even though I knew that he had votes. In 2017, the same way. So uh, uh, you see, when we talk of deep state, so many people they don't feel well. But I know this time they are with us because the other side, they've not proven anything that they want to be with this deep state. And the way I know elections in Kenya, there are few people who choose who wins. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Alex, I think you need to continue. Mama Selina, I think, is a bit engaged. Mama Selina, you are coming immediately after Alex, so you can get prepared.
No, I came in to rescue Bernard because I think you guys remained only 3 in the panel and I saw the show. I think Bernard is having issues, so we can continue debating. But I can comment one thing. Mudavadi was bought with a price. Once you are given a price tag and the person gives you that money, the ownership changes. Mudavadi is no longer the Mudavadi we knew. When you look at what Baba does, Baba is basically promoting the idea of strengthening parties. Baba had an opportunity to finish Wiper. Baba had an opportunity to finish Ford Kenya. Baba had an opportunity to finish ANC. But Baba never did that. But when Ruto grabbed the opportunity in 2017 to kill all parties, he did it once and for all. And today in the history of Kenya, there were parties that were there in 2017. They no longer exist. So I think it was stupid for Mudavadi to cross the aisle and go to somebody who is known to kill parties. So Mudavadi was bought. He was given his price tag. He should not complain because if money was transacted and he was paid for what he was worth for, so for Ruto to come and even put an aspirant in his own village, I mean, Ruto paid for that, so we shouldn't complain. I think it's the right of Ruto to do that, because if Mudavadi needed money, Ruto gave him the money, so Ruto has the rights over that. That is why, to the effect, I don't think any leader is able to complain when they merge with Ruto. Look what happened in Kilifi. The same thing Amazon Kingi was complaining about, zoning. When he went on the other side, what happened? Ruto was campaigning for Aisha Juma. There is no zoning. All these things happened. Eventually, yesterday you saw what happened. The big billboard was put, and now the aspirant for governorship in Kilifi has decided that yeye ako wapi na AZIMIO. So I think you can never undo Ruto. Ruto was very clear from the very beginning. I don't need any villager and any village party. So that is how he described everybody. Apart from UDA, everything was village party and everybody was a villager. In fact, during the by-election in Western, Ruto was very categorical by laughing at Wetangula that that's a village party, and ANC too. So it's kind of stupid when somebody says your party is a village party, you merge with them, then you expect that you're going to negotiate. There was no negotiating that was supposed to go that. And I am happy what has happened to Mudavadi, because he can look at Kalonzo, and he can envy Kalonzo that though Kalonzo is a watermelon, he has negotiated to a point whereby Kalonzo has a possibility of winning 20 seats in Eastern, 20 seats of MP. Tell me which seat does ANC guarantee to win? At least Wetangula may win his senatorial seat, but for Mudavadi, he has no guarantee of winning any seat. So I think I'm happy for him, because he should understand democracy is not being mad and hating, because Mudavadi hates Raila, even the way he speaks, and he must understand politics is about interest. You may differ, but the interest of the party supersedes the personal relationship. So you can compare Mudavadi and Kalonzo, and you can see that Kalonzo has been bought, yes. Kalonzo si ati amekuja kwetu ati na mkono lolo. Kalonzo tumempea pesa bwana. That's a given fact. Hata maybe tumeenda Kongo kumpea pesa ingine. That's a fact. Hiyo ni siasa. Kalonzo angekuja bila kupewa pesa, lakini tumempea pesa, lakini tena akaitisha Sosa, na Sosa ni zoning, na umeona vile Mama Ngilu ameenda chini, Kivuta Kibwana ameenda chini, and Kalonzo has remained to be the supremo in Ukambaland. Why? Because he negotiated well, even though he was given money. Mudavadi alipewa pesa na hajapewa kitu yoyote. I like what William Ruto is doing, because it will be a lesson to leaders that when greed supersedes reality, oblivion becomes the reality. Thank you. I think,
yes.
Who is next? Who was next, Mr. Tieno? Anybody in a comment? Or Dennis, let's go ahead. Back.
Okay. With me, this issue of IEBC, I still fail to understand it, because all along they have been promising us that everything is just in place. But see what they were now doing during the conversation. Anyway, me, I still doubt this IBC issue, because what they have been doing all along, even leave alone this forthcoming election, even those are the times which had already passed, the story still repeats itself, even though there is a certain person who said that even if it is a matter of rigging, it reaches a time when you cannot rig anymore. But the way they have been conducting this thing, the pattern and the game they have been playing, I'm still seeing them repeating that thing this forthcoming election. Okay, let us come to this issue of Kenya Kwanza. These people are emotional because even the way they have been speaking to, they have been conducting their rallies. You see them talking, they are emotional. It is like they have detected something. They know that this battle they are going to lose. So it is a matter of now being emotional. There's a certain status that an empty devil makes the loudest noise. Just analyze the way these people have been conducting their their rallies. They speak very emotional. They just wait for Raila to speak. They wait for Martha Karua to speak. They wait for Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta to speak so that they can pick a certain point there to beat them, meaning that they don't sell their agendas to people. They don't tell people the reason why they want people to elect them. The issue of Mudavadi, we should even enjoy. We should even cheer up because now he has realized that there is something at a mess, but he is now realizing it when it is late. You know, by now, even if Mudavadi says what, even if he does what, there's nothing is going to change. The issue is they are using that Kenya Kwanza as an umbrella which covers them. But the reality is those people are in UDA. If UDA wins, their government is going to be run by UDA, not Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is not a coalition. So let them pray that some miracles happens so that they make that government, which I don't see them succeeding this forthcoming election. So me, I'm seeing people like Wetangula, Mudavadi, that other person Ukambani person who just joined them the other day, speaking at it, there are some issues that who are being hidden for him. Those people are going home. So with us as AZIMIO, we should live and cheer up. But I want back I don't know who was him, who was saying that this is the right time for Mama Martha Karua to take advantage of what is going on at the moment. Let this our mother now, our mother, go to the Rift Valley. You know, Rift Valley, we know that is a backyard for Ruto, but we are going to get a very good percentage there. Ruto has votes there, yes, but still that Rift Valley, there are some counties there which I'm very much sure that Baba has captured them very well. So it is time for Mbata and the team to dig in those places. At least when Ruto comes, he finds that there is a very good percentage which are now diverted to ODM or new converts in quote. Otherwise, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. Bernard is still out. I think we will help each other in moderating. I think the topic today, if you can remember, the president is out, the deputy is out, Kalonzo is out. It seems like there is a vacuum of leadership, but that's very interesting. So we can still debate on that as we continue. Who was next? Who wants to comment on that kind of scenario whereby all the principles that matter in our country are not there? Wycliffe?
So, yes. So what I would say, I saw somebody write an interesting comment and said, no, the president is in, Somalia is an extension of Kenya. So I don't know. I think that was a joke, but so that was very interesting. I don't know whether Ruto was trying to be naughty to prove a point, but that he can also leave the country because the president is out of the country, or does it mean that he's already tendered his resignation? He's no longer the deputy president. So I'm kind of basically wondering about that. I think more should come out of that, because if for sure that this man keeps telling everybody everywhere he goes that he's the deputy president, but then when it comes to roles that he's supposed to do, that he absconds, he leaves a lot to be desired, especially if he's the right person to even be left close to the seat of power. So I think that is something that quite interesting. I think the next few days we will realize whether it's a big blunder that he did to leave the country, either because of spite or whatever it is. But we'll find out if that will also go again. It might be a bigger news than the Mutumba news if people pursue it a little bit further.
Yeah, I want to agree with you. One of the things we remember when Mandela came to power was there's a time he left and his deputy also left, and he had to leave, to give the powers to Buthelezi. The other time the president had to go to Hague, it had to be that he had to leave the powers, the tools of power to who? To Ruto. Constitutionally, it's never allowed that they both leave. Anything happens, it can cause a constitutional crisis. So as you say, I think Ruto was trying to be cheeky, or there is more to it. Maybe he's proving that he has already resigned. We don't know. But I think that's a good debate to carry, that, you know, the deputy is not there, the president is not there, and I don't think that in the presidency that is allowed. Anybody wants to comment about that? Olo, quickly, as Makiadi takes reign.
Thank you so much, Alex. I just want to say that I think Ruto's timing was not okay, because there's no way the president can be outside and the deputy, and then also Raila Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka. So I think his timing was not right, and it's not going to create any news. I know he wanted to create some news, but I don't think if it's going to create any news. So I think his timing was bad, and it was not just right. And I also just want to thank you, Alex. I want to tell you that, man, you are my senior, and I know we have had some kind of struggle with you, but I want to tell you that, man, I admire you, and don't ever think that any time that I can put an inch above you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that extension. Makiadi, you can take over as I say this. Mudavadi, no, just Makiadi take over. I'll give comments after Jakino Bay.
Okay, Sasawa. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I thought my microphone was not working. Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you for the time holding up the studio. Bernard is still having issues with this system, so as he works on it, we will go on as usual. So Jakendo Bay, karibu sana, nimeona umeinua mkono.
Mimi amjambo wote. Olo, nimekumisi sana, habari yako?
Thank you so much, sir. I'm so happy. Thank you.
Siku nyingi. Hamjambo wote, nafurahi kuwaona wote. Mimi nataka kusema kwamba hii mambo ya kusema kwamba rais hayuko na makamu hayuko. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, makamu ni mtu muongo, ni mtu ambaye anapenda kusema uongo. So mimi kwa maoni yangu, yeye hata kama yuko, kwa sababu hatujui kama yeye ni makamu wa rais ama wewe si makamu wa rais, kwa sababu one minute anasema yeye makamu wa rais, one minute anasema yeye hayuko kwa serikali. Na wale watu ambao wamewafanya wale watu ambao wanakubali na uongo wake wanamfuata, na yet 1 minute anasema yeye vice president, yeye si mlevi, lakini 1 minute anasema hayuko kwa serikali kwa sababu kuna handshake. Sasa hiyo ni kitu ambacho kwa mimi kwa maoni yangu nafikiri Matiang'i anaweza kufanya hiyo kazi vizuri, na sisi wana Kenya wengine. Hiyo ni nchi yetu, tutailinda. Si yeye tu ndiye anaweza kuilinda, kwa sababu yeye ni tapeli, hafuati kanuni za, anatumia mali ya serikali na hafanyi kazi inavyohitajika, yeah? Ndio maana mimi nilisema, mimi na suggest makamu wa rais yoyote hafai kugombania upresident kama president ambaye anaserve na yeye yuko, hafai, kwa sababu inaleta haileti nani vizuri, kwa sababu kuna mambo fulani ya mtu hatapenda kufanya kama yule president, ama atakuwa na vitu ambavyo anaangalia kwa mtindo wake, na wewe unasema unataka kufanya hiyo, na serikali ile mko na wewe huko inafanya mambo mengine. Hiyo kusema kweli haifai. Inatakiwa tutumie hekima sisi kama wana Kenya, tuone hiyo ni jambo halifai. Tusiwe tu watu wa mpaka uwekewe sheria. Kwani sisi ni ng'ombe? Mpaka tuwekewe sheria ndio tuone hii kitu ni mbaya. Inatakiwa sisi wa Kenya tuwe na vitu inaitwa ethos. Yaani zile vitu ambavyo ni mwiko kwamba hii kitu ni mwiko, haifai. Ni kitu jambo ambalo haifai. Si kwamba kila kitu lazima iwekwe sheria, kila kitu iko kwa constitution. Hii ni awkward. Hata mtu yeyote anaona vile president na vice, it's so awkward. Ni jambo ambalo tunatakiwa sisi wote tuone halifai. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri makamu wa rais hafai kugombania upresident kama bado anafanya kazi katika hiyo ofisi, haifai. So hii mambo ya kunani nasema sasa, mimi jambo ambalo nataka kuzungumzia yale mambo matatu: ujinga, elimu na ufukara. Ndio nataka kuzungumzia. Nataka hii kitu niwe nikiwaambia Wakenya wasikilize, wajue kwamba hizi vitu mimi naona Wakenya wanapuzia sana hii kitu. Ikisemekana hivyo wanapuzia. Kwa nini tukisema wajinga? Ujinga ni kutoelewa. Si eti tu eti mtu akisoma sasa unafikiri hiyo eti umemaliza ujinga. Hapana, ujinga ni kutoelewa. Lazima uelewe wewe ni nchi yako na jukumu lako ni nini kwa nchi yako. Hiyo ndio kuwaelimika. Sio eti tu unaenda unasoma kitabu. Angalia watu vile vice president anatufanya wa Kenya. Anasema hii leo, anasema yeye atatoa mitumba. Alafu mara nyingine anasema mnaambiwa mtumba mkitoa, huyu jamaa atatoa mitumba. Hiyo sio uongozi. Maana inafaa hata kama mwenzako amesema kitu fulani kama hiyo mtumba, ni lazima sisi wote wa Kenya, hata kama wewe ni mpinzani wake, unga mkono. Hata wewe unataka hiyo kitu uitoe, lakini uitoe na style yako. Ni jambo mbaya. Kama wizi ni mbaya, ni mbaya. Usiseme eti kwa sababu Ruto amesema wizi, sasa mimi lazima nipinge tu kwa sababu amesema Ruto. Ni lazima tujue nchi ni yetu sisi wote. Kama kitu ni mbaya, ni mbaya. Haiwezi kuwa eti mara hii unasema hivi, mara hii unasema hivi. Hiyo ni jambo la muhimu kabisa, kwamba ni lazima sisi wana Kenya tujue kwamba hizi vitu vitatu, hata Amerika inapigana na magonjwa, inapigana na ujinga, na inapigana na umasikini. Wote si matajiri. Bado serikali inafanya bidii ku make sure kwamba watu wake wanaishi vizuri. Hata Uingereza wanafanyaga hata mchango ya kupatia chakula watoto wengine kwamba hawana vyakula. Ninyi mnajua Uingereza, na bado wanafanya mchango ambao huo wanafanya kwa BBC. Unasikia wamekusanya kama milioni 20, milioni 30 kusaidia watoto ambao hawapati chakula. Can you believe Uingereza? So msifikirie eti ni Kenya tu. Jambo lingine nataka kusema, Wakenya wanapiga mayowe eti ni kama Rais Uhuru ndio amefanya kila kitu mbaya. Hii mambo ya mafuta ni kote Amerika, Uingereza, wapi kote watu wanalia kwa gharama za nani, imeenda juu mno gharama. Uingereza petroli diesel shilingi 300, Kenya 300, sijui na nini. So tusifanye tutafute suluhu, tusianze tu kuvurugana, tutafute suluhu. Suluhu ndio muhimu. Kitu ikisha kuwa tunatafuta suluhu, tutafanyaje? Hiyo ndio jambo la muhimu, lakini mambo ya kuvurugana na kusema uongo. Sasa mimi nataka kuambia, mnaona hawa watu ambao husema uongo, mnaona Mudavadi sasa anazimia, sasa anatokomea kwa sababu hata kuwa na wajumbe kwake, kwa sababu amedanganywa. Alipokuwa akiambiwa ukweli na msema ukweli alikataa. Mimi nataka kuambia, mimi Raila, mtu anaitwa Raila yuko relevant kwa sababu Raila asemi uongo. Hata kwa hizi vitu wanasema hati politics, Raila asemi uongo. Raila asimami anafu anasema uongo. Na mimi nawakataza, nasema mambo ya kusema uongo eti kwa sababu ni politics, tuache. Politics inajenga nchi yetu, na politics lazima iwe ya ukweli, kwa sababu tunataka tujenge nchi yetu. Hatuwezi kujenga nchi na uongo. Ukianza kuambia watu uongo, watakubali, watakuwa watu ambao hawakuamini. Watakuamini namna gani? Unafikiri mimi makamu wa rais anaweza kuniambia kitu nikamwamini? Siwezi kumwamini, kwa sababu kesho sijui atatokea na nini. So ni lazima tujifunze kusema ukweli, na ukweli huo ndio mnaona naweza kusema kwamba Raila anaaminika, na hata makamu wa rais wake Martha Karua anaaminika kwa sababu ya kusema ukweli. So ni lazima tuangalie hivi vitu kama hizo. Hatuwezi kuanza kufuata watu ambao hata wanakuambia kwamba wewe ukiwa president pika tu nyama na mchele alafu waite hao. Hiyo ni aibu gani? Mimi kama ningekuwa mtu wa Mlimani Central, singempigia kura huyu mtu, na ningekampenia kila mtu, kwa sababu hiyo ni kutodharau kwamba sisi ni watu wa mlima, ni watu wa mchele na nyama. Hawafanyi hivyo. Ni kuwaonyesha madharau gani haya? Watu kama hawa hawafai. So mimi nataka kusema kwamba mimi Mudavadi sina huruma na yeye, na hiyo inamfaa kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe aliambiwa akae kwa Azimio, aliona sisi ni mbweha. So wacha akaangwe na mafuta yake. Hiyo inamfaa kwa sababu sijui kama atakuwa na mjumbe wowote. So hiyo inafaa. Mimi nawaambia ukweli ndio inajenga, na tukitaka kujenga nchi yetu tukatae mtu ambaye anatuambia uongo. Na Raila anaaminika na watu kwa sababu husema ukweli. Asante sana. Bernard, pole kwa matatizo hayo yanakukumba. Pole.
Nashukuru, asante sana.
Lakini tunang'ang'ana tu, tutaendelea tu. Tunashukuru sana.
Lazima. Yes, thank you sir.
Asanteni.
So we are going where? Nani huyu? Denny?
Yes.
Dennis, ulikuwa umesubmit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You
Okay.
had made a submission?
Yes.
Had you made your submission?
Yeah.
Okay, if you made your submission, let's have somebody who has not yet made the submission. Remote? And
Yes, how are you everybody? Habari zenu?
tuko wazima vipi?
Mi niko poa sana, naangalianga nikiwa kwa ubari leo nikasema niingie.
Karibu sana.
Nimeingia nikiwa late, so sikujua mjadala mnaelekea wapi, lakini naweza changia tu kidogo tu mambo ya siasa za Kenya.
Karibu dakika 2-3.
Okay, kwa upande wangu mimi kama mama naweza sema saa hii politics za Kenya ni kama zimechange na zimekuja kwa upande ule wa mama walikuwa wanatarajia for a long time, sababu ukiangalia mambo ya Raila na Martha Karua wamekuwa wakifight for democracy na rights za Wakenya for a long time, lakini sisi wenyewe hatukuwa tunaona umuhimu wao, but saa hii tumeona umuhimu wao kwa sababu wamekuja kuchange politics ya Kenya. Wao wawili watachange mambo ya corruption, watachange mambo ya ufakara yenye yote tuko nayo kwa Kenya, sababu hata business hatuwezangi kufanya kwa sababu ya hao watu wanajiita wakubwa. Lakini sisi kama wamama, nataka kuhakikishia wale wako hapa, sisi tuko nyuma ya Martha Karua, mama mwenzetu, wakiwa na Raila. Na wale wote wamekuwa wakitoroka wakimuita majina mingi sana wamekuwa wakimuita. Nilifurahia wakati alisema yeye amezoea kutukanwa na watu wa media na bado anaendelea. Hiyo ndio umuhimu wa kuonyeshana yeye amejitolea kwa Wakenya. Yeye habishani na watu vile wanamtukana ama wanasema mambo mingi yake. Amekomaa kutetea Kenya na kuchiji demokrasia ya Kenya na mambo ya economy. Hiyo tu ndio ninaweza sema kwa leo. Kwa hivyo me am behind Martha Karua na mama na Raila, and I'm doing kitu tunaita mama movement. I have been that in my sub county. Vile wa mama tushikane, we back up Martha Karua na Raila. Hiyo tu ndio ninaweza kusema for now.
Asante sana na tunashukuru kwa kazi nzuri unayofanya.
Yes.
It is important. Nchi ni yetu, lazima tuisimamie.
Kabisa.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, let's move on now. Moses Chege, vipi? Samani Jakindu Bay, iko nini?
Bernard, nataka unipatie nusu dakika tu nimpongeze huyo mama. Mama, hiyo ndio inatakikana. Nchi ni yetu na hiyo ndio inatakikana umfanye, kwa sababu tumepuuzia Raila na Martha Karua kwa muda mrefu vile umesema, lakini hawa ndio watu wamekuwa wakitupigania na wametufanyia kazi hata kama wako nje ya serikali. Na wakati walikuwa kwa serikali ya Kibaki walifanya kazi ambayo bado watu tunakumbuka, watu wote wanakumbuka hata saa hii. Kwa hiyo nakuomba uzidi kukampeni kabisa, ukampeni kwa kila mtu, waambie watu waone mwanga kule nchi inatakiwa iende. Asante sana mama. Asante Bernard.
Thank you Jakindu Bay, tunashukuru. Naamini kila Mkenya anapata ujumbe kwa njia safi na kila mmoja anawajibika katika sehemu yake. Na endelea kuquote anaitwa nani, Mama Teresa, dunia itakuwa safi kama kila mmoja atafagia nje kwa mlango wake. So kila mmoja awajibike kwa sehemu yake ili hii kura iwe ya kuamuliwa moja kwa moja na itupatie viongozi, isipatie watu wa kukaa kwa viti wakisumbua na kupiga kelele. Chagua kiongozi anayefaa kutoka kwa MCA, kwa women rep, kwa senator, kwa governor, ili inji isonge mbele, watu wa kuendelea mbele, sio watu wa kupigania kama hao wamejihami sasa wanapigania kulinda mtumba. Yani wewe ni mbunge kamili ambaye umepigiwa kura kwenda bunge kuendeleza nchi. Wewe unapigania kusustain kitu ambacho kinakula nchi badala ya kusaidia nchi kuendelea mbele. That is madness. So nashukuru sana Mama Ann kwa ile kazi unafanya, tusonge mbele kila mmoja, na kila mmoja hata hapa kwa channel tuwajibike. Kama watazamaji wetu, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, share in all your WhatsApp groups, share in all your Facebook groups. Don't be weary in well doing. The Bible says you will reap if you faint not. So don't be tired. Let's do what we are required to do. Apologies, I ran into crisis with my Wi-Fi, but now I believe it has stabilized. We can now proceed with the broadcast. Kuna kilio huku kwa WhatsApp. Ndirango amefanya nini? Nini John Ndirango, hao ndio hawa nazungumzia. Okay? Wewe unataka mtumba idumu. Hakuna shida. Sisi hatujasema mitumba ni mbaya. Tumesema kwamba ni mbaya kwa economy ya nchi. Hatuwezi kutegemea chakula cha kununua kama tuko na shamba la kulima. Hatuwezi kutegemea chakula cha kuletewa ili hali tunaweza, tuna maji, tuna mashamba na kuna mbegu. We can't be doing that forever. So we need to change the way we think. Something that is brought in as a mitigation cha kushikilia. Niliwaambia jana, sisi tulikuwa tunaenda kanisa, parish yetu ilikuwa mbali. So ukishaenda kanisa, tukirudi nyumbani, time ya lunch ishafika. Mama alikuwa anaenda jikoni anatengeneza kama ni juice, tunakunywa in the meantime tukingoja aandae lunch. Mitumba was brought about by Moi because the industries, the textile industries were collapsing and the population was rising and there was not enough material to cover our backs. That is why he said, let Mitumba come. We use it in the meantime as we revive our textile industry. So we cannot depend on something that was mitigation permanently. I don't see even why that should be a debate for any right-thinking Kenyan. Naomba sote tusonge mbele katika mawazo na kutazamia 50 years from now nchi itakuwa wapi. If we are begging for food now, we are begging for clothes now, we are begging for this, na tunazaa kila siku. So where are we going to take these people? Who is going to feed them for us? So let us wake up and realize that we have to put our resources to use. Nilienda Marsabit, the whole land is there, is not in use. Wanasema mara maji ni salty, nini. All those, in my opinion, are excuses. If we put that land to use, we will never beg another day. Yes, Olo, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Thank you so much, Bernard. I just want to respond to that guy. And I just want to tell him that, hakuna vile tunaweza endelea if there is nothing that we are making. If you look at England, wanatengeneza Range Rover. France wanatengeneza hadi aeroplanes. America wanatengeneza kwanza mandege kwanza mingi sana. Ukienda China wanatengeneza mandege. So tunataka kukopaje na hizo countries kubwa if we are producing nothing? Kama tuwezi shona tu nguo peke yake, sasa how comes tutakop up na hizo countries? So I think it is just high time mazejo watu waache kusikia kitu yote tangatanga wanasema. Let us just aim high. Kama tuwezi hata kutengeneza toothpick, baze ni nini tunaweza tengeneza? Let us just try to think, please. Tuache kusikia mapropaganda about sijui nini. Maze, I just want to tell you something. Hata kama you don't like Raila, but just think on your own. Ni nini unataka kutengeneza? North Korea is a very poor country, but wana make bombs very powerful. Hadi America wanaogopa. So sisi tunataka tuendelee hivi. Maze, let us just do something for our own, please. Kitu moja inafanya kwanza Wakenya wanateseka hizo countries zingine is because of our leaders. Our leaders make us believe that we can't. And it goes down even to our families. Unakuta families zetu, babako anakuonyesha mazee uwezi. When you go to the outside world tells you the same. So let us just up our game, please. Just believe that you can. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. It is important that we shift our mindsets. We shift our mindset to productivity. Productivity. We were not here. We used to have our own things. In the 80s, in the 70s, we were self-dependent. When the sterling pound was exchanging against the Kenya shilling. In fact, there was a time when Kenya shilling was stronger than the sterling pound. It's only that we ran into the crisis where we're in and we can't live there forever. So tukubali mabadiliko. Hata kama itakuja kwa uchungu, uchungu hautatuua, utatusaidia kuboreka. Unaweza kwenda kulimia mtu, ukafanya nini? Unaoshea mtu nguo, unamlimia shamba, unapata pesa, unapeleka mtoto shule. Unapeleka mtoto shule. Wakati mtoto amegraduate, akapata kazi mzuri, okay? Huwezi kuinsist kwamba utaendelea na kazi yako ya kuoshea nini na kulimia nini. So mtoto atachukua majukumu ya kulipa hiyo responsibility. You will live comfortable. So it is important that we separate, in our Bible school we call it separate the most important things from the most urgent things, okay? There are things you use temporarily. You can't live on them permanently. Mtumba cannot be here permanently. It's not possible. And whoever that says ata kuna kura tunapoteza, kama tulipoteza kura kwa sababu ya Mau, is it now Mtumba that will cause a sleepless night? Kura tunazo za kutosha. Mtu asitusitishe. Wale wanataka kura za uongo na kwenda kuambia watu uongo ili wa wipe up emotions. They can do their whatever, what are they called, sympathy addicts votes. They will not even make them enough because Kenyans have changed the way they are looking at things. There's a video I'm trying to get so that we hear the people from Kikomba themselves telling us how they are glad that Baba has talked about that. They enjoy what they are selling, but they are suffering because you buy something that's wrapped up. Kwenda kufungua half of it is not viable. Wewe ndio una run loss. Huyo mtu amemlipa, yeye alinunua huko ng'amba ashalipa. So you suffer as a retailer. Let me not spend more time on that as we make progress. Huyu Chege yuko kweli? Moses Chege, are you there? Okay, Moses Chege kama iko. Ann, just yes, Ann, I'll give you half a minute.
What I would like to add, mimi ni mfanya biashara na ninaendaga China. Na support Raila akisema mambo ya
endelea ama neti imekata.
Yes. Okay, hapana haijakata. Unanisikia?
Pole neti
Are you hearing me?
Pole. Dan Oscar ulisemaje?
Hello?
Okay. Hello Oscar, just one moment. Ann is tuko salama.
Okay.
Subiri tu kidogo, Ann is back. Let Ann go first.
It's okay.
Okay. Nilikuwa naongeza tu. Okay, I continue, yes. Bernard. Okay, nilikuwa nasema na support Raila wakati anasema mambo ya manufacturing. Because mi natembenga nje za nchi kuendea mizigo ama business lady. Na China kenye kimewafanya waendelee ni sababu every town yao iko na factories, iko na manufacturers wa kila aina. Kwa hivyo mtoto akimaliza college ama hiyo kiwango ya college, anatokanga na barua amepatiwa na serikali yake, anaambiwa enda kwa kampuni ya ama enda kwa manufacturing ya Bernard, huko ndiko utafanya kazi. Kwa hivyo saa ile Raila nasema tuinue ama tufungue industries in our country, mi namsupporti 100%, because watoto wetu watakuwa wale wako nje na wale wanatoka kwa universities ama wale wanatoka kwa vocational schools. Ako na pahali anaweza kwenda kufanya kazi. Sio lazima watoke hapa waende Middle East ama waende kule kwingine. Kwa hivyo saa ile anasema anafungua viwanda ya manguo. EPZ inashonanga manguo Kenya, jini zinaenda Amerika, zinatumiwa, alafu inapakejiwa kama used clothes, inaturudia Kenya na imetoka kwetu. Na saa hii unakuja kuinunua kama 200, of which kama ingekuwa inaendelea kushonewa kwetu ungenunua kama 500, nguo yenye haijavaliwa na mtu. Kwa hivyo I'm supporting 100% mambo ya factory. Hivyo Raila anasema, and I know he can do it because he will make it hiyo kufulfill. Cause inchi za nje hebu tuangalie inchi zenye zinamuitanga akuje aende aelezee mambo ya democracy na mambo ya uendeleaji wa makampuni, manufacturing system. Inchi zingine zinamtabua ile kipawa ako nayo ya kuendelesha mambo ya factory, of which inchi yetu hatumtambui kwa sababu ya uongo tu imeenezwa for a long time ya kusema ati Raila ni mbaya. Okay, ni mbaya, wacha akuje sasa tuone ubaya yake bila kuambiwa na mtu, tujionee, tuache kuambiwa. That is how I can say.
Asante sana Mama Ann, hiyo ni poa sana. Naomba tusikilize Bandu Warrior tukikwenda hivyo mbio. Oscar, ulikuwa na swali? You are coming after Bandu Warrior.
Bernard.
Yes.
Kwanza nawashukuru wote.
Asante.
Kwa kazi nzuri mnafanya.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
One moment Bandu Warrior.
Asante.
Yes, Oscar.
Yes, nasema. Hello.
Yes, carry on Oscar.
Okay, nasema there is a very critical point that I would like to raise, but inaweza go out of the topic that you are discussing now. During the process of voting, when you are approaching the election,
yes,
there is a group of people from western part of Kenya that usually move from Nairobi to go to western. And me kama Jeshi ya Baba, we are not in a position to lose any vote, even a single vote from his stronghold, that is in western. So mimi I'm from mimi natoka Kakamega na nataka kuambia watu wenye natoka Kakamega wote tafadhali, Kakamega, Busia, Bungoma, yani western region, make sure if you want to travel during that period upige kura kwanza ndo uende nyumbani, because there is a tendency whereby when there is an election people are moving around wanasema they are supporting Baba, but when it comes to voting itself you find that there is mass exodus from Nairobi to up country. You see hapo sometimes pia Baba wanapotelezea kura zake hapo. So this time if the people are concerned during voting period, before you travel lazima uoneshe ukuwe na your voters card tujue kura yako ni wapi. Sahi this is not the time to joke around with kura za Baba, unaona. So that was the point that I wanted maybe we discuss so that we find out a solution how we are going to cap this challenge.
Sawa Bwana Oscar, hiyo ni point poa sana na it's something that we addressed in 2017. It's good we emphasize, okay? Maswala ya watu kusafiri, kama ulikata kura yako ushago, hatukutaki kuwa hapa Nairobi siku ya kupiga kura. Na kama ulikata kura yako Nairobi, piga kura asubuhi na mapema, lakini utuonyeshe kidole ndio uingie kwa basi. Kama kidole yako haina ink, hakuna kule unaenda, unarudishwa polling station, upige kura kwanza ndio transportation iendelee. In that campaign we did in 2017, it worked to some degree. So if we reinforce it in 2022, kikapu kitajaa tu asubuhi.
Also,
Olo iko nini? Just a moment, Olo ameinua mkono. Olo iko nini?
Yeah, I just want to back up his point by saying that unajua sasa.
Olo, are you able to get me? Ama network yangu tena imenaswa.
Unanisikia? Unanisikia? Can everyone hear me?
Somebody confirm if you're able to get me.
We are getting you. Bernard is the one who is having the problem.
Tunakusikia.
Even me, my network,
Okay,
I think he has a problem. But I just want to say that I just want to back up his point by saying that
I think
Mazisa unajua.
it's Bernard who has a problem, although your network is very okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Alex, you will explain to him. So I just want to say that, those are the problems that we have right now. So I just want to say that I wish our elections can be clear. Like, unajua sasa every elections tunakuwaga na hizi vitu, watu wanamuvushago in very big numbers. Sometimes they move there just because of fear. Wengine wana move from zile uko Rift Valley because they are afraid. Moja tu zile fears zenye ziko Rift Valley. So I just want to say that as we go on, wacha electoral processes zetu zikuwe trusted, zisikuwe na fears, na hiyo ni kitu hatuwezi achieve on one election phase. I hope that by 2027 or by 2032 everything will be clear where you can vote wherever you are. Unajua, one of our problems is that we take elections as a matter of life and death, and hiyo kitu yenye msa nasema ni kitu yenye haiwezi kuwa avoided. It is there whether and we should start doing this earlier. Right now it is too late. Even if you say it now, okay, I don't know, maybe there's a lot of time, but kama ingekuwa ni kitambo elections zilikuwa zinakuwa held after Christmas ingekuwa sawa, or maybe now it's okay, but let us just stress more on that, and we should work with the Minister of Security, watu wakuwe empowered, makarau wakuwe on the ground, ndio mtu akivote asikuwe na fear ya kuenda kwao ati umevotia sijui UDA, unatoka Rift Valley, unabeba kila kitu unaenda Ocha, unaona? So that is what I want to say. Maze, we should just do so much on that so that when we vote isikuwe a matter of life and death. You just vote, the next day you go to your job and you wait for the results. Thank you so much, Alex.
Okay, thank you, David, for the emphasis, and I think we'll do a whole show on the same, so that we shed more light. But the campaign for sensitizing people to go and vote is to stay in one place and vote. We still have got enough time, Olo. We deal with one issue at a time. Right now, we want to focus on Chebukati and cleaning of the register. There is somebody here talking of Akoapi. In addition, that is that we are behind Baba, but we don't see IEBC transfer voters. Mimi niliregister Naivasha, now I'm in Nairobi, nitafanyaje? So that's a valid issue that needs to be looked at. You must go where your voting polling station is. Right now, there is no more transferring of voters. That chapter was closed. So kule wa IEBC mekupeleka. When you confirm your details, inakwambia wewe una vote same fulani. Make sure that the week to elections, you are in that particular region. 3 days to election, you are in that particular region, so that you vote and come back to where you stay. Don't let any vote go to waste simply because you are not in the area where you're supposed to vote. Even those voting in the diaspora, there are people who will take an aeroplane or a train to go and vote. Please spend something for your country, travel, book in a hotel, vote, then go back to where you live comfortably. Let there be some costing from your end for the sake of your country. That is what patriotism is. That's what sense of responsibility calls upon us. There is this John Ndirangu. Let me just address this, and then we continue. All mitumba sellers are not rich and can afford those local manufactured goods. This is a big mistake for Raila at this time of election. People have now changed their mind against Raila. You are the only one suffering from that, Mr. Ndirangu. Grow up. Who said that if the clothes are manufactured, they are going to be expensive? We are talking about the cost of living is high. True, but have people stopped eating simply because the cost of bread now is more, to buy bread now is more expensive than 2 kg of wheat flour? The bottle of milk, the milk we used to buy 40 shillings, it is now 75. We are still buying milk. So you don't limit yourself to where you are, that you can't go anywhere simply because they will be expensive. There is nothing like that. We are in a free market, and the free market, the price is determined by supply and demand. So if there is enough clothes into the market, the prices will drop because it will be in response to the demand available. So if we are 50 million Kenyans, okay, the production of clothes has reached let's say 3 times that, okay. So the prices will be determined by how much is supplied. You can't say that we should encourage Mutumba to remain simply because there are people who can't afford ready-made clothes. We were affording it. I went to primary school, nishonewa nguo ya kwenda shule all my life in primary school. Akuanga na hizi ya kwenda ukota pepa, keuza va, hapana. Everything was made while you wait. And we were doing well as with that kind of economy. That's what we want to get back to. Wewe unataka kuachia watoto wako biashara ya mtumba? Waende kwa port wanangoja mtumba ikuje ndio waende wauze ndio wapate chakula. That's not how to think as a father. Sorry for being too hard, but I think there are some things we just need to deal with them head on. You cannot be reasoning like that and you are a father. No father wants to leave his children begging or waiting on somebody so that they get something. Every father who is rightly thinking, he looks for how to secure the life of his children. You buy properties to secure the future of your children. You ensure that you build them a good facility because their future should be better than your life. But you're fighting to retain Mtumba and you pretend that will make Baba lose vote. Baba has gained more votes than you think by thinking ahead. In fact, if these things came into play by 2007, if we was sworn in 2007 and we went this direction, right now tungekuwa tunaongea hii maneno yote ati COVID ilikuja ikafanya nini, would have been so far. But to all this mindset ya kuturudisha nyuma eti lazima tuende kuomba ndio tukule, let it end there. Let's move forward. Alex wewe ulikuwa chair. Kulikuwa na mchanganyiko, it is my network ilileta kizaza, speed yangu it went back to kilobytes. From MBs to kilobytes to 0. I've struggled mpaka nikaongea na Safaricom. But now it's stabilizing. So naomba turudi kwa debate na tuende moja kwa moja.
Yeah, nashukuru huyo jamaa ambaye ameongea.
Alex, you can guide me from there.
Yeah, I think Olo should take. Olo, can you guide us?
Thank you so much, Alex. I'm asking this question because you are speaking. Now, I just want you to tell us, in America, how many days do you vote? Because I have my friend in Ghana, and they used to vote the same way with you in America. Like, they used to vote like 1 month before, I don't know, like few weeks before. And they trust the electoral processes that, imagine what wanna vote like 1 week.
Yeah, Olo umetoka kidogo but naona umerudi. Yeah, looks like Olo is also struggling. Olo has asked a very good question. In this country, everybody is taken care of. The people in the hospitals, the workers that cannot make it during the voting day because work must continue. All the institutions must continue and function properly. So there's something called mail-in voting. Especially the people who do that are old people. You are given your vote early, that is 2 months before, and the stamp is already put there for you, and you are given a month to fill it out, and it happens after the NDC has been done, the National Convention. The Republicans will do theirs, the Democrats will do theirs, then the debates will begin. So you can't vote without being able to see the first or the second debate. They make sure that you have a clue of who you are voting for, because anything can change. So finally, they will say now you can start sending your mail-in ballots. What made Democrats win this time around is because of essential workers. There are people who work in the hospitals, there are people who work fire stations, there are people who are, essential workers necessary that they cannot come out of their work. They are given this mail-in votes that they send early, but they are not touched. Once you vote, it is held somewhere safely, locked there, and when other votes are cast on the official day, that is when the actual votes are put on one side, the mail sent in on the other side. They will start with the actual one, they finish, then they will go to the mail-in vote. Now, because those are manual, now you look and they put the Republican, Democrat, ABCD, they'll do that and finish, and then they'll merge them together. So the voting season starts 2 months before the election. And they make sure that you have the luxury of watching the debates and making an informed decision. And I think that is where we should go. The problem is, can really your mail get there? Last time, Trump changed in the postmaster. You see, there are positions that the president has that are very dangerous. In the middle of the election, because the mail-in votes were so many and Trump feared he's going to lose, he changed the postmaster so that the letters will be late. But the democracy here is so vibrant, and he was able to be blocked by the court, and the mails were able to get there on time. So even this country has difficulties. Presidents wants to overstay and even steal elections, but the institutions are very effective. So I think that is what you are asking. Can IEBC do that? I don't think IEBC can do that, my friend, because even on that day you're voting, we have problems with IEBC. We don't even know if we are going to do the manual or electronic. So how can you believe then they send in mail? That is the problem with the institutions we are building. And I think that is what Baba wants to empower. Okay, the other one thing I wanted to say is the IEBC, we must recognize, cannot function properly because we are forgetting that IEBC operates in independence. IEBC can only operate and function properly if the census are done properly. The census for last census we did was so skewed that the whole of Nyamira, you want to tell me that the way they did for the 5-year census, you anafanya after how long, the whole of Nyamira, they were saying that we were only adding 3 children per day. 3 children were only being born per day in Nyamira. And I speak of Nyamira because I come from there. I don't want to speak of other areas. But in Kiambu, walikuwa wanazaa 100,000 a day. Is that really possible? So I think we must go back to other institutions to fix IEBC. Chebukati cannot handle IEBC if he doesn't know. If he's given these are what Kenyatta did last time was very wrong, and we must castigate him. When they realized that things were not working very well, they commissioned some committee, and they were saying somebody can go today, tomorrow they have an ID. And those are the fake IDs we have right now that are being cleaned in IEBC. They don't correlate with anything. They were just given. So our other institutions that help IEBC to clean up the register, are not functional. So you can't expect IEBC to be functional if the census was skewed. Do you understand, guys? So we must go back to the Bureau of Statistics, the census, so on and so forth. We clean them back so that once we clean them, then we can help IEBC. So under what criteria does IEBC clean them? They can be taken to court because somebody has an ID. It may not be the correct one, but they were given by the government. What will you do? So I think we are starting in a wrong point. We could have gone back to the census, which we ignored. The census of Kenya today is not the right census. Some areas they were having the people being born like 20 times more. There is a time in 2007, the population of Northeastern increased by 1,000% all of a sudden. But people are going here kwa refugee camps. They were giving people the IDs, the same IDs today. Last week, Ruto was speaking about that. Kama mtu wako na passport, wacha pate ID. You remember how people used to get passports and they don't have a birth certificate. Now they want to use their passports to get an ID, to get a voter's card. Instead of using a letter from your chief to get a birth certificate to get the ID to get a passport. Now we want to go back. In Northeastern, you get your passport first, and then you come your ID, then you come back to your birth certificate. It doesn't work that way. So I think we must fix our registration of deaths and births in the office of the Attorney General. That is the elephant in the room. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Alex. That's a reality we need to live by. Address, because the problem with the censor is the political deceit. There are people who are afraid of census results because of the tribal figures and their involvement in the deciding which direction the election should go. And so when the census come out, in reality, they go and massage the figures and try to balance. And in the course of balancing, they destroy everything. So the whole purpose of the census gets defeated in the same. So we hope with the new government, we'll put right measures so that when we do census and the demographies and the population will be accurate. It is idea budgeting. It is idea future projection. You can't use a wrong figure to project for the future and be accurate at your projections. So we are the people who shoot ourselves in the foot, and we want the foot to carry us to the future. We can't do that. So tukubali kwamba injini yetu kama kuna makosa, we own up the makosa and be able to rectify. But all in all, let's work with what we have, get the best that we can get. But one thing we should all agree on is that we must move forward. And this forward must be forcefully attained. Tusikubali mtu kurudisha nyuma. I think that is that. Can we now listen to Bantu Warrior as we move on?
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Bernard, niko barabarani lakini kwa mzuri sana. Nashukuru, nimetafuta parking nisimame ndio niongee vizuri. Nilikuwa kwenye highway naenda kupeleka dota wangu, nimempeleka huko university, yeye anasomea political ya niko nafikiri network, usio na wasiwasi Bernard, ukiona network iko na shida. Nashukuru sana kumuona Alex hapo. Nashukuru sana kumuona mzee mwenzangu Jakinduwe. Nashukuru kumuona David, Mr. David as usual, na Ann pia yuko hapo na wengine pia, Ochieng, na nafurahia sana. Nimefurahi sana Bwana Bernard, najua wakati kama huu they will attack you in a different direction as far as we are going nearer to the election. Kwa hivyo mimi najua umejipanga na unajua what is coming. Kwa hivyo hakuna wasiwasi. Yangu ni mafupi tu kuongea. Jana niliongea kulingamana na hasla. Niliongea kidogo kuhusu hasla na watu waelezea, nafikiri wengi wanajua kuhusu hasla, meaning ya hasla. Kwa hivyo sitakwenda sana kwa upande huo. Lakini tunashukuru sana kwa organization ya baba Azimio na his team, each and everyone, na sisi sote, na nashukuru sana kwa bwana Bernard kuwa wewe utakuwa mkunjufu kwenye hii platform, na tangu zamani tuko hapa na wewe uko ngangari na kutuweza sisi kukaa katika hii platform, na nimelearn mambo mengi sana, although mimi si politician, mimi ni sportsman, hata wengi wanajua mimi ni mtu wa football hawa. Lakini sasa hii platform imenifanya nianze kuelimika, na ninashukuru sana, nitaendelea kupata elimu, kujua mengi, especially kwa upande wangu wa nchi yangu ya Kenya. Tunashukuru sana kwa Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuwezesha kutupatia baba, na baba angekuwa ameingia kuanzia hiyo miaka ya nyuma, kama vile we Bernard umesema, tungekuwa tuko mbali sana. Lakini Mwenyezi Mungu siku zote huwa na mipango yake, yeye anapanga vile vitu anataka. Na kwa ukweli kusema, tunashukuru sana Mungu kutupatia mtu kama huyu baba, kwa sababu baba ataisongesha hii mbele, hii nchi, na watu wataona maajabu ambao hawajaona, kwa sababu Kinyua, nafikiria Kinyua huwa yuko kwenye hii platform siku zote, anasema wazee wanakaa chini ya mti, lakini vijana wanapanda juu ya mti, wanafikiria wanaona mbali sana, lakini hawaoni mbali. Wazee wako chini ya mti, wanaona mbali. Sisi ni katika wale wazee, nikiongea na Jakindube na wengine, tunaona mbali, na Mr. Alex tunaona mbali sana. Utaona karibu miezi 5-6 iliyopita alikuwa naongea sana kuhusu vijana. Vijana hawa hawanaambiwa wasifuate historia, kwa sababu watu wana erase historia, kwa sababu they have nothing to say about themselves, or there's nothing to show what they have done or what they can do. Kwa sababu ukiangalia nyuma ndio utaweza kujua huyu mtu, kama vile watu wanavyosema CV yako ndio inakufanya wewe kwenye kazi, inakufanya wewe uandikwe kazi. Bila CV huwezi pata kazi. Kwa hivyo hata kwa hawa viongozi wa Kenya Kwisha, ukiangalia ni maconman watupu. Baba ataanzisha new order from 2022, itakuwa ni new order. Hii ya kina Duale, wakina Madevidi, wakina Watangula, sijui wakina Mtua, wakina Kingi, these people they will vanish. Nikiongea tena zaidi, hata huyu Ruto mwenyewe hamtaamini vile baba atafanya mambo, na Martha Karua, na sisi wananchi tuko nyuma yao. Kutakuwa na mabadiliko, hata watu they will not need these guys to come back automatically, kwa sababu kwa kiongozi si lazima utumie pesa. Baba anapendwa bila pesa, that's an example inakuonesha. Na wewe umetumia pesa for 4 years, pesa nyingi sana, na haikufikisha mahali. Kwa hivyo kwa hivi sasa sina mengi ya kusema, ningesema mengi kwa vile niko kwenye highway, natoa nafasi kwa wengine kuongea. Asante sana bwana Bernard, asante sana.
Thank you Bantu Warrior, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, tunashukuru sana kwa uzalendo wako na kujitolea. Congratulations for your daughter and her studies in political science.
Wawili wanasomea political science, 2 girls. The other ones wana mambo mengine. Asante.
Sawa. Thank you. Now where do we go? Dennis?
Okay, there's one thing that I have realized, that these Kenya Kwisha people, they are using our ignorance to confuse most youths of this nation. At first, That is the reason why when Mr. Raila says that poverty, ignorance, and what? Poverty, ignorance, and that are the things that I'm now forgetting. When we
Poverty,
eradicate
ignorance, and
Na
health.
ugonjwa. Na magonjwa.
and ugonjwa, you know, these are the key things that when they are dealt with in a proper manner, then there are some problems that will just automatically fade away. You know, there are some things that we are now arguing just because of ignorance. When Baba says that when he gets into that thing, then he makes sure that Mitumba issue, he will deal with it. And there you will hear people say that Mitumba people have employed so many people, but just try to imagine that now our company, these things are being produced in this country. Our youths are getting jobs. You know, when you are selling Mutumba, it is just between you and your family. But the company which is now producing that thing, it is going to employ unemployed youths. You know, so the ignorance is what is making us now getting into some problems that we were not supposed to get into at the moment. And you see, these Kenya people, they, whatever thing Baba says, they don't see it very possible because they have no idea. You know, when you have no idea about something, even if someone tries to tell you or explain to you about that thing, for you to have the real image of that thing, it becomes very difficult. That is the reason why you see these Kenya people, they are making loudest noise because they have no idea of what Baba is trying to say. I agree with the Bantu warrior because he says that when you are old enough, you are able to see something which is going to happen. But when you are young, it is very difficult for you to make some judgment that may help you in future. So that is the reason why these Kenya people, they make the loudest noise to confuse Kenyans. But when you are very wise, you will see that whenever they make those noise, they just stroll the ditch around the bush and eventually they come at the same point. So the issue is when we are realistic enough, then we are supposed to discover who is right among these two people. Just the other time, which you just say that the issue of IEBC, at the moment for them to settle everything, that when the time reaches, we have the free and fair election. At this moment, I don't see any possibility because there are a lot of complications in IEBC. Otherwise, let me just hold it at that point so that someone can pick it from there.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana Danis. We appreciate it. Naomba tusonge mbele. Tumlete nani? Bwana Imoli. There is, I think there is somebody trying to hack my system and it's on the comment section. He has corrupted the system that when you attempt to block him, it releases some buggers to come and to frustrate my internet. We told you that we are closing out on you. We will soon fish you out. And you're going to name and shame you on this platform. So beware. Imoli, karibu.
Thank you. I'm having another issue. After the IEBC cleared all the presidential aspirants, where we have Baba, we have Arab Mashamba, we have Professor Wajakoya. and there is a trend ambayo huyu mzee amekuja nayo, huyu professor. So nilikuwa nataka we also discuss how if he's going to have any impact in the final tally of the coming election.
No, go ahead. Bernard seems
so
to be.
are you, do you ask a question?
No. I just want a contribution.
No. I'm dealing with this African. Just Alex, continue with the sharing. I'm dealing with this demon. Wacha nimalizane naye kwanza.
Okay, go ahead, Olo.
Okay, thank you so much, Alex. I just want to say that apart from William Ruto and Raila Odinga, I think Wajakoya is the one who's making sense. And I just want to say that I'm not saying this because I'm a bank smoker. I'm apologetic about that. But I just want to say that the things that that Wajakoya is bringing in are really, really very, very important to Kenya. And we are late. It is only that we are supporting Raila. But if it were not that Raila was not there, then I think I would have supported Wajakoya. Because that guy is really, really speaking things that I have always longed for someone to speak about. And I just want to say that going on forward, I would just like him not to give up. Maybe in 2027 or in 2032, we can think about him. Because whatever he's speaking, that guy, he is real. And that is what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, Alex, yeah?
Yeah, you know, an election, you have to ask yourself, why do we vote after every 5 years? Why not 7? Why not 10? And why are elections very important? The world order puts, like, for example, in the present civilization, from the economic background, there is a 5-year plan that the global world puts, and you have to attain it in order to be part of how they demarcate the world into. And you need to ask yourself where we are and why we are there. Because of the question you have asked, let me answer this way. In 2001 or 2002, when Clinton was leaving office, we had a candidate who was a third-party candidate. He elicited a lot of excitement in the debates and the things that he was bringing forth. We ended up going to almost a hung election that made Bush a president rather than Al Gore because of the third candidate. It is dangerous to embrace a third candidate, especially when you are in a decisive election. The moment you start giving them a sort of a leeway, it's easier for the swing vote. You know, we think that a swing vote is a certain county, but there is a general swing vote of young people who have never voted even once, who don't know what is to buy food, what is to pay rent, what is to buy credit. I mean, they are starting life. They haven't tested life into its full fruition or trauma to a point that when they are making the decision of a country, the priorities will be distorted. The reason why those things are here where I am in the US is because they've been able to deal with the priorities. They've been able to deal with their healthcare. They've been able to deal with their transportation. They've been able to deal with their infrastructures. They've been able to deal with the job creation. They've been able to deal with the basic human guaranteed rights. Yes, what Wajakoya is saying is right and will excite us. You cannot jump from kindergarten and do a wedding on grade 2. I'm a class 2. I mean, even if you did a wedding, it would be a mock wedding. Even if we were to embrace everything he's saying, we will have jumped stages that we really need to make a foundation as a country. And what that will do, Mr. Olo, we are going to have a big gap between the rich and the poor, and there will be no middle class people. And we have to be very careful. We must have a priority of creating jobs. And whatever means it can mean to create those jobs, create them. When Obama became a president, he had to create jobs by force. And I will give you one sector which was transportation. When goods come from China, they don't go direct to Naivas, let's say in Kenya. They will go first of all to California. From California to the port, Walmart is the biggest supermarket. They will go to Arkansas, which is their headquarters, and next there is Memphis, which is their port. And from there, they will be distributed to states. And every state has a district distribution. From a district distribution, they will go to a primary distribution. From a primary distribution, they will go. So you'll find goods coming from California, they come to Arkansas, they go back to Arizona, and then go back to where? California. Though they came from California again, you have to intentionally create jobs. So what Kenyans need is jobs. You cannot bypass that and start embracing what Wajakoyo, whatever he's saying, is not going to create enough jobs for everybody. We want an economy whereby we truly have a middle class, and the middle class is the centerpiece and the concrete foundation of any economy. And the definition for a middle class today in Kenya is very simple. It's a person who is able to pay rent, person who is able to bankroll, pay school fees, and have their basics met, even though they are not saving. The reason why Ruto has been able to do what he has been able to do is because people do not have basic things like healthcare, wanapeleka watoto shuleni, wanatoa mili kwa mochari. We have to eliminate things that people take advantage of the poor first in order to embrace what Wajakoyo is saying. So for me, I'll say this. I like what he's saying, but if you give him headlines, we will jump and we will create a scenario that US created in 2001, whereby we didn't know if it's Al Gore who won. We didn't know if it's Bush who won. We had to go to the Supreme Court, but the person who had eaten the votes was the third candidate, who is like Wajakoya today. I think if I was to tell my AZIMIO people is that don't listen to Wajakoya, because they will change your mind and you will forget your mission is to liberate this country. You have Baba for only one term. When Baba goes, you will not have the privilege we have of a person who is able to bring Kenya together, kama Azimio la Umoja, and then a person who is able to give us hope. Inawezekana. Remember, Baba is buying from Obama, yes, we can. So the word inawezekana is basically, yes, we can. So we must create an economy before we embrace what other first world countries are doing. But if you want to embrace that with people who are poor, Ruto will always be the center point of our politics because he has people to lie to. You have to remember that. So we must vanish and deplete the people Ruto is lying to. If you can't deplete that people Ruto is lying to, we have Ruto forever in our politics. So how do we get Ruto away? Is by going back to our priorities. We finish poverty and those three things we said, then we create now the environment and the economy that Wajakoyo is talking about. I don't think Wajakoyo understands that when doing that, we are giving votes to Ruto. Thank you.
Alex, thank you. You have a very good point. Huh? Hello, Alex.
Hold on.
Alex,
Yes,
can you
Oscar,
hear me? I'm saying this, huh?
Yeah, Bernard has a problem. You can go on. I think Bernard is
Okay.
dragging. Just go on.
Okay, Alex, you think you've got a very good point, huh? But here I'm on the ground, and you see now whatever is happening currently. You see, there are youth, there are specific number of youth who are really dancing to the Wajakoya's tune. So that's why I'm now getting worried. You get the point?
Yes, we get the point, and I think even the media has been in support of that. You can't ignore Wajakoya, but what we are saying, we must set a precedence and a narrative. We cannot be afraid or be worried of a passing glance. In any elections, we have those who will excite us. We had Dida and we had many other people. If we make them the centerpiece of our campaign and forget the 10-point agenda, then it's easier for us to get out of that narrative. But I don't know what Olo will say. I think maybe he has a better answer. Olo.
Alex, have you ever smoked ganja? Do you know how ganja is sweet? I just want to ask you that. Because, you know, for us who smoke ganja.
David, you're crossing the line.
Okay,
David, you're
thank you.
crossing the line.
I'm sorry, thank
Very
you.
much. Let's do this, please. Let's respect this platform, and let's remain within the facets of why this platform exists. Wajakoya and his
Weka mzee sanitize hiyo maneno kwanza. Bantu wale sanitize hiyo maneno kwanza.
Asante sana Alex, asante sana panels wenzangu na ndugu yangu, nakupenda sana David, lakini hiyo issue it is in a wrong place in a wrong time, na kuomba sana tuiweke kando. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you. Let's do this. Let's focus and let's do what is right. There is not one solution or one magic approach to fixing the economy issue in Kenya. Things that we have gotten into gradually, we will always get out gradually. Let everybody appreciate that. There was a time when the economy was stopped and we started going down and down and down over a period of time. It will also take a period of time before we all come up. So whoever thinks that he will do one thing that will take care of everything, that is the wrong approach, because you will concentrate on this and leave the other ones to go down. So by the time you bring this up, these ones you have lost. So we need a holistic approach whereby we do mitigation, we do subsidy, we do reproduction, we do manufacturing, so that we have many things on the plate that if one goes off, we'll have 7 more that we can resort on, and we sustain the economy using them. So if it's just one product you want to bring in the market and you think that product being in the market is able to fetch all the money we need in Kenya, Kenya needs money, yes, but money will not be the answer to all Kenyan problems. And that's why I'm not in support of bottom-up, because bottom-up is about distributing money. We don't want to distribute money. We want to put the resources that Kenya has to use, okay? We have 50 million Kenyans, that is resource. We have land, that is resource. We have graduates, that is resource, okay? We have able people who did not make it to university, that is still resource. We have just to deploy them, then they begin to reproduce, including the people behind bars, that is still part of the wealth of this country. It just needs to be put to proper use. And so we shouldn't get carried away by one person who thinks that by getting what is not, no, we shouldn't buy into that. We need to be more realistic, because we can't hand over the future of this country to an unpredictable foundation. We need to have a predictable foundation where agriculture brings in, tourism brings in, education brings in, whatever transport brings in. We have all holistic, so that if the year that agriculture has failed, okay, tourism will do mitigation of the same. We won't even feel the change, because the tourism sector will have done so well that the foreign and from the foreign exchange from tourism will take care of the failures we had in agriculture. Then let's talk about livestock. If it does very well and the maize do poorly, we will have other crops that are coming in to mitigate, so that there will be no time we will have enough food for all Kenyans. Now, if we don't give it that holistic approach, we are setting ourselves up for another disappointment, and it will take another 50 years before we have a Raila moment. That's one thing you need to understand. The opportunity we have now, we will not always have it. In my opinion, we've been given a second chance that if we don't use it, we are doomed. It will take another 50 years to get two leaders who are going to agree to help the country if we let this opportunity go. So Kenyans, msichezewe, msizungushwe na akili. On the other hand, there are also people on the ticket who have been sponsored by the same other people on the ticket to frustrate the other people from making it. That happens in politics. Is that not what Mudavadi is crying now? He has ANC, MCS, he has ANC MPs, but UDA has also brought the MCS, and they don't want to give him breathing space. Now he's crying to people in Luya. It's a mess. Let's realize that. It is not okay. You want to turn this one into avocado and bang debate. Let's not go there, please. Thank you. Tusikilize nani huyu. Ana uko na la kusema kabla tumlete Lawrence?
Yes, Bernard, I would like to say this to you kwa sababu huku mashinani nimesikia vile wamekuwa wakichangia kuhusu hiyo mambo ya profesa. But I have been mentoring youth and telling them to change the way they think so that they change their life. Because in Kenya now, Profesa kweli anaongea vizuri, lakini hatujakomaa sisi wa mama kumwelewa vile anasema. That is number one. Number two, the same as youth. Like now, hawa wana youth wetu wanasema wanakuja kwa election wanachaguana. But in my praise, ukienda kwa ofisi ya commissioner kama ya DC, utapata kuna IDs za 35 and below. Ziko huko za more than 3,000 youth. Wanakuja kuchaguana na nini? Kama IDs ziko huko, that is kumaanisha hawana vote. And they are the ones wamekuwa wakichangia huku kwa mikutano all the time wanakimbia. And I keep on telling them, whoever is caring inchi yake, saa ile kuna itano hiyo mikutano ya kukimbia huko, huwezi ukampata huko. That is a serious voter. Yeye ako kwa shughuli huku, either anauza sweet zake na kakaton huko kwa town, akigojea tu time ya kwenda voting, aende akachague mwenye atamsaidia. So when Oro is supporting professor, kumbuka kuna wana youth watakuja kutumia hiyo sasa unasema in another way ya kuwaharibu, waharibike kuliko vile wewe unafikiria, because wao hawajui maana ya hiyo professor anasema. There is somewhere atakuja kama anataka professor tumsupport in the future. First of all, create awareness. atuambie ni nini hiyo anasema. Like me as a mother, I was having an IT guy in my office. Saa hii sina yeye kwa sababu hiyo kitu nasema ni nzuri imeshamharibu. Right now he is loitering huko kwa street. How can you tell me to support somebody who is saying something yenye nimeshaona imeharibu mtu? And who was a good guy IT in my office. Kwa hivyo yes, kwa nyinyi mnaweza ona akisema vizuri, lakini kwa sisi wa mama, the time tu aliitaja tuliweka red card. Kama sijui youth kama mnaweza kumfanya akuwe president mkiwa sisi wa mama hatuko. So there is time yenye atakuja atueleze alitoka from nowhere, sisi hamtumjui, akakuza akaanza kusema vile anaweza fanyia Kenya. Kama anataka in future aanze sasa kutuelezea. Raila akiwa kwa kama president, na yeye ajitokeze atuelezee the meaning of what he is saying, so that in future tunaweza kumsupport. But mambo ya hizo vitu mnasema in Kenya tutakaa by the way, kwa sababu sisi wa mama, so unasikia tuko na mama movement. Sisi saa hii tunalenga Martha Karua because tumeshaiwahi muona vile ametetea Kenya. Tunalenga Raila kwa sababu tumeshamuona vile ametetea Kenya. Somebody from nowhere akuja niambia atabadilisha Kenya yangu. How? The same as Ruto. Mimi is my DP. Yes, tulimchagua. But since aliingia kwa serikali, mimi nimekuwa nikiona aki insight sisi kukua against serikali yenye tulimchagua. Mimi kama mama mwenye ako na akili za biashara na mama mwenye ako na akili za kulea watoto wake, how can I go kusupport someone mwenye amekuwa kwa that government yenye anasema ni mbaya and hakuteki time ya kurekebisha ili mambo ikuwe mzuri kwa that government. If you have a bad woman, a bad wife or a bad husband, unatoroka badala ya kumtengeneza ili muendeleze maisha ya kulea watoto. You can't do that. Utaweza kujaribu, mimi najaribu vile bwanangu atakuwa mzuri so that nyumba yetu ikuwe poa, ama tulee watoto wangu, unaona. Lakini saa hii akiniambia ati support me because ile government ya kwanza imefail. Yes, including him amefail because alikuwa kwa that government. That is how I can say. Kwa hivyo tu support mwenye ako na maono. Since alianza kutetea Kenya tumeona kazi amefanya. Na ni somebody who is in peace, anaambiangwa kuja tushikane sababu watu wetu wanataka usaidizi kutoka kwako, na anakuja hajipigi kifua. The same as Martha Karua alikuwa anasimama kama president, akishindwa ana step down, yeye anarudi tu chini, anaendelea kusupport the community. Then how can you tell me someone from nowhere I support him kwa sababu ati ako na maono mzuri yenye hakuniambia mbeleni so that ni msupport? How can I support somebody amekuwa kwa hiyo kiti anasema ni mbaya na yeye mwenyewe alikuwa ndani? And that is how I want to use it, wajue ukweli. Mnatumiwa kama a stepping stone ya mtu aende akatafutie watoto wake chakula ama aongezee utajiri. The meaning of hiyo jina mumeanza kujiita hasura. Hata saa hii akuwe president, he is not putting money in your pocket. Usipochukua kakato ni use sweet ama uajiriwe kwa hiyo factory kama hiyo Raila anasema, akishaingia ameingia, hata kukumbuka wewe. Kwa hivyo kwanza mwana youth achange mafikiriwa, change the way you think so that you change your life. That's all I can tell the youth. Hapo nimeongea kwa wana youth because nimewaona vile the movement yenye wanatembea nayo, but it is not good by the way. Hiyo tu ndio naweza sema, Bernard.
Asante sana Ann, asante sana, and that is straightforward. David, what is it?
Thank you so much, Bernard. I just want to say that, many Kenyans are very conservative, but I just want to tell you that bang is good. You don't like someone telling you this, but I want to tell you that think about it. There is no precious thing.
I won't hear about that language. Ngoja nisikilize. Okay? There is a reason why bang is banned in the country. There is a reason why it is referred to as an illegal substance. Not that it doesn't have use. It has use. But when it is abused, its results are dire. So before we allow anything to any public anywhere, we have to weigh the merits and the demerits. You don't give it just economic consideration. We introduced tobacco growing in Kenya, okay? When tobacco was allowed in Kenya, and most of the farmers in Western and Nyanza began to grow tobacco. But what happened? The production of the land was affected by the growing of tobacco. Where they used now to grow maize are no longer growing because of the tobacco effect on the ground. The same thing, there is a crop that was brought here by Nyayo for semi-arid areas. Now the crop it's affecting the land, or if animals consume it, they die. So you go and import a problem, you plant it, then it overshadows you, then it overwhelms you, then you begin to complain about the same. So although we are not saying that Bang doesn't have any positivity, it has positive sides. And Kikwetu Ventures here ameniambia is in the medical field, and there is how it is used even to control pain for cancer patient. Right now I'm having a cancer patient, and I've been struggling to take care of the young man. What I want us to understand is we should differentiate when you are talking about a personal issue and a national issue. Wewe David, unaweza kuwa uko na self control, unajua vile utachicontrol na hiyo maswala, okay? Lakini wewe huwezi control wa Kenya, huwezi fuatana na huyo jamaa anasema tutoe maua yote hii tumepanda, Kidero grass yote tung'oe, tupande bangi kwe kila sehemu. Yani even his reasoning itself is wanting, because you can't do that. If he wants to do large-scale importation and export of bang, akuje Ali's land, okay? Let that land be fenced, all right? Let him grow. Let it have an airstrip inside that land. After he harvests his commodities, the aeroplane will drop in. He carries to wherever he wants to take it. He brings us the money. We can talk business that way. Lakini anataka kufungua inchi to sink into drunkardness. Well, did you see how Michuki and who? Michuki and even Uhuru suffered in dealing with illicit brew in Central peke yake? Now, illicit brew alone that had made our young people went flat. Uliona wa mama kwa street, Mama Selina hapa aliwaambia, mama kwa street wana demand haki yao. Vijana wameenda kabisa, wamelalala flat, wakifika nyumbani kazi ifanywi tena. Ikawa sasa tufanye kukawa na, niko na rafiki yangu anaitwa Murumbuta kwa Facebook, anasema sasa tufanye nini? Tufanye fundraising, majamaa wa Western wote wa end exchange program, at least wafanye relief program. Now I'm saying that as a pastor, and I'll be fought for the same. But I'm just quoting Murumbuta, is my friend. Now, hiyo kazi yote inaletwa na nini? Illicit brew. So if illicit brew, the government has to fight tooth and nail to control it. Can you imagine if bang was the flowers in Nairobi, the flowers, the trees being drawn on the highway? Hapo katikati kwa barabara, ile hewa tunapumua hapo ni banki, kando ni banki, backyard ni banki, front ni banki. Now, how are you going to control that? So let us all appreciate that if there is value in it, let's compare the advantage, the disadvantage. Then, if we are to accept it as a cash crop, how do we control it first? Because if it spills on the street, who is going, where are we taking the future? That's the kind of responsible way and approach that I would want Wajakoya and the team to come and explain to us. And that's why I really want to be on that debate. Your debate, your presidential debate, nataka nikuwe hapo, nataka hiyo majibu nipewe wazi. Yes or no, niko nini?
Okay, Bernard, mimi sina shida na Wakisii na Waluya na Wajaluo wakivuta bangi because most of my friends whom I smoke with ni Wakisii na Waluya na Wajaluo. So kama bangi inaharibu Central, then let us burn it in Central. We allow our Nyanza people to smoke in peace. So why would we?
Hello, good night. See you later. Thank you very much. You have tried, but we can't work that way. Thank you. I think today you took an overdose and it seems to be driving you crazy. Relax kwanza, taongea na wewe ukishapona. Let us all be responsible na tukikuja kwa hii platform tuache mchezo. Jana I was fought by Julia Manani for allowing somebody to speak and the person was outrightly drunk. So na mimi siko na hiyo blow inaitwa nini, alcohol blow. Na hata nikiwa nayo itakuwaje uko kwa nyumba yako, mimi niko kwangu. So please let's respect this platform. Let's do what is patriotic and necessary for this platform. Let's not joke around, please, because in my opinion, some of us are just joking. It's not an issue of being narrow-minded or broad-minded. There is no, you cannot allow snakes into the street until you have enough venom nini antidote. You must have that first. You will not let snakes everywhere in the school compound until you have known how you're going to do what? Control the children from meeting the snakes, or what language the children will talk when they meet the snake. That is how a mature nation thinks. You don't just think one way that utaona pesa ile itaingia hapa wakati hii maneno. Si kuna miraa tunaiuza. It has been in international market all through. It's just a few years ago when they had issues with Somali and the other places, but they have been selling it freely. How much change has it brought to the country that we can say we are here because of Mira? I know people in Meru will fight me, but I know it has done something substantial in Meru. My bishop went to preach there and he was given an offering of the same. Na akapiga selfie akasema sasa hii nifanyeje? Tukamwambia jipange. All the same. So let's not think only one way. That's my advice. Mama Selina, karibu.
Asante sana Penat. Unajua kuna vitu ingine hata masikio ya watu haitaki kusikia. Hii Amerika watu wanakufa, watoto wadogo Penat, tunaona wanachukua punduki, watoto ya 18 years kwa sababu ya hii pangi. Wakilewa wameuana, hakuna inchi kwa sababu ya hiyo mchezo ya kusema ati pangi inakuwa legalized. So unakuta watoto wadogo wanafuta, akili ichakoma. Hii vituko yote iko hii inchi hii, unaona watu wanauawa, mtu anaenda shule, mtoto ya 18 years anaenda kuua watoto ya nursery. Can you imagine? Watoto ya 3 years, 4 years kwa sababu hiyo bangi inaonyesha. So hata hiyo vitu kama wamama hatutaki hata kuongea, hiyo ishindwe, hata isikuje kwa hii nini. Hata isiwache niende mjadala ya leo ya kwamba naona baba hayuko, walitoka nje na Kalonzo. Naona pia mnasema deputy president ameenda. Haya, na Mudavadi nimeona video akilia, ingawa sikusikia Kiluya yote, lakini kidogo kidogo ya kuomba maji. Bernard, lazima utuambie. Chama anasema Ruto anataka kuchukua MCA ya UDA. Sijui anataka kufanya nini. Sasa mimi nimekwisha inaitwa nini, ANC. Unajua Bernard, mwenye alisemanga eri shetani ile unajua kuliko malaika hujaimwona. Mudavadi aliona malaika na si makosa yake. Nasikia mama alienda akachukua pesa. Sasa aliambia baba lazima ufuate. Angetetea. Hii wanaume ya kukontroliwa ni mbaya sana pena. Now, why is he crying? Alitusi papa, ameita papa machina. Nao wanalipa. Ruto alishajua hawezi kuwa rais. Kasi yenye alikuwa naambia watu anasema tung'ang'ane, at least tukue na more members of parliament, tukue na MCS. Yeye anatafuta ile pesa ya political parties. Alijua kitambo hiyo kiti hakuna. Sasa akapata wakachomea. Ndio hiyo Amazon Kingi analia. Sasa watalia wakuja happy penalty. So nataka kusema baba ametoka na Kalonzo, wacha wakuje. Unajua sasa ni serikali inatengenezwa. Na Kalonzo atakuwa minister yetu ya foreign affairs. Na yeye pia kuna ile anajua hatuwezi assume, so wacha watoke nje. Na Kenya tumewaachia Apple our deputy president, na Kenya kwisha deputy president yenye hata hawezi kuwa na penalty, musaidie yeye hata akuwe na watu 100 jameni. Si musaidie Kashakwa jameni, hata ngalau yani aki kabisa mnamfanya hivyo haki wa Kenya haki na mlikula pesa. Kwani Alex, hiyo pesa yote mlikula ya wenyewe? Hata mkutano simuwadanganye tu. Sasa simutafanya hii watu wakufe haki. Wanaenda Meru, wanajaribu NAROK imeteleza. Wanajaribu Central sasa. Na hivyo itafanyika. Nimekubali vile huyo mama amesema. Haitis ile imejaa ni ya vijana. Vijana hana hasara. Kama mtu ameshindwa kuwa na girlfriend, ameshindwa kukuwa na mtoto, kasi yake nini ingine? Ni kukunywa hiyo pombe na kukuja kuruka. Hata ukimwambia toa nguo yote uniimbe, atatoa juana chake. So mimi hapo, mimi nimefurahi. Nasikia Kimani Ngonjiri. Can you imagine? Kimani Ngonjiri ametusi Uhuru jameni. Hakuna kitu achaita Uhuru. Hakuna kitu achaita baba. Ati naona sahi analia anasema Raila tosha. Tosha nini? Baada ya kujua serikali imeenda na ameshindwa na mwanamke, sahi anatuambia baba tosha. Tosha wapi? Baba alitosha kitambo. Liki Nyanjui ni gavana ya Nakuru. Kimani Ngonjiri, umetusi Uhuru, hakuna majina uchamuita. Umetusi Raila, hakuna jina uchaita. Alafu sasa unasema unaenda. Unataka kwenda wapi? Kaa nyumbani, chunga watoto yako. Na hata ni afadhali ulisema uko tayari ukitaka kwenda pinguni, mlango ni wasi. Ulichiombea. Hivyo ndio watu wanafanya penalty. Wanasema yale unaomba duniani hata pale pinguni iko. So mimi ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema leo ni kwamba wa Kenya tafadhali. Watu ya Kenya kwisha. Mudavadi, earthquake. Ukujua hiyo earthquake. Unajua nilisema, ukichimba shimo, usichimbe mrefu. Ukifikiria mtoto ya jirani ataingia, ni yako ataingia ama wewe mwenyewe. Mudavadi, tunashukuru hiyo earthquake. Ikumalize na Luyaland wa mama wamesaa vijana na wamesaa wasichana. Na wako entitled kukuwa na viongozi wale wamesaliwa. Wewe baba yako alikuachia moyo unajua hii watu pena niko na shida na watu wenye wanatakanga kuachiliwa. Unajua mtu anasema uniwachie, leo ni yangu. Kesho tena hataki kutafuta, ikifika anasema uniwachie. Those are not quality leaders. A leader ni ule anatoka pale chini, anajitafutia. So sitaki kuchukua nafasi mingi, najua watu iko, lakini chenye nataka inifurahishe baba afumsika arudi, mama afanye kazi, wametingiza dunia. Kenya kwisha pia naye tribute angetoroka kama Ndwale Waislamu. Unajua pena Muislamu akikutoa suruali hakuna kitu ingine imepaki. Kama unashautiwa huko kwenyu. Na Jabukati hiyo kura tumeambiwa milioni 2 na kitu, hiyo milioni 1 inatolewa. Chebukati anajua Penat, anaenda retire January. This is the last election anafanya. Anataka kukilina mess yake amefanya, ili akitoka January sisi hatuna shida. Baba anaingia serikali, si atufuatangi vitu kidogo kidogo, atengeneze hiyo IEBC. Lakini tumeambiwa kuna kura 200 ilikuwa ya watu wamekufa. Tunaambiwa kuna watu sijua alifanya nini. So at least ile point 10 baba alipatia IEBC. Na Martha Karua wakati alichakuliwa alisema Chebukati, it is not too late. These 2 months tunataka kujua ukweli IEBC inafanya nini. Nyinyi mkicheza ni ndani, na Martha Karua alisema si IEBC China, naenda kwa Alex, naenda kwa Penat, naenda kwa Selina, naenda kwa Ocheng, akuje ati IEBC. IEBC haina ubaya. A person individual. Kama wewe kwanza Chebukati, wewe ndiye mkubwa, ati wewe ni returning officer ya kiti ya president, utachipata wewe. So Wakenya wanataka haki. Hiyo tu, tupatiwe haki yetu. Baba naye Mungu alijua, akae ndiye akuja aokoe nchi yetu. Asante Penat. Nimemalizia hapo, nisikie watu.
Thank you Mama Selina. Tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako. Ni muhimu tuangazie masuala vizuri, tuelewe kule nchi inatoka na kule inaenda. Kuna huyu anaitwa Geoffrey Ruto. Hii inaitwa Mtembei TV. Okay? Mtembei TV is a public platform. Kila mtu anakaribishwa, awe wa UDA, awe wa chama cha mashinani au ODM. Munyote mnakaribishwa. Shida yangu ni moja tu, watu kuja kwa hii platform na kujaribu kuhack system. Hack the attempt to hack our systems, hack our phones, try to slow down our internet. Hiyo kazi yote mnafanyia inawasaidia nani? We are not against your opinion, but we are here to shape the opinion that will help the country, not the opinion of everybody. We are in a free country, yes. Freedom of speech, yes. But that freedom of speech is not unlimited. It's limited to the degree it interferes with another person's liberty. You cannot demand a right that gives you a right to step on my shoe and step on my head and step on. You don't have a right to do that. So if you want to debate on Mtembei TV, come and debate. But if you come with an ulterior motive to twist things, you post one thing over and over again. You are the bagger that we are fighting. Repeated everything. You post one thing, it splits into 7. Those are the things you are using to hack our system, and we are not going to allow that. Alafu unatuma wenzako kuja kukutetea. Sisi hatutakubali mambo kama hayo. Kama unataka kudebate, come and debate. Lakini kama uko hapa kusympathize with UDA, we are not the custodians of UDA. I even don't know where UDA office is. I don't know where UDA office is. So please just come up with the UDA platform, do UDA stuff there. But if you want to participate in this, you come according to our standing orders and according to our acceptable rules of debate. We have not forced you to believe what we are saying. We have not forced you even to be on this platform. So choose where you are comfortable and enjoy staying. If you must be here, then you must stay the way we said you stay. Thank you. So hiyo chapter naifunga hivyo. Na if you want to debate, ukitumia insult, tunakublock. Ukijaribu kuhack hii system, we block you, and we are following you. We don't stop at the blocking. We are following you up. Tutakamata watu. before in the next 2-3 weeks we will have brought somebody in custody. Tunapeleka watu kamiti. Hii si hatutaki mchezo. Because what harm have we done to you? Giving people a platform for people to talk, how does it affect you and make you to an extent of you hack a system? You have hacked my YouTube channel where I've lost all my preachings. All the preachings I had put on YouTube, they have all disappeared because somebody hacked my system and ran away with my channel. Now I can't access it. So preaching nayo ilikuwa na kuaffect aje? Is that also against your freedom of speech? It's about time people grew up. Thank you. Wacha nimlete Steve. Endelea tafadhali.
Yes, good morning Bernard, good morning Dennis, and I think it's good evening for Alex and Mama Selina. Jambo. First I want to start with the story ya Wajakoya. I always say, unajua Bernard, you should start being strict. Don't give people platform to start telling us about bank here, please. Try to cut off those people. Ni nani alivuta bangi akafanikiwa katika maisha? Surely hakuna, unless the medicinal value of bank, but if you want for the recreation value of it, it's none. Hakuna mtu alivuta bangi akafanikiwa, by the way. From experience, from people we see in the streets, nobody will ever be successful by smoking bang and abusing that drug. So don't entertain such people like Olo next time to come and start giving us their crap here, telling us it's good. No. Don't entertain such people, because at the end of the day, other people are looking onto us here. We have teenagers who will be looking at us here. If they see what we are trying to entertain here, it's not good actually, yeah? So wacha niachie hapo kwa hiyo. Okay, nitachukua na hii ya Mudavadi. The guy is, Mudavadi is just confused, but at least now he's facing the reality, because Raila is bad, as they put it and they say it, but Raila will never have fielded a candidate in his backyard. I'm very sure about that. He has never done that, and he will have never done that. Without zoning or with zoning, Raila is a very honorable person na anapenda kuheshimu wenzake. Hii mambo Ruto anafanyia Mudavadi surely si mzuri. It's undemocratic, because but he chose himself to be there. So let's not sympathize with him. Let him face the music. At the end of the day atajua hajui. Okay, alafu nitaendelea hapo kwa Kenya Kwanza. I've not had time to see their campaigns today, but I think it's getting more slippery as the time reduces, and it's going to get more slippery because people are now getting the reality. People are now awakening from their slumber ile wamekuwa wakitubombard nayo kwa miaka minne. Watu wameanza kuamka, na you see by the way they have been behaving the last 5 days after the unveiling of the manifesto of AZIMIO. They are trying to be petty because they are trying to run with a narrative that won't work, because it will never make sense. Raila is for the good of this country. What he's trying to say is for the good of this country. So if you see them running away with such a petty narrative, it's just that they're out of order, they're out of ideas, they don't have anything to say to Kenyans anymore, because they have been telling us the same things for 4 years. Matapeli, mtu wa kung'oa reli for 4 years. Watu wamechoka kusikia. Watu wamechoka, hawataki kusikia tena hii mambo yao. So it's a new beginning. People want to hear what Martha Karua is coming with now. So I think Kenya Kwanza wako na kazi kubwa sana. Kuna kazi hapa mbele ambayo hawataweza. They'll go everywhere, they'll be heckled. I'm not saying heckling a politician is good, but it shows that people are tired. Unajua mtu mjinga kirevuka, unajua we mwerevu ndo unakuwa kwa shida. Mwerevu unapata shida sana. Wajinga wameanza kuerevuka sasa. I want to say what Mama Selina is saying. You know, I've been living with Muslims for some time. Ukiona Muslim amekuheckle hivyo, they are such peaceful people. In fact, a Somali to heckle you, to try even to bring you down, to address you, it shows that you are unwanted. You are one of them, but unwanted hivyo tu bado. So it's serious. Duale, I don't even think he'll defend his Garissa seat. I'm not sure he's going to retain that seat. I'm seeing him going home. I'm seeing him going home on a serious note because mambo yao imekwisha sasa. Mambo yao imekwisha. Watu wamejua ukweli, watu wanaenda mbele, watu wanataka mabadiliko. Ile wave imekuja na matakarua ni it's just the real tsunami now. Hiyo ndio itabeba hii takataka yote. Hata hatutaki Indian Ocean ni karibu. Peleke Mediterranean Sea huko. Waende kabisa na wasirudi. It's good because you see what Ruto is doing actually. This guy is somehow smart. He's not that dumb. He's somehow smart. He's trying to eliminate his future opponents, and he has succeeded in eliminating Mudavadi. He has succeeded in eliminating the Papa Waromo, although he's not a threat anyhow. Okay, Kalonzo ameshindwa because Kalonzo alirealize mwisho. So it's clear that he was planning post 2022. He knew 2022 was not for him. It was not going to be for him. So by doing what he's doing to Mudavadi, he's just disabling him from inside. Because if your home MCA is going to be from UDA, what are you going to tell people? Who are you going to be a kingpin for? Utaambia nini watu ati mimi ni kingpin wa Western wakati MCA wako ni mtu wa UDA? That's I think the plan behind all this. So I'm gonna let him Mudavadi cry, but at the end of the day, there's something he's going to realize that hata inzi wakuwe wengi vipi, hawezi kumaliza kinyesi ya binadamu. Hata wakuwe wengi vipi, hawawezi. Watajaribu lakini wataacha hivyo hivyo. Nimemalizia hapo, asante.
Nakuambia mafumbo. Sisemi kitu. Alex.
I think tunafurahia vile kampeni inaendelea kuenda na mahali imefika. Kuna vitu ambavyo wazee walikuwa wametuambia hapa mbeleni and we really doubted that it's going to be true, lakini sasa hivi Kenya mahali imefikia, I think farasi ni mmoja, farasi sio wawili anymore. When William Ruto is not on a campaign, he has nobody to campaign for him. And I think this is what we don't know how to articulate about. In Mombasa, Kingi umeona maneno amefanya. Kingi kaenda juzi, akachukua the biggest billboard, akaweka picha ya jamaa wa hapa, akaweka signs mbili za nani? Za Raila. Aisha Jumwa alikataa kwenda debate. Sasa mahala tu maybe mahala when we were doing the census ni Kwale, but probably it's because people haven't gone to Kwale to campaign, and I think that should be the next place whereby Martha Karua should go, rally wanawake wote and make sure that they put, because what Martha Karua did in Mombasa yesterday or the day before yesterday showed that even the women in the coastal areas are excited about her candidature. Unapoona kwenda Western, I don't know what's going on with Kenya Kwanza. I am not seeing Mudavadi campaigning. Mudavadi is complaining. Unapoangalia, and Kip should be here. I remind him, you know, Kip is always worried about Bungoma. You know, the reason Bungoma ODM did not win any seat is because of Baba generosity. When they did the zoning, and Baba akakubali kuwa wacha Bungoma ikuwe zoned, Baba retreated completely. Baba gave Wetangula the best deal, even kuliko Musalia Mudavadi, because the whole of Bungoma was put in the hands of who? The hands of Wetangula. That's why you see Wetangula enjoyed. He won his seat. The governor was from him, and so on and so forth. But this time around, he has no luxury. In fact, the people, if you hear what Lusaka is speaking, it's like a comedy. Lusaka needed a vehicle to get to the governorship. And the other one was full, akakubali kuchukua vehicle ya Wetangula. But you see how he's playing. He say, I have a good relationship with Raila, I have a good relationship with Uhuru, but he's not speaking about his relationship with who? With Wetangula. So you can see that the country has come to a point whereby farasi ni mmoja. But as we said yesterday, we should continue to campaign and consolidate now this excitement into votes. We must ask ourselves very cogent questions on, okay, if that is true, you have raised a few questions today that how do we prevent people going from Nairobi or from our stronghold and traveling on election day? How can we hype up the stronghold of Baba like in Nyanza? I think people are demoralized, and when you're seeing Central, and that is why I say there was no election. I mean, when you're saying Central in some places was 97% of turnout, and then you tell me Kisumu it was only 69.8, which is 70%. So 30% of voters did not go to vote. I don't think so. 2017 election was so vital to a point that I think more people from Nyanza voted. But I think IEBC bungled, and you can almost see that. But again, traditionally, the people in Nyanza and Western have always had a low turnout, and the people in the coastal. So I think this time around, we must create a system that makes sure that on the voting day, days before voting, we know how people are going to be given good transportation to the place of voting and go back to their homes. Don't stay in the polling station, because I think Baba has an army of agents who can do his jobs better in the polling station, and some of us should not loiter there for no apparent reason. So I think we must start sealing the loopholes. We must speak about sealing the loopholes. And those are the ones I think that are happening. Wekesa just sent for us something in the group. I'm not sure if it's true or not, because I haven't seen it from any directive of Kisi groups that Ongeri is out of the gubernatorial seat, which is dangerous from my side. But it is wrong. It is wrong in some areas. And I think now we need to push our leaders more. That, and I'll give you scenarios that I know, not the ones that I've heard about or read about. I must speak from my area. In Kisi gubernatorium, we have all candidates. We have one from Wiper, we have one from DAP, we have one from ODM, but our competitor, UDA, has only one candidate. There is no ANC, and there is no Ford Kenya. We must come into sanity that the reason we lost some seats in Western and also in Nairobi and some places over the country is because NASA refused to look at the strongest candidate and say, well, wachana kuvai, let him vie for this. And if they cannot listen, I think people need to sit down and say, hey, Ongeri, in as much as Alex liked you and agitated for you before the nomination, if the person leading the polls is Simbarati, you cannot vote for Ongeri, because voting for Ongeri is voting for UDA, or voting for another person competing against UDA is voting for Simbarati. And I think that is the problem we are having some places with AZIMIO. I know it's a coalition of the willing. I know we are embracing all parties, but there is no point of a party that is so small, that still associated, has not so many followers, going against a leading candidate when we are seeing the polls are coming neck to neck with the leading contenders. So I think those are the loopholes that we must seal now. Nakuru, I will talk about that, Madam Selina. Mtoto hata akue mbaya aje. The prodigal son, when he came to his senses, the Bible says, when he came to his senses, he said, I will go back to my father's house. I don't want him, I don't myself to be treated as a son. I'll be treated as one of the hired servants. If Ngujiri wants to come back as a hired servant, he has sensed defeat. We cannot say no. He has a following, and I am glad that he he already moved to Kinyanjui side. We want to make completely Nakuru blue. Kama Ngujiri atakuja kidogo atusaidie, we agree. Kipruto Arap Kiru alikuja, we agree. AZIMIO is the coalition of the willing. When Baba sat down with Uhuru, for more than 10 hours they spoke. One of the things Baba keeps saying is that they said, where did the rain start precipitating? They went to 1963 and they realized we do not have nationalism in our country. And that is why Baba went and borrowed Azimio la Umoja from his father, who had started Azimio la Wananchi. And in doing so, Baba realized the biggest problem we have and what made him not to be a president in 2007 is 41 against 1. So Baba realized we can't go that route again. Baba said, hii wakati ni azimio la kila Mkenya, the coalition of the willing. Therefore, he healed one thing. Today you can't say you don't want anybody in our coalition because inaitwa azimio la umoja. He went to another thing. He realized, yes, now sasa sisi ni azimio la umoja. What next for us? We want a better country. He gave us hope. He borrowed the word from Obama. Yes, we can. Na akaita jina nzuri sana kwa Kiswahili, inawezekana. Na unapoona katika mikutano nyingi ya kina Ruto, they forget all the time they use haiwezekani, inawezekana, haiwezekana. They keep borrowing that word from us because they have no originality of ideology. So unapoona sasa kila kitu inawezekana, hata Gunjiri kutoka UDA kuja kwetu inawezekana, Mama Selina. Hata Ruto akikuja inawezekana, tutamuleta tu kwa sababu sisi ni azimio la umoja. It's the coalition of the willing. And we cannot say that sasa Ngujiri ulituka. Hapana, iko wengi wametukana Baba, lakini Baba ni Baba. Yeah? Baba ni Baba, ametukanwa na watu wengi. Hata huyu Moses Kuria akichange kesho asema hataki kuvaa hiyo mtumba yake, alikuwa anasema anataka akuje hapa kwetu, we will accept it because we want a better Kenya. That is it. A Kenya whereby tomorrow you go anywhere. Mimi nataka sana ninunue shamba Central because hapo ndo nimeshindwa kununua shamba. Nataka ninunue shamba Central, nifanye biashara Central kwa sababu hao watanifunza kufanya biashara. Nimenunua Kisumu. Kisumu it's easier. Western is the easiest. Coast is the easiest. But mimi nataka ni set record kutoka kwa ukoo wangu, ninunue shamba kule Central na nifanye biashara nao kwa sababu under Baba inawezekana. That is what we want to do. We want Luos to permanently live in Central without fearing. So ninapoona Ngujiri anasema yale amesema, Mama Selina, wewe ni mama yetu hapa, vile Mama Karua, Martha Karua ni mama yetu wa nchi. Usiseme hivyo kuwa wacha huyu asikuje. Huyo tunamtaka. Huyo ndio tunataka sasa hivi.
Nimesikia na nimewithdraw. Watoto yote tumewakaribisha nyumbani, hata Mudavadi warudi.
Wale watarudi kwa sababu Mreithi alituambia nani atakuwa speaker of the house, but maybe wamepeana, lakini Mreithi aliandika katika Twitter yake siku moja kuwa Mudavadi and Wetangula will be in Baba's government. Na akasema, don't ask me how. So I think we need all these people because we need a better country. We must show them what we have been envisaging for all these years. Unajua kuna kitu ambacho wewe unakijua kwa roho yako. Unapocheza mpira Bantu, wewe unajua vile ujuzi wa kucheza mpira. Lakini kwa mtu kama mimi sijui kabisa. So unaponielezea kuwa akifanya hivi afanye hivi, basi hiyo ni goal. Mimi sioni, lakini ujuzi wako unaweza nisaidia nione. Sasa kuna uwezekano kuwa sisi wengine tunajua umuhimu wa umoja. Na huo umoja ndio tunataka Wakenya sisi wote tuwe nao. Ndio maana mimi husema hivi, tupende Ruto tusipompenda. kuna kitu ambacho moja lazima tutampigia asante sana. Were it not for Ruto, the Kikuyus brothers and people from Central will not have realized how Baba is patriotic until they invited him to their house, wakamjua huyu jamaa ni mbaya na ni mtapeli, ndiposa wakatafuta Baba wakasema, huyu tunaambiwa ni mbaya, kumbe ndo mzuri. So I think let's embrace everybody to come to Azimio la Umoja, however late it is, because the Bible says there were workers who went and worked for 9 hours, some worked for 6 hours, and the Lord hired one to work 1 hour too. But when they came in the evening, they were all paid the same what? The same wages. Hata mtu withdraw 1 week to election, let us embrace them, because we will make the government. We are the next government. Mama Selina, wacha wakuje kwetu. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Alex. Wito wa Azimio la Umoja basi ndio hivyo. Wakati mnakubali jukumu lazima ulibebe, na hilo jukumu litaweza kudai kukubaliana na masuala ambayo saa ingine inakuwa ngumu kubaliana nayo, lakini ni muhimu. Wacha tusikilize hii video. I hope my net will behave. The people of the burgers are on my case. Sorry, Alex. I think you just proceed. This net has issues.
Yeah,
let's. I think let Bandu respond to what you said.
Asante sana bwana Bernard, nimefika nyumbani salama salimini. Nashukuru sana, ninafuatilia. Nashukuru pia Alex, yale yote Alex, mchangio wako ni muhimu sana, na tunashukuru na tunafurahia sana kama vile Bernard anavyofanya kazi yake, na wewe pia na mama Selina tunashukuru sana. Asante sana mama Selina. Yangu mimi ni kusema kuwa Kenya it was yawning and thirsty kwa maendeleo, na viongozi wengi walikuwa wanazungumza hili neno maendeleo, lakini ilikuwa it was just an word but not in reality. Kwa hivyo sasa Baba na timu yake wameingia kubadilisha kabisa hii nchi ambayo watu wengi hawatatarajia wataona maajabu, kwa sababu sisi wengine tuna uwezo wa kuona mbali sana. Mimi kimaoni yangu naona Kenya sasa imefika the right time. In 60 years, it took 60 years for Kenya to have a chance and faith kuwa itabadilika, na nina hakika Kenya itabadilika. Uongozi wa Baba Martha Karua na timu yao, na sisi wananchi na nchi yote kwa ujumla, wananchi wote watakuwa nyuma ya uongozi wetu, na kuna mabadiliko mengi. Baba amezungumzia habari ya poachers. Ukiangalia poachers ni watu wanaharibu. Ukiangalia mitumba ni vitu ambavyo 21st century 2022 tunaenda kwenye 2023. How can we accept vitu ambavyo watu wametumia kila aina huku, alafu watu wengine wanakuja anaanza kuongea? Sisi Baba anatoa idea future iwe tunaanza kuweka msingi wa maisha ya mbeleni na vijana wa mbeleni, na kazi ziwe nyingi, badala ya sisi kutegemea vitu ambavyo watu reject, wamevitupa. Watu wao wanatupa hizo vitu, na watu wengine wanaokota ama zinakwenda tua katika moto zinachomwa. Sisi tunafurahia vitu kama hivi. Hii ni 2022. Tuache viwanja vifunguliwe. Baba amesema kila kaunti, kila nchi itaanzishwa factory. na baba sio kuwa atamaliza hizi shida zetu zote, lakini ataweka foundation ambayo viongozi watakaokuja mbeleni itakuwa ni very easy, na baba ameshawaonyesha njia. We are very lucky to have this man. Na ukiangalia Mungu sasa amemwongezea pia Martha Karua, yuko na yeye. His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta yuko na baba, yuko pamoja na baba kwa sababu his vision, anaona where he is supposed to be. Kwa hivyo sisi wananchi tusianze kuvurugana tu, kama vile Alex anasema, tukaribishe kila mtu. Watoto wamepotea, Mudavadi amepotea, Wetangula wamepotea, Mutua amepotea. Ukiangalia Kingi, hawa wote ambao ni baba ambao alikuwa anaweka karibu na yeye, na sasa wanapata shida, wanataka kukimbilia nyumbani. Sasa shida inaanza kuwaingilia, na unaona kule wanadanganywa na huyo kiongozi yuko huko, huyo hata kuweko 27 wala 32, kwa sababu what I can see, mi naona baba na timu yake wataleta mabadiliko ambayo watu they've never experienced before, alafu automatically hawa watu watasauliwa. Hakuna mtu yoyote atakubali hawa watu wajatuongoze. That's what I see. Asante sana Bwana Bernard kwa sasa.
Yeah, shukrani sana, hiyo ni kweli sana mzee. I think hiyo maneno ya busara sana, na huo umoja ndio nguvu. Wakenya wakati wa Moi, hata kama tulikuwa na mashida zetu, tulikuwa na umoja katika na mashida zetu zote, na I think we should emulate other countries which have patriotism of the highest order. Waamerika wanapenda nchi yao sana, na imewasaidia sana kwa sababu wanapenda nchi yao. Unapoona wako na shida yoyote, tuseme bomb blast Kenya, watakuja mpaka Kenya, but jukwaa lao la kwanza, the first priority is to make sure all American lives are saved before anybody's life is saved. Leo naona umerudi, ulikuwa umeambiwa ukatoka kidogo na umerudi tena na kurabisha. Sasa tuambie maneno yako, naona unampenda Jakoyo sana, nataka tusikie maneno yako. Hebu tuambie moja ama mbili.
Alex, now you are pulling my legs under the rugs. I just want to say that, as we are criticizing everything, let us meet at the middle. Unajua, when nimetoa maoni yangu and then unaitrash, unasema tia haifai, it is not good. It just shows that we are not yet free. As Africans, we must be able to air our views. In fact, the reason why youths are finding it hard to cooperate with old men is because old men, they don't want to welcome anything. You see, whenever you speak something, wanaitrash, wanaiweka huko chini ya carpet, wanasema oh yeah, ifai sijui nini. So I want to tell old men that if you want youth to support whatever you want, please try to understand youths. The world has changed. So whenever you are trying to support something, don't come bulldozing on people's ways. Unasema tia haifai sijui iko hivi, because you see, in this world we are one people, and the only way we can move forward is by understanding each other. So I just want to say that let us just think about this, and I'm not saying that my opinion should be taken so seriously, but it should just be considered. I'm a right thinking man. I know that there are youths there who are in rehabilitation centers because of drug abuse. But if you check clearly, some of them, it's not because of drugs. You see, this thing also depends with the blood group. And me and you, we can agree that this thing, let me just say bang, has been used as a medicine. So let us just try and think about it. Tusikue kama watu wa UDA ati mazee mseme, because when you are trashing my idea about bang, it's just the same as someone who's trashing Mutumba. So let us just try and think about it. Si ati ni kitu tunalazimishwa nayo. It is something that has been introduced now and it will be considered in future. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex. If at all I've wronged you, then forgive me.
Although we haven't dismissed you, I think what Bernard said was different, and actually I did not even comment about it when you left. But I've followed the procedures to legalize bang in Kenya. There was a time Raila Jr., of all people, because he shocked me when he went throughout the media in Kenya and he was agitating for legalization of, and remember, even had a meeting with the NECADA and they were talking about it. And in the media platform, KTN, NTV, we have had so many people who are activists in regard to this. And the only discourse we are having is if we make Wajakoya the center of the debate of this election, then the institutions we want to stabilize. And as I said, that is a secondary debate. We have a primary debate about the things that haven't been done for 60 years, the creation of jobs. It cannot be in a country whereby primary education is very expensive, you know, at a record high. Now, middle class, workers, 90% are there taking their children to private schools in primary. Secondary schools have been very expensive. So I think the priority is, hiyo pesa inafika kwa mfuko aje. And that is the conversation I want us to spur, so that we don't miss the primary goal of the last bullet we have, which is Baba who can unite us. Then we create an economy like the one in Malaysia, like the one in Singapore, like the one in America, before we can start speaking about, because there are things that can overtake us. And we end up not able to build the economy that can sustain us. Look, Olo, it's sad. You take your brother. I'm the only son in my family, but I've had the privilege of taking many of my cousins to school. And they finish, somebody is 30 years old, they don't have a job. You take them to masters, they still don't have a job. Now, they're 36, they need to get married, they don't have a job, they don't have a house, you can't force them to get married. We need to fix. And that's why, although I've always said, the intra and intergenerational gaps that we have today in Kenya are so bad that Baba said he's going to hire all teachers. Do you know there are primary school teachers who went to TTC 15 years ago? They have not been employed. They get employed today. They have only 7 to 10 years to work, and then they retire. So those are the gaps that we need to speak about. There are hard work issues in this country that we have a priority and the only opportunity, because let me assure you, Olo, if Baba, by bad luck, was to go today, I swear to you, nobody can compete against this man called William Samoei Ruto. He's a cult to other people. So let us, embrace the one opportunity we have, that with Baba, with Mama, with the rest of the country. Central is behind us, Western is behind us. It's a mosaic we have that we've never had before, and put the country into progress. Once that, we set the train into motion, then we can speak of secondary issues. Nobody is dismissing what you're saying. But if we track off like we did last time by listening to Dida, it makes debates, a presidential debate, to be a mockery of ourselves, because after all is said and done, we are going again to have the same problems. What is the use of using 20 to 30 billion for an election and then the status quo continue? I think we are in a paradigm shift, Olo. That is what we are saying. That we must do something so radical that even this Mutumba debate we are having, we should say no to it in a radical way. Because look, Rwanda just said we can't use French anymore. We thought it was impossible. In fact, in 1 year, they stopped speaking French. They started speaking English. In 5 years, they were capable to revive all their textile industries. And you can imagine the capability of Rwanda. So today, even if Rwanda start talking about medical marijuana and other things, they are on the course because the primary issues were dealt with. So we are not dismissing your law. We are saying it is not time yet to start having that debate. You allow that debate, it will overtake the other debates, trust me. But I don't know how you feel about it. You can respond, and the rest of the panel can respond what they feel, what or no. That's what I can say in regard to your response in that. Bantu Warriors, Mama Selina, any response to Olo in regard to what he said?
Asante sana Bwana Alex, mi nashukuru sana kumpatia hii nafasi na nashukuru sana pia kumwona Bwana Olo amerudi hapo. Is a gentleman. Nafikiria ni kweli vile Alex anaongea, anasema hakuna mtu anakataa vile wewe unaongea, ama sio makosa kuongea, ni vitu kawaida all over the world, lakini itatu off track to concentrate. Nafikiria una understand, itatufanya sisi tutoke kwenye ile barabara ambayo sasa is more tough and rough, alafu tutakuwa tumeingia katika laini nyingine. Ukiangalia kama hii mjadala wa leo, tumetoka katika track, imetuchukua sehemu nyingine within ambapo tulikuwa tunataka tuzidi kudeal na hawa watu wanaotudanganya Kenya kwisha. Kwa hivyo mi nafurahia sana Mr. Olo kwa umefahamu, na Alex nashukuru sana kwa kutoa maoni yako, na ni 100% sure lazima to stick on the track. Is not the time now kuzungumzia mambo mengine. Hivi sasa ni lazima kwanza hii, tukimaliza hii hapo mbeleni, kama anavyosema nchi nyingine kama Rwanda ametoa mifano, then we can go back and talk about it. Nafikiria si kwa njia mbaya, lakini we have to be together, kwa sababu one finger can do anything, has to be 5 fingers, then you have a hand. And if we are together, we can move a mountain. We have to stick together, one voice, one feeling, and one energy. Tutafanya anything we can do in this world. Thank you very much, Alex.
Yeah, shukrani. Bado Bernard anatengeneza mitambo, inakaa leo the hackers are really behind us, na show lazima iendelee Olo, kwa sababu sisi we have decided to be here until the election day, and that is the contribution we can give to our country. If we are far away, we will make sure that we give the contribution that is necessary. And also we know on the comment section kuna watu wengi ambao tunakaa nao kule, wanatutegemea, wanafurahia debate, wakina Mato, wakina Makiadi, and all Shibashi, and all our people that are in the comment section. Tuwie radhi kwa sababu Bernard bado anatengeneza mitambo yake. Olo, unaposema we are ignoring the youths, what makes you feel so in regard to this issue? Do you think Baba should start speaking about it, or he should speak about the economy?
Thank you so much, Alex. And on this issue, what I mean is that Baba is not the one to speak about everything. Even other presidential candidates can raise up other issues. And when Wajakoya brings this thing, and we are only thinking about Baba, and we are not checking on him, it is not fair. Because what I want to say is that, for real, what he's saying is very, very reasonable. And the reason why I say that we are ignoring youth is because of the comments that I heard here about me. Some people came here and they told Bernard that Bernard should just ignore me totally. And as you hear me speak, I'm not a madman. I'm speaking sense. And what I want to say is that even UN has approved that the problem with drug abuse is because the drugs are banned. If the drugs are let free, then no one can abuse them because it's easy to control them. So I just want to say that even as we debate on this issue, it is not Raila to speak about it. We should consider them in a debate. We should not just circle our mind on Azimio and on Kenya Kwanza. We should also consider what Jakoya is saying because what he's speaking about is real. So I just want to say that it is not good to trash someone's view because I want to believe that at least there is a fraction of Kenyans who believe in what Jakoya is saying. And that is what I want to say. And I'm saying this very, very kindly. I'm not forcing it. I just want to say that, some of these things, we're just doing them because we were forced to do them by some other people, like those who colonized us. And we should just open our minds. So I just want to say that let us just, I'm not saying that we speak about them now, but as time goes on, maybe 2027, 2032, when it reaches that moment, the debate will be different. I believe we'll not be debating about 2030 when it reaches 2032. We'll not be thinking about Vision 2030 because we will have achieved it. So that is what I mean. Thank you.
No, we understand, Mr. Olo, and whether we like it or not, in the future, once wanasema, America ikisneeze, Africa inapata homa. So the moment that debate started here, I think the world is having that debate, and we will someday, I think it will be a national debate, depending on how we are going to handle it going forth. But this election is so vital, and it has a transition from actually Moi era to a new era. And that's why that debate hasn't taken center stage. And there are other ad hoc issues, I think, in the future are going to crop up the moment we hit the mark of 60% of job, so that immediately you get done with college, at least 60% of the population are getting jobs right away. Then there are other debates that can take center stage. But I also like to remind you, in regard to that there is a difference between recreational and dependent. My fear is, do we have firewalls so that it can be a recreation? For example, alcohol has become a menace in Central. And you saw it was difficult for leaders of Central to deal with it. But the other thing that was a menace to us, that we had to deal with it, and thank God we had a leader who stuck his feet to the cement and said no when we thought it was impossible to fight. It was Matiang'i, when he fought SportPesa. If there is a war he could have lost, it was SportPesa, because SportPesa was loaded. It was actually going out of the country, shipping money to even London and to these big teams. And we didn't know how to deal with SportPesa. Watu walikuwa wanauza land, what I'm trying to let you know is we might a new addiction might crop in again. And we must put the forces to prevent that, because we thought SportPesa was just a betting company. It became a menace. People stopped, even buying food in the house. They have to bet for money ya kukula kwanza. So in anticipation that they will win, people sold land, and we fear anything that can bring addiction. And it took a strong man like Matiang'i to say no, and you remember how he was fought. So before we do that, also we need to debate on the necessary measures, and it should be a broad debate by doctors, by users, by leaders, by the police forces, by the security, by everybody, so that the stakeholders that will make sure that whatever is smoked is, safe. We must also know the challenges that it will bring in. So it's not a debate that is small on the level that you may think. It's a high-stake debate that will involve years, because America took a long time. Even to date, as we speak, some states still have a problem because it takes all stakeholders, because the youths are the future. The economic, we have labor, we have capital, and we have land. Economic factor called labor, the biggest become the youth. If we destroy the youth of today, tomorrow we don't have labor. In as much as we can create all those industries, we don't have labor. And that is what this country is going through. We get people from Mexico because 16 to 20% of the youths in this country are in the rehab because of abuses of many, many other things. So we must also protect the productive labor. The productive labor is between 16 and 40. You must protect it by any necessary means. Otherwise, you will import labor again, which will be very expensive. So although I agree with you, but that's a debate that must be, we must have when we have put the necessary structures. Makiadi.
Thank you so much, Alex. I have been listening to what Olo has been trying to explain here, and I don't know if Olo has read the manifesto of Wajakoya, because I was listening to the interview between Wajakoya and I think Jeff Koinange, if I'm not wrong. And Wajakoya categorically stated that he does not use, in fact, he is not a consumer of whatever he's advocating for. And so before we come into this conversation of whether it is the right thing to do for the country, I would have wanted us to see how Wajakoya plans to address the issue of runaway abuse in the society. And also I would have wanted to see how Wajakoya is going to implement, the revenue that will be collected if such a program is implemented. The issue of drug abuse and substance abuse basically is something that is taking people to jail, people that cannot afford legal services. And in the developed world, you see, most of the young people spend most of their early or the teenage age behind bars because of substance abuse. So although if you can at least show us at one time how it would be implemented if this program was supposed to be introduced into our society, how it would be beneficial to our economy, I would then try to argue from that point. Now, the issue I also had, I think it was Olo who said that it is not a good thing to have the president and the deputy president both out at the same time. I don't know of what use William Ruto would be if the president is out of the country, and you have William Ruto who has been running around the country saying that he was sidelined from the duties of government because William Ruto for the past 5 years has never owned up to being the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. And I think sometimes I look at our country and I think our country is on autopilot, because if the president is away, you would expect the deputy president to be at home, in the office working. I asked myself, why is it that the deputy president does not care whatever happens in the national government? Is it because he has lost hope in the Jubilee administration, or is it because he feels like anything that is a failure to Jubilee should not be associated with him? And this is something that we as Kenyans should learn. And I think moving forward with the coming government, I think this issue should be addressed with a lot of concern, because everyone knows that if something happens, then the deputy is supposed to be sworn in. And if both the president and the deputy president are out of the country, then it leaves a loophole, which is very dangerous to our constitution, to our country. Basically, what you're trying to say is that if anything happens, then we have a constitutional crisis as a country. And so I know that William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta, I can blame them both on this issue, because it looks like none among them has taken the issue of governance seriously, especially when it comes to succession. People say that Matiang'i is in charge, but the constitution does not recognize Dr. Matiang'i anywhere in the succession of government. So it's a sad thing for having two leaders on the ballot who can afford to, stay out of office or move out of the country at the same time without regard to who is in charge of the country. And I think Kenyans are very good people. In some other countries we've had, especially African countries, we've had presidents that go out of the country, and when they try to come back in the country, they find somebody else on the seat. So Kenyans are very tolerant, and I thank Kenyans for that. But I think moving forward, this is an issue that we are supposed to look at seriously as a country. Now, moving to the issue of ANC, Mudavadi is just lost. Mudavadi is lost. I don't know what Mudavadi was thinking when he was signing an agreement with William Ruto. I tend to think that William Ruto, when he was invited to the presidential, I think the NC function that was supposed to nominate the ANC leader, who is Mudavadi, as a presidential candidate, when he was invited there, I think ANC and UDA had no working agreement then. And so this thing looks like an afterthought. The agreement that they signed, which is particularly not at the registrar of political parties, we know that the registrar of political parties says that the founder members of Kenya Kwanza Alliance are ANC, Ford Kenya, and UDA. But particularly of importance to note is that it's only UDA candidates that are running as the president and the deputy president. So with this arrangement, it only means that ANC can only benefit from the Kenya Kwanza Alliance government if at all UDA wins. Mudavadi, I think, has realized very late that most likely William Ruto is not going to win this election. And because we always talk about being a parliamentary party, there's a specific threshold that you're supposed to reach before you enjoy the benefits that come with the recognition of being a party. Mudavadi in Nairobi has no candidate, and if he has a candidate, they are all weak candidates. Sakaja was supposed to be an ANC candidate. He's running on UDA, which means that Mudavadi was outsmarted by Ruto. If you go to Kakamega, you can see Malala. Sometimes he's in ANC, sometimes he's in UDA. No one understands where his stand is. look at all the candidates that you expected to run under ANC. It looks like UDA has grabbed all of them. And so I'm looking at a situation whereby in the coming few weeks there will be a total outright war between the affiliate parties of Kenya Kwanza, because Wetangula now has gone back to the ground. He's trying to solidify the ground with the so-called for the Kenya candidates. And just give me a minute. I'm adding people to the studio. Okay. So I don't know, Bernard. I don't know if. Oh, good. So welcome back, Bernard. I hope your system is working now. All right. So let me finish here. I was talking about Wetangula. Wetangula has realized that he has also to fight it hard to win Bungoma. And unlike the way Alex says here, Alex, it is good sometimes to talk the truth. People are saying that Bungoma is not a battleground, but I want to tell you this: there has been an issue with Raila Odinga in the Bukusu community since the time Wamalwa Kijana was there. If you observe very careful, the Bukusu community has always tried to do their own thing their own way. The other time, the reason why NASA performed very well is because Tangula was working together with the Raila Odinga, and that's basically why Ford Kenya performed very well in Bungoma. I don't know how much ground Wetangula has lost in Bungoma, but I've spoken to a few people, friends of mine, people who understand Bungoma politics. Most of them say that this is it's like a toss-up in Bungoma. It's like a toss-up. Either UDA, Ford Kenya can win, because I don't think UDA has strong candidates there. Either Ford Kenya can win or ODM can win. It all depends with how Wangamati has built his ground, what ground he has gained, how many supporters he's able to keep coming, going forward. But this senator guy, Lusaka, is still strong on the ground. He is still strong on the ground. I don't know about the other Vifarangas or computers, the likes of Didimas Baraza. I can't talk about that. But I look at the presidential vote. Most of the people say that this is a 50-50. It's almost a toss-up. You can argue with that, but people are saying that's a toss-up. Trans Nzoia, because again of the effect of the Bukusu vote, it's also a toss-up. And so Baba has to work very hard in those two regions, Trans Nzoia and Bungoma County. Is it winnable? We can still win. We can still win. And chances are, it all depends with how we organize ourselves. But Natembeya is a very strong candidate. That one I can assure you. Natembeya has come to the ground. His message resonates very well with the ground, unlike Chris Wamalwa.
Richie, I have the numbers for both counties, actually, if you want.
Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. I can give you a few.
We can run through that, because I have been singing this for a while. I'm a bit frustrated that we are ignoring the Bukusu factor, and we're ignoring that ODM really. I'm not talking about NASA. I'm talking about ODM. Did not do very well. I'm gonna share my screen. If you can see it. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Bernard, can you allow him to share?
Oh.
Yeah, keep you okay.
Right. So this thing has really shocked me. As you can see from what has been explained by Makiadi, it's really not looking very good, because the three-piece suit between the two counties. I'm putting Bungoma and Trans Nzoia because there's Bukusus there, and there's also other sub Luhya tribes that we usually only talk about the Maragoli and Bukusu, but there are also others that are following Wetangula. So the effect of him really scares me, and I'm not going to talk about the Vifaranga right now. What I'm going to talk about is what happened last time, and in terms of total votes that were taken between the two counties, they're very close together. Is number one was Ford Kenya, took about 45% of the total votes for the two counties, followed by Jubilee. So that's where we're a bit suspicious about Jubilee, but we're not here to talk about that. We're talking about the time it's taken to actually lure people into the party. When I talk about Jubilee here, you need to understand it's the UDA factor now. So it's not Jubilee, it's the UDA part now. So Orange Party only took 6.4% of the total votes. In terms of the total number of parties that, in terms of the numbers there, you can see NC took quite a lot with the MPs. I mean, Ford Kenya, then Jubilee came second, then Orange Democratic came the third last. So Jubilee has 6 MPs in the two regions combined. Then we've got Ford Kenya, Amani has 1, Independent is 1, and then Orange Democratic Party has only 1 between the two counties. So these two, we need to visit them. And as for MCAs, it's the same. MCAs, we've got 26 for Ford Kenya. We've got 22 for Jubilee. Independent are 9. 7 are Orange, and the rest are Almani. So for me, the first thing we always look at with Alex is the analysis of the 3-piece. And as you can see, the 3-piece is between the two parties, which is Jubilee and Ford Kenya. But Ford Kenya took 2 governors. So we have to look at it in a very respectful way, because this commands 10% of of the whole of Western, and this one commands about 24%. So we have to look at these counties. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Then we can discuss how vital, Makiadi, you can continue, how vital these two counties are, and very scary. The polls are even, I'm not talking about the latest polls, I'm talking about the ones, because I've not picked up the last polls. Raila only has 55% for Busia, no, for Trans Nzoia, and 58% for Bungoma. So it is literally a toss-up. It's one of the things I've been looking at very carefully from a numbers point of view, and it's we thought we had Western, because now we're already seeing that ule tulikuwa tunaita Sosa Boy, huyu Wetangula is quite a formidable force in Bungoma and the Bukusu community. So and the one I spoke to one of my Bukusu friends, and they said that we were making fun of him that he's running for Senate. He's actually running for Senate to punish. He's punishing DAP. He's saying that it's actually a revenge kind of thing. So we can't afford to let Bungoma go. Okay, go on, Richard. Sorry.
Yeah, I would want to a little bit differ with you on the strength of Wetangula as a person. I don't think Wetangula is really strong. My issue here, if I may highlight, you see, I think this guy also resonates with what I'm saying. Vincent Arap Nikolai or something. He says, Bungoma, if anything, the beef was with Wamalo and Eugene is working with Raila. Again, it is not ODM, but DAP, K, and Ford Kenya. DAP is doing tremendously well. Please check your facts again. Well, again, Trans Nzoia, the support tend to lean towards Baba, my take. And this is what I was trying to say. Now, the scenario that comes in 2022 is different. Last time it was Ford Kenya against Jubilee. Ford Kenya won both seats. Right now, we have DAP. And I think that was a good thing. When Baba went to Trans Nzoia and convinced the ODM candidate to step down for DAPK, you know, DAPK is basically, I don't like the way people call it Bukusu Party, but basically a majority of the people who support it, especially in Trans Nzoia and Ford Kenya, come from that particular sub-clan. And so we do not know how strong DAP is right now because it has never participated in any election. But again, DAP has a large following. It has a large following in Trans Nzoia and Bungoma County. And when I come to Trans Nzoia County, I think the issue of the person in the name of Natembea will really propel Raila Odinga's numbers. The freshness, you know, the freshness of a candidate that is believed to be a person who is hands-on. People have seen his track record. I think that freshness brings life into the votes that will come to AZIMIO. Now, coming back to Bungoma County, Wetangula is not a strong candidate as such to lead a party. I mean, to lead like you know, to press Raila Odinga's numbers. But then you also have to understand that Wetangula cannot easily lose. I don't know, when people come and tell you, yeah, Wetangula is going to use the senatorial seat, I can tell you for sure, Wetangula cannot easily lose the senatorial seat. Why? Because of the candidate that DAP is fronting against him. Wetangula has a lot of support. That one, you can take that to the bank. And so we are looking how Baba is going to navigate, especially with the likes of Eugene Wamalwa, Wafula Wamunyinyi, how they're going to navigate in Bungoma County. But I don't think it's a big threat to AZIMIO, especially when it comes to the presidential ballot. Kip, you have something to say?
It's point of information.
Go on, sorry.
DAP is new Ford Kenya. DAP is the old new Ford Kenya that Soita Shtanda and Eugene Wamalwa ran on some time back. So it's just reinvented. It has the same slogan, same symbol, party symbol and all that. And the Bungoma, the dynamics of Bungoma, it's not an anti-Raila campaign. It is home politics between Wamunyinyi and Weta. Weta is making a comeback to revenge that Ford Kenya was snatched from him and he got it back. So it will be more local politics than national politics at play. Does Weta have a ground to grab most of the seats on the lower seats, let's say MCAs and MPs? He can. He has a machinery on the ground. If the AZIMIO people don't go out full length, he will retain the control of the MCAs and the control of the MPs on the ground. The choice between William Ruto and Raila Odinga is such that the Bungoma people will identify more with Raila Odinga than William Ruto when it comes to presidential vote. In my opinion, the polls are being very generous to Kenya Kwanza or UDA in terms of the presidential opinion poll. But locally, if AZIMIO does not do go an extra mile in dismantling the framework that Weta has used all along to control the Bungoma local politics, it will be an uphill task. I had preferred that Wamunyinyi should run against Wetangula for Senate. If that will have come to play, we will have a very good battle. But now that Wetangula has been offered a candidate, I even don't know the name. Okay, so that in itself is a giveaway, Sosa, and that is why when Marathe says that Weta and Madividi will be in Baba's government, and he should not be asked how, I think there is some game being played somewhere. Thank you.
I was just about to ask. It's first of all, I kind of semi-disagree with you. I think DAP Kenya is a snatch from ANC and Ford Kenya together, but most of it has imekula a lot of ANC. So after this, the only politician who's going to survive or who could survive this sweep of AZIMIO when it happens, it's just that we need more MPs, is Mudavadi's career is over completely. It's done. You can hear him complaining. And Wetangula, you can see he's a bit relaxed because I think he'll have something. And like you said, it's local politics. Itakimbia huko. Itaendelea. It's just like Kisi, like when Alex is trying to explain to us about Kisi politics. Some of it is actually local, and it's for the local people to decide what they want to do. And I've always emphasized that if there's something going on in Bungoma, the first thing I would try and emphasize is the fact that either Raila or more of his captains need to go to Bungoma more often. There should be a lot of news about Bungoma. Kilifi is cooling down because we made a lot of noise in Tembe. I think we've got a bit of an effect. Go on, Alex, sorry.
Yeah, before we go to Kilifi, I wanted to ask Makiadi or Bernard. And I think I was watching those clips. I think yesterday I spent a whole time watching the clips in reference to the by-election between Wetangula and Kombo. And at some point, Baba had to really go and stay in Bungoma for Wetangula to gain the numbers, because Muskari Kombo was like a wild weed. What is happening then? Why is the scenario changing again? Because Wetangula could have lost that by-election. He was saved by Baba going there. What happened? Please help us know that.
So it goes back to what Bernard said. So Baba has his core base. He has his core base in Bungoma County. There are those people that just like him as a person, and they have supported him throughout the years since Ford Kenya with Jaramogi Odinga, when it metamorphosized into this Ford Kenya with Wamalwa, the senior, and then they split. Some people went with Wamalwa. Some people thought we have a beef with Raila Odinga. So there are those people that hated Raila because he was on the other side of Ford Kenya, and so that thing has always gone on, from then to now. But then, so if you take the core base that Raila Odinga still commands, and then with the grassroots machinery that Wetangula has, if you take the two combination, I don't think Musikari Kombo would have withstood that tide. But what you are saying right now is you can see even from the comments, some people who are in Bungoma, Raila can still win Bungoma by a big margin. But what is needed is a lot of work. There has to be a lot of work. There has to be people on the ground campaigning, and not just to let Wetangula, combination of Wetangula and Lusaka is not an easy team to beat. Those people know how to go to the ground, and they'll spend time there. Lusaka has no other business. If you look at the campaign that Lusaka is carrying out right now, you will not see Lusaka following William Ruto. And I don't think you've seen Lusaka anywhere with William Ruto. That guy is down on the ground. He's doing his campaign there. And there's one thing that I mentioned here, and I'll repeat again. Lusaka has never confronted Uhuru Kenyatta anywhere. So the people that support Uhuru Kenyatta on the ground, they have no beef to chew with Lusaka. He's just a guy that has always been there. He was given a job. He did the job respectively. Hajatusi Uhuru Kenyatta mahali popote. And when he went to the ground, you can read the press conference that he did. He says that he's working strategically with Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. So ni jamaa wa katikati, hataki adui pande hii na hataki adui pande hii. So if you take that guy na umweke pamoja na Weta has everything to lose, because Weta knows very well that he's not going to get that seat as speaker. He knows that. He knows that, because looking at the maths and the numbers, there's no way Wetangula can be elected the Speaker of the National Assembly. So Weta has everything to lose. And now combine that with Lusaka, who thinks that if everything goes worse, then he's not going to have a job. My friends, tuko na kazi pale. Is it achievable? Very, 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 very achievable. Roberto.
Mind you, I still have another question after Roba. I had not finished with you, Richard. I still have another. And Ben Pierre.
Before Roba comes in, Ben, take control. Take control. Back to you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Hata mimi nitawaacha sahi, nitarudi baadaye. Tumekaa kwa panel sana, watu wengine waingie.
Aya, okay.
Msiende mbali. Asante.
I've just heard
what
you guys were saying about Bungoma. Yeah, I've heard about what you guys were saying in Bumugoma, and I want to echo sentiments of one of the guys in the comment section called Lamek, because I spoke to Dr. Simiyu Waseli yesterday, and he's telling me hao watu wako na pesa bwana, wanamwaga pesa bwana, lakini tutapambana na hao, hawatatusumbua hivyo. So if he acknowledges that they have these people are using whichever means possible, but he's also saying it is kind of a 50-50. They just wanataka kusukuma kabisa. So Bungoma needs some polishing for sure. The Lusaka and the Wetangula team are a formidable force. So we should not take it lightly. We must pull up our socks.
Yes. Final question, Bernard.
Okay.
For you, for both of you, for you and Richie. It's the final thing about Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia, the first time I saw Natembeya, I saw that this was a formidable leader. Alifanya kazi mzuri huko akikuwa district commissioner. That he did some great work. But you need to understand one thing. People don't like administrative and authoritative people and police. So that is why when we saw that Wamalwa is gaining ground, I think it is also that effect of ukiona huyu mtu ni mtu, I'm not saying it in a bad way. Natembeya ni mtu wa fujo. So his popularity might be quite hyped up with half of the population, but then there's this other half, like the Kalenjins, that still see him as an oppressor. You know, like we have to be very careful, you know, as to how we read Trans Nzoia, because Trans Nzoia is similar to Nakuru. It's metropolitan. Although a larger part of the population is from the Luya community, there's still some that don't really like Natembeya. And I mean, I don't know who's ever, if you can tell me, I don't know, I'm not sure. I don't know which police has ever won a seat anywhere, because police or administrations, we don't like them. So, nisaidie hapo.
Keep wearing. The first governor for Nakuru was a police commissioner.
If
you can remember.
Keep mimi nataka kukuhakikishia.
We just withdrew from the race in Siaya. Roba, I'm the one responding, Roba. Swali ilikuwa kwa Richi na mimi.
Ngoja tuongezee wewe swali ujibu pamoja na hiyo.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not so sure whether our friends from Western are aware of the strategy being adopted by KK. One of the strategies they're doing is to buy your agents. Those who participated in 2017, who are more likable to the residents. So a strategy which KK is using, buy the opponent's key people. So kidogo, you may find that your opponent, the people used to be your agents, they start also getting help from this side and the other side. So by the end of the day, it is who pays more. So they go combing the area all over the place. And then secondly, as I told you yesterday, there is this idea right now, there are 6 opinion polls. There is statistics, there is TIFA, there is IPSO, there is NIS, there is Radio Africa, and then there is Infotrack. These people have infiltrated the staff for these opinion poll stars. And they pay them to give favorable reporting. Even sometimes the managers at the pollsters are not even aware. There are people they send to the field are also bought. You see how this is an all-fight approach that KK is adopting. So before you know it, the results are fake, but campaigning on the ground, people who see who is leading here, kidogo, you start saying, well, the perception is that Wamalwa is leading. Yet the results were all cooked. And they spend money. They are ready to spend money. That's what I wanted to add. And I hope if you have witnessed anything to that effect, you may respond accordingly.
Yes, Roberto.
Mimi naongezea kitu. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to add something, and this is directly directed at Kip. Kip, I want to bet with you, Kenya shillings 5,000, tarehe 10 ya August. Natembea is going to get that seat, and the margin very credible. Very credible. And I have no doubt about Natembea. If there is a place in Western that I can tell you very early in the morning, ni Natembea. Wewe, do your groundwork well.
So, there is the challenge.
Kuna witnesses wangapi?
Roberto, neti yako iko na shida. Lakini naomba niseme hivi ili tusonge mbele. When I was in Kimilili last Easter, the ground was 50-50 in terms of Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, especially the people I spoke to face in Kimilili town. The Lusaka factor was a factor in a section of Bungoma, especially his home turf, the Kimilili section and this other part. But Wangamati is also not to be pushed over because of his development record. And the only complaint I had in Kimilili is that Wangamati's distribution of bursary was favoring his section against the other section. That's the only complaint I had. But the people, the residents, were more comfortable with Wangamati's leadership than Lusaka. Lusaka being brought with Weta. After Weta decampaigned him, okay, in the last campaign, is an issue right now in Bungoma on how come you told us he's this, now you have brought him back, you say he's better than the one you told us he's better. So it is not a straightforward campaign for Lusaka. except the overturning of what they used to campaign against him. My bet is, or rather my guess is, the combination of Natembea fire, okay, with Wangamati and the Azimio support can lock out Lusaka from taking the Bungoma governor seat. The only person who doesn't have a strong challenger is Weta on the ground, because there's no strong senator to challenge him. I would have loved if Wamunyinyi went for the seat. He would have had a rough time, because the Wamunyinyi is ruthless. Weta is selling fear, okay, selling fear. Like that Kabuchai seat was won on the grounds of fear. It was ultimatum. You either vote in for the Kenya guy, or else this and this is going to happen to you. So word has it on the ground that there is desperation from Weta's bloc, and he's looking for survival. So if there is combination forces between the Natembea, Wangamati, and Wamunyinyi, plus Eugene Wamalwa, if they come more forceful and do rallies like those ones they were doing while Baba was in the US, do them just combing between Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, Trans Nzoia, Bungoma, plus the support from Oparanya and the rest of the Kakamega people, it is possible to lock Weta out, especially on the fact of the yellow fever. Okay, the yellow fever is unadmissible in Bungoma, in Kakamega, in Busia, and Vihiga. That is a very strong reason why they can dismiss off all these people. But the question with Wetangula is, they are replacing Wetangula with who? Okay, that's why that seat can easily go back to Wetangula, because they have not given a formidable person. If they would have brought in Kitui, but in good time, okay, Muhiza Kitui in good time, to brand him and sell him against Weta, it would have worked if they did that in good time. But now it's too late. It will have Weta will have a walkover on that one. But the other ground politics, ni vile game inachezwa. Mark you, the influence of Jubilee in Bungoma was more of computer-generated results. It was not the really practical results of how people voted. And it was all the battle of strength, because Jubilee was very threatened by the NASA strength. And so in their desperation, they came up with this generating of votes that were extra to make sure that they have numbers of MPs, because they knew the thing is going to land in the Supreme Court, and when it reaches in the Supreme Court, it will be very hard to do what, to prove the case. So they did the work ahead of time, trying to defeat justice. So if we peg the analysis for Bungoma from the 2017 IEBC results, we'll get it wrong. The ground right now for national politics, it's with AZIMIO, in my opinion. But local politics, we can't avoid to have people pulling in their own direction. Clannism will come in, whenever all this Mana sub-tribe will come in. But for Trans Nzoia, that one is gone with Natembea. No doubt, I think so. Ana mtu wa kumchallenge. Forget about Chris Wamalwa and his Mizani results. Hizo ni za kwake tu. They sat in the room, they imagined. If we cannot hold a rally, where does he have that support base? He cannot hold a rally until he reached a place where he was denouncing Ruto. He said he came alone, he was able to hold a rally. He came with Ruto, he couldn't hold a rally. So Ana influence on the Chris Ana influence. So it's not a challenger to Natembea anymore. It's too late in the day, and I think that one is already gone.
What's the effect of campaign cash?
Which is
Cash will always be there and has always been there. That's why I'm saying the 2022 elections are not going to be, they should not be compared to 2017. There is a cause, a reason why the people will vote a certain way. We did not have that reason in 2017. If it was there, it was not clear. So right now, it's a matter of, for the first time, we're going to have a woman deputy president. That's an issue that you cannot dismiss, number one. Number two is, are we voting in corruption or a fight against corruption? That's an issue that you can't wish away. It's not just with the elite, like we assume that it's with the elite, with the people in the city. It is being discussed in the village, and they know. Wanajua mwizi ni nani, na wanajua nini wanachokitafuta wakati wanapigia huyo mwizi. So pesa will not decide how the elections will go. Even the Kabshai seat and the other Blindo factor, there was money, yes, but the really deciding factor was the politics on the ground in terms of, do you want to humiliate Wetangula, our own son? So it was not Jubilee buying. If it was money, then UDA would have taken the Kapchai seat and the other place I forget, Wablindo, the one in Yamatungu. They would have bought those seats. But money has an influence, yes, but not ultimately. In Western politics, pesa zako watabeba, kukula watazila, lakini ikifika kwa ballot, they will always vote for a cause. They will not vote for the money. That is how I know the historical voting pattern of Western people. From Enza Martin Shikuku. And Martin Shikuku was voted. Martin Shikuku was not a money distributor, but he was always in parliament even before we begin to count. Why? He had a massive following that never believed anything otherwise. Ukikuja kusema huyu ni mbaya, it took Moi to divide the Butere constituency and pushed Martin Shikuku from his stronghold and made Huisero seat, okay? And then now that's the only time Martin Shikuku lost elections, okay? It was late in the day, then he was pushed in the place where he doesn't have a base. That's the only elections he lost. So we shouldn't look at it from the general perspective. There is the nitty-gritty of ground home politics that really determine the pattern of voting. But as far as national politics are concerned, Western, all of it has already made up their mind. There is no sitting on the fence.
Bernard, 1 minute about Bungoma, only 1 minute about Bungoma. Personally, I don't come from Bungoma, but I have a place somewhere called Kiminini, where we have some land there. Kiminini, there is even a place we call Nyamira, where kisses are many as men. As you speak, there's somebody that's just called me who is listening for you, but it's not in, it's just listening. What he has told me is this, Rusaka was doing very well. He was about to beat the current governor. But when the issue of deputy president for Ruto came in, Panarigati, and then they were reminded that Rigati is the one who was doing the tenderings, even the wheelbarrow thing of 120,000 wheelbarrow. That thing really made Lusaka go down. And secondly, Lusaka is not talking of corruption, and then the people heard that they were working in one, they were all DOs somewhere. So it's a friend for, and people wondered if you are really a governor, why do you put somebody from here to come and supply wheelbarrow? Surely, what kind of person are you?
So that is the only thing I wanted to add on the Bungoma issue, because it's not my time. That is the issue, the big issue I've not seen anybody speaking about, and that dropped Lusaka as significant votes. So the current governor, the way, because I'm not staying there, the way my people, even all the kids who are there, and they will determine the voting pattern on that place, it does really go up. Secondly, about Bungoma current senator, the only thing which has made that senator is also dropping is the word consistency. Consistency in politics is very important. So they seem that the Tango is not constant. Is today talking about this? Is not that the other day was criticizing Ruto. Today is talking more about Ruto, and there is only one belief before I go out. People, those areas, they believe that Wetangula and Musalia were paid. Pia Mwandani China were paid to join Kenya Kwanza. If they were paid, how did the local people benefit from that batch of money which were paid, which we don't know? And there is that thing comes that Musalia was paid, and Wetangula for free was a Sosa, or was whatever the term they're using. And if that's the thing, how can this person come, or leader who can just be given for free, say one buy one free? So that's also dropped the significance of that support. That's what I wanted to add on that issue, because I'm not really coming from that place, because I feel like that is a correct information according to what I just read, because we all come from that place, because that's where we get our gas crop from. Thank you.
Thank you. Bundi, I agree with you in the sense that the Bungoma group, or the Bungoma community as a whole, they are very, very, very what? When it comes to grassroots, or not grassroots, grapevine communication, okay, some little gossip, negative gossip, it spreads like fire in the place. And now the DO issue should not be dismissed. The DO issue that Gachagua was a DO and Lusaka was a DO, and it is Gachagua who supplied the wheelbarrow at 100,000 Kenya shillings to Bungoma County during Lusaka's tenure. That is not something that can easily be overturned, because Lusaka has to come and deny that either it is not Gachagua who brought the wheelbarrows, or there were no wheelbarrows and there were no payments. There was also something, there's a video I did not play, but I had captured it from Kimilili. There was an issue, there are so many gossips around Lusaka in Bungoma that, in my opinion, he doesn't have that leading is being given by the polls. He has a sizable followership, but it is not neck to neck with Wangamati, in my opinion. But things can change. Kiminini is in Trans Nzoia, it's not in Bungoma. But Kiminini and Bungoma, they are just a stone throw away. There are people who work in Kiminini who live in Bungoma, and there are people who work in Bungoma who live in Kiminini. So it is people, the interaction is almost on daily basis. The mindset from both places can easily be shared. That's why I believe what you're saying. And if now, like AZIMIO will take advantage of that, then blow that out of proportion with the required right propaganda, they can retain the control of the place. But failure to that, if they get caught up into the usual games of concentrating only on rallies without going door to door or these county hall meetings where they meet different people and dissolve the questions that people have in their minds. They will not invest in that. It is easily to slip away, especially with the MP, MCAs, and the local politics, the governorship. But the national one, here I can bet on it. Baba will get the lion's share. He will get the lion's share as far as the president is concerned, both in Trans Nzoia and in Bungoma. UDA is, except there is kusaidiwa, okay? Is UDA isiposaidiwa, okay? Sioni ikipata 25% in Bungoma or 25%. It can maybe make 25% in Trans Nzoia, but in Bungoma, I don't think so. In Kakamega, I don't think so. In Busia, I don't think so. Probably the only place where I have doubt is Trans Nzoia and maybe Vihiga. Maybe Vihiga. But Kakamega, Busia, that one I don't think so. Let me leave it there. Kenywa unasemaje?
Oh, nilikuwa nataka okay, everyone. I just really wanted to emphasize on about the Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia, that's a sure bet for Natembea. For that one, I think everyone can bet on that Trans Nzoia. Natembea will just take that thing very early in the morning. Another thing, in Bungoma, senatorial seat, you know, Wetangula, he has been there, and that's the name that is known there for long. And the only person who could have outshined the Wetangula, it's Wamunyinyi. And you see, Wamunyinyi didn't. So I think in Bungoma, Wetangula might take it. But in terms of governor, trust you me, Ken Lusaka will not beat Wangamati. That is 100%. Ken Lusaka will not beat Wangamati. Wangamati will take that thing very early in the morning. And there is a lot of reasons behind that. Because I've interacted with some people from Bungoma. I have a lot of friends there. And today I talked to one mzee called Bifoli. After when I talked to Bifoli Wakoli, the same thing he told me. He told me that, you know, in Bungoma, what things are, Ken Lusaka, people, they don't trust Ken Lusaka. As only the clique of people near his place. But in Bungoma, the Bungoma County, Ken Lusaka will not get it. That ticket will go with Wangamati. Wangamati in ground, ako serious, ameshika sana, because a lot of people are talking about Wangamati. But for Weta will take that thing unless the DAP or the Azimio people camp in Bungoma and try to campaign for the Weta's opponent. Because Weta is the name that is known by even elderly people. They go to ballot, they see Wetangula. That's the name. Weta is the big name as per political arena there in Bungoma. So the replacement, it's a little bit tough, but what I may say, Wamunyinyi will help a little bit because the Wamunyinyi followers, supporters, will at least make an impact because they will listen to Wamunyinyi, but it depends. The opponent that is there for Weta. So for senatorial, Weta might take it, and I'm sure he will, but gubernatorial, Lusaka, no. Trans Nzoia, I'm sure Natembea will get it with around 70% in Trans Nzoia. The 30% is the what I think may go to Chris. But trust you me, Trans Nzoia, Natembea will get it at a high rate, at a high vote. The voter turnout will be very huge for Natembea. So then, Bernard, something I wanted to ask. You know, I kept on saying that there is nothing like Kenya Kwanza, and people have been doubting that so much. And I've seen my DVD complaining. I understand a little bit of Luya, and I listened. My DVD was very much annoyed and asking whether in Sugoi there is anybody for ANC there. But why does UDA want to come into his place? So he was so agitated that the UDA should not come to their place. They should go back to Sugoi. But in his area, it should be ANC or either Fort Kenya. You know, and the plan that Ruto used is to lie to these people. And the issue about Kenya Kwanza, it was a plan. Because Weta, someone told me from Bungoma, someone told me that Weta and Mudavadi, they were bought. And to cover that story, they decided to make it like to form a coalition. That's when they came up with Kenya Kwanza, so that people know that no, this is a group that wameshikana ndio wafanya campaign washinde pamoja. But people have come to realize on the ground that nothing like Kenya Kwanza, because the presidential candidate is on UDA, and the same UDA, it's invading Western, and in Western there is Weta and there is Mudavadi. So people are so scared of this thing. And what my DVD said at night, I think yesterday, it's very disturbing on Kenya Kwanza right now, because I'm sure by the end of this month, Kenya Kwanza might be having a lot of problems in Western, because people have started reasoning and seeing that how comes everywhere they want UDA. And it's something that have been confirmed. Go anywhere, Ukambani, Mombasa, everywhere. The campaign, they are not talking about any other aspirant. They are saying UDA. You understand? Vote for UDA. They don't mind about whether there is PA in Kirifi, whether there is ANC. They don't campaign about any other party. Because Ruto is the MC, is their group admin, and is from Huda. He's the one who directs everybody. And when Weta is given the mic, he forget that he's from Ford Kenya. He just say Huda. He just also campaigned for Huda. You know, because the pay was a little bit high and confusing them. That's what will make Western, Weta and Musalia, their political career, especially Musalia Mudavadi in Western, the political career will be out by this and by 10th. Another thing, you know, I normally sometimes talk to some people who are closer. They normally talk with them. Like my DVD has been complaining since last week, but one. The brother is my friend, closest friend. And my DVD has been complaining about this thing of UDA invading his place. Like the way AZIMIO did. ODM said in Trans Nzoia, let's leave for DAP. You understand? To avoid that invasion of umekuja kwetu. ODM avoided. In Nyanza, like in Kisumu, all those places, they decided let's go for ODM. So they divided. If this place is the high supporters are for DAP and it's your place, we don't need ODM there. The moment you support the AZIMIO presidential candidate, the same as in Central, in Mombasa, the same thing. So that thing has been a problem in Kenya Kwanza, in UDA, because there is nothing like Kenya Kwanza. It's a single party UDA. And UDA is making sure that no one in Ford Kenya, ANC, or any other party within them will win seats. They are working on to make sure that all seats will be with UDA alone. And, you know, people will come to understand that as before the end of this month, people will understand that UDA want to conquer everywhere. They don't hata tambua the ANC or Fort Kenya. So for Western, Weta and the Mudavadi, they have problem, a lot of problem. So that's all I could say about Western. Then Bernard, I want to know Ruto ako wapi? For Uhuru, Raila and Kalonzo I know, but for Ruto I don't know. Alienda wapi? Ama aliona hataki kubaki na Matiang'i akaamua wacha aingie mitini. You know, at least we should be knowing where our deputy president is so that's the country. So asikuwa aliogopa akaamua wacha hataki kuwa chini ya Matiang'i akaamua hata acha yaingie mitini. So I think we should be knowing about that. Thank you.
Haya, hata wapekuzi wakuambie yuko wapi. Mtu amesema yeye aliona watu wanaingia kwa ndege na yeye pia akaingia kwa sababu amekuwa amekopi everything AZIMIO has been doing. So
wacha nikuongezee swali. Nikuongezee swali juu ya hii ya kinywa. Ni sawa?
Yes, kuna swali
gani? Sawa, ongeza.
Useni mkora atapata statement, huyu ni mkora atasema statement. Na mati ataongea.
Iko namna hii. So you all remember the conditions that Kenya Kwanza had given to the Wetangulas and the Madividi. Some of my friends from that side are saying that Madividi should give counter request from Ruto. Now that he seems to be heading to the rocks, what if in the unlikely event Wetangula, the way you are saying he might actually make it back, delivers, but Ruto does not? Where is the insurance? Where is the insurance for these people if they deliver? And you know, all along we have been trying to imply that Wetangula, Madividi, they might not deliver. What if they do and it is Ruto now who is unable to deliver? Where is their insurance?
Then they lost.
What have they lost? They may have something to demand from Ruto.
What and Ruto didn't make to the State House, to the government. So they will just have their seat as senator and join the government, the AZIMIO government. They will have no option. Because already Ruto has nothing to offer them from there. If Ruto loses, he has nothing to offer them. And you know, Kuse, what happened? The agreement they did.
Yeah.
I don't think that agreement is authenticated. I think it's just a written document, because you see, like in Kilifi, most of aspirant candidate, most of them, their billboards, they are for AZIMIO, because in AZIMIO they were the agreement and the written everything. You understand? So the point is, for them, they will have a big problem, and Ruto is very wise. That's why, you know, if you are given money, you don't have anything to say. You have to keep quiet. Look at AZIMIO, how people have been talking. Akina Kalonzo anaruka hivi, wanaongea vile wanataka na wanasikizwa. But the moment you join UDA, you keep quiet. Akisema left, mnaenda left. Akisema right, mnaenda right. Akisema jump, mna jump. Why? Because he is using the money. So either you return my money, so that we walk different ways. Otherwise, in UDA, you have to keep quiet, not talking. So I think there must be a problem there. So I think Wetangula should work very hard, because 70% from Western, it's a story. That cannot happen. Not 70, even 40, they cannot. Trust you me, they cannot. So, and that's why Wetangula decided to see, this thing will not happen. Let me go and defend my senatorial seat back. but for Mudavadi, the political career ya Mudavadi inaenda kuishia hapa, because Mudavadi atapewa minister yoyote, but the best thing, baba ananga hasira, baba anakukumbukanga tu, anakupea kitu yoyote, so hiyo ndio itawasaidia, nothing else.
Baba has a big heart, eh?
Yeah, Baba has a big heart. I think Bernard network has got problems. So
utachukua chairship Kinywa, lakini tumesahau Martin. So
yeah, I've seen Martin. Martin should be.
Kinywa.
Yes.
Kinywa, this 70% for Wetangula, is it just Bungoma?
No, in Western.
The entire Western.
Yeah, that was entire Western.
That is not achievable.
It was for entire Western, 70%. So it's kind of a little bit tricky for them. So for that, I think until we know where Ruto is, I think is the time we'll feel a little bit okay, because I'm worried about Ruto. Then let me just say some things more before I hand over to Martin about the Kenya Kwanza in Meru. You know, there is something I'm going to say about Meru, like in Imenti, Meru County. There is this person called Crocodile, Mamba. That is Kraito. Kraito's name in there, it's called Mamba, the crocodile.
That is the meaning of Kiraitu in Kimeru?
No, hiyo ndio jina yenye anaitangwa.
Ni nickname tu.
Ni nickname. Juu Kiraito ni mkali.
Hello. Kinywa, you have decided to keep quiet.
He'll come back. Network imeenda kidogo.
Okay, then let Martin go on then.
Yeah.
I just want to say hi to everybody. Abuya, Jose, wewe brother yangu wewe, nitakuchapa wewe, nitakukujia Belgium. Najua nawe keep wewe.
sorry, it's my network. Dato, you can continue.
No, Kinywa, if you're back, go on, finish.
No, he mentioned crocodile, that's why.
Yeah,
let it finish. It's okay. Finish.
What I
finish,
was saying,
Mr.
Martin. I don't know what you're talking about,
what I
Martin.
was saying is that you know, the day Raila was receiving the certificate from IEBC, you saw Kiraito was around. And it has been for long that Kiraito wasn't been seen in AZIMIO for some time. The only thing I want to say here, the people are very serious. The group that is very serious to do groundwork is the group called AZIMIO. AZIMIO inafanya kazi ya chini chini huku mitaani, kazi serious sana. So if you don't see the AZIMIO rallies every day, everywhere, my friend, things are changing. Because like in MERU, the person who is under UDA, trust me, he will be number 3. The guy who has a lot of scandals, the guy will be number 3. Kiraito will just take that thing again. And in Meru Tigania, they were complaining about Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua went there, but he didn't say anything. He just passed some places. And those people, you know, they were so frustrated, and they see who is Gachagua. And I'm sure things will turn around in Mountain, starting from Meru. And the only place that I'm trying to see how people talk, but at least I'm getting a little bit of information, changes, it's the Rakanidi. The Rakanidi is a very confused place. It's my place, but people are confused a little bit there. I'm trying to get it.
Is that the home for Kindiki? Kithure?
Yeah, for Kindiki Kidore. That's my county. So that place, at least I'm getting a little bit of changes, but the people doesn't want to talk The ones who want to talk, they are the people who we are so close to them, so they can tell me, sisi tuko Azimio bwana, ni vile mambo kwa ground huwezi ongea. So that's the only place that is disturbing me. I've been in mountain, some places, and I've seen most of the people doesn't hide. They say clearly that I'm in Azimio, not like before the way people are scared of saying that I'm supporting Raila. So things have changed. And for Mount Kenya, even Baba knows. I think, Bernard, you have recorded Sabina Chege, the work Sabina Chege has been doing in Mount groups, training people, educating people about Baba and Azimio. And what I know very well, in Mount Kenya, Azimio will harvest. And there is no option for Ruto there. Mount Kenya, it might go 50-50. And what I'm saying, Baba has always with 44% plus. And for that time, he didn't get any vote in Mount Kenya, not even 3%. But this time round, Baba will get. Nimezunguka na vile watu wanaongea huko, it's very different, very, very different. Because I approached some people today and yesterday about this issue of Mutumba in Mount Kenya here. And they say they have no problem with that. Even it's good. The people who put this thing like something bad is politician, the likes of Moses Kuria. But people are very okay with it. I've come to realize even Martha Karua mwenyewe avaangi nguo za kununua. Martha Karua nguo zake ushonwa locally, hizo vitenge zake. So this is the thing that people want in Mount Kenya. And in Kenya, people are very positive on that. So watu wasidanganywe ati Mutumba ati nini Mount Kenya. Kwanza biashara ya Mutumba si watu wa Mount Kenya peke yake. Watu Wakamba ni wengi sana kwa Mutumba, ni wengi. So watu wasianze kudanganywa tu ni Mount Kenya peke yake ati ndio wanaafektiwa. No. Mutumba inauzwa na watu wengi sana 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 in Gikomba and everywhere. So things are changing there, even in Meru. Azimio yetu mambo ya Narok hiyo ni kitu imeoshwa. Then the final thing about a little bit, the final thing about IEBC kids. You know, leo nimeangalia hiyo story na nikaona the Huda will get a scapegoat about the transmission of the result. And I'm certain the Huda will try to use that direction to avoid, to accept the defeat. Because hiyo ndio kitu walikuwa wanataka sana ndio waanze. And you will just see it this weekend, how they will be talking about the IEBC. Because they seems threatened. Because already they know they are losing. So they must look for scapegoat, something to blame. And this time around, the Supreme Court itakuwa na kazi kubwa sana. All I just want, let's vote in large numbers to Azimio so that the margin should be very high. Yenye hata wakifanya nini haiwezi kuwa na challenge yoyote. Thank you. Kuseo, you can ask me any questions, please. Yeah, it's okay. Ask.
I wanted to ask you you see, it appears that Madam Martha might even get more support from the other sides, like the Merus, Nyeri, Kiambu.
Yeah.
More than in Kirinyaga. Do you find that a bit strange? I remember, I think, was it today or when the KK were really trying to ram down this idea of Mitumbas. I don't know whether you watched the clips.
I watched. I've been following a lot about it.
You see, the last time before the current opinion polls, they were trying to imply that it is actually in Kirinyaga that the Raila Martha ticket had gained the most. But now again of late, they are trying to. That's why I was telling you that when the opinion polls are bought to portray a particular trend, sometimes if you are following them, if you are over dependent on them, you get misled.
Yeah, sure.
You get misled. You see, like now they are trying to imply that that Kirinyaga is not naturally, it should be her best county, isn't it?
Yeah.
The opinion polls are trying to indicate that in fact it is not her best county.
Okay, let me just do this. So I want to give that to Kip. I want Kip to look at the 2017 gubernatorial in Kirinyaga. The votes that Karua gathered that time. Then you see Waigoro, the votes Waigoro gained that time. You see the difference. Then that difference.
Wait. So you're asking for Kirinyaga 2020?
Yeah.
Okay. Continue talking. I'll check that now. 1 second.
You see, you give us the what about the Karua Ghana at that time,
and Waiguru
and Waigoro. So the votes
and what were the presidential numbers and Senate
those
numbers
are the
and women rep?
No, what I want to I want to get.
Let's do this. The exchange between the two of you is becoming too much. Let's do this.
Let me give the let give the what I wanted to so.
Nimesema ungoje. Thank you. Unajua mkienda kutafuta swara alafu muone kaka Sungura kando na mfuatane na kaka Sungura, mnaachana swara,
si ndio?
Sasa hiyo si ni makosa? Sisi nyumbani tunatarajia swara, nyinyi mnarudi na kaka Sungura, tufanyie nini?
Wacha tupata hiyo report Bernard.
Let's do this. Let's do this. There is the purpose of propaganda is to divert you from really issues and make you pursue non-issues. The Karua phenomena is no longer local. It's no longer Kirinyaga issue. It's a national matter right now. We are calling it the women constituency. Full stop. Any opinion poll that wants to tie her to a particular location is diversionary tactics. Tuachane nazo. Right now, the AZIMIO ticket is such that we have two national leaders on the ticket. Any attempt to tie Raila Odinga to Nyanza or tie Martha Karua to Kirinyaga, it is part of the diversionary plan that the opponent would want the Kenyans to buy into and then use it to frustrate an obvious leading ticket. So sioni kama hiyo inahitaji tusumbuane nayo. Let them prove on the 9th of August 2022 if what they said has held water. In my opinion, hiyo ni game ingine. Looking at Martha Karua as Kirinyaga, it's undermining her, number one. Number two, is trying to propel Gachagua to be something in Mount Kenya when he's not. He is not. He cannot compare with Martha, not in any way. Martha has been a member of parliament for over 20 years in Kishuki. Where was Gachagua? He's a first-time MP. If it was not that he was mtu wa mkono for his late brother Nderitu Gachagua, the late Nyeri wherever governor, he wouldn't be in the limelight right now. So let's not get diverted by those who want us to be misled. Wanakwambia swara hajaingia hapa, ameingia huku, na kumbe wamemuona amejificha hapa kwa kidini, kwa small bush there. That's my opinion. So naomba tumsikilize Martin. Hizo namba zikipatikana, Kipu utasema upeane. Thank you.
Nishapata numbers but tutaongea baadaye.
Yeah, utasubiri hapo. Alex, unavunja sheria. I will ban you from the studio. if you want to return the Gachagua rules of DO. Si tukiweka sheria kwamba kila mtu aweke camera on, hiyo sheria inadumu hivyo hivyo na kuna tolerance na hiyo, because we want to have a focus that we can sustain. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard, and I'm really sorry for the problems that you're going on through today. I've been watching it. I know you're going through a lot of things with your internet. Leo kwanza realized that this channel is very addictive. You know, I was traveling and every time nikifika kwa airport hivi bwana nafungua huko so I'm coming back. I just got home. I had to stop even somewhere just close to the airport because I had something to say just before you came back. I think it was Alex or Lo, walikuwa wamebaki watu kama watatu, wanne hivi. And I wanted to say something because I could see you could add people, though you could not be on it. I think we spoke about that on the side, but pole sana kwa ile masaibu inakushika bwana. Pole. But there's something that these guys were talking that was very important while you were gone, and that's what made me come in because I mean I'm tired, I haven't slept. But wacha kwanza ni just to come in like I always come in. Wacha kwanza ni cheke nao watu niwaambie nani this is Tukinywa and Jose. Ruto is a copycat, and Ruto is a narcissistic person. And if you ever met a narcissistic person has to do what you have to do to remain up there. So when people leave Kenya, people is Uhuru ametoka, nani wametoka, even him, he has to make himself be there. And that's why sometimes you see him, unamuonanga anaenda, when people do like a conference call, mtu anadhani ni competitor wake, na yeye pia anaenda anachukua kake ameweka huko pia anaweka hapo anaweka, so that he can be seen like a big person. He's a narcissistic person. That's the behaviors of a narcissistic person. If you've read, if you've done psychology 101, a narcissistic person will always try to imitate the person that they think they need to be. So that's what he's doing. Though hata hiyo kutoka, I don't think there's anything he went to do. That was on a lighter note. Now, I had zile vitu zilinifanya nikasimama was 3 things that are gonna tie to one. The Constitution of Kenya. The president, the vice president is gone. And sorry to cut the, ni kitu ilikuwa imefanya watu walikuwa wanaongea huko mbali, so I'm not trying to veer you guys away from the discussion, but it was something that caught me so much because I'm very serious on our country. Today, sijui kama tume withdraw out of Somalia all the way. And I think we can learn from the war with Russia and Ukraine. If something was to happen today, we do not have a president, we do not have a vice president inside the country to command the government or to command the army. But we do have Muturi. So Muturi is the highest ranking right now. That's what we have. And that's what Ruto should not be playing with these things. And that's why I have a problem with that. And then I have another thing that also caught me. And that's why I said I'm going to tie them all the way together. There's this Kimani Ngujiri, and we've been running away from talking about this thing, about Rift Valley, Kikuyus versus Kalenjins. I know we don't want to talk tribal. If anybody hasn't seen that clip, when Ngujiri was talking about Kikuyus and Kales in Rift Valley, he makes it, the thing that we know, all of us, I think we know where post-election was and everything. They're fighting, they're so scared, this is what, and this is what, and that is what is being used to even get these people to vote on the other side. And I think one day, after it's all done, we need to talk about that. Sitaki kuingilia sana so that I don't look like a rumor monger, but there's a problem between those two areas, and especially this Rift Valley. It was being spoken, CJ letter. The fear of Kikuyu and Kales in Nakuru and Rift Valley, in all that, is changing the whole thing, and people need to address that people know where they are, when they are, and what they are. Watu wasianze kusema ICC sijui watu waliwana sijui nini nini. That's what Kimani Ngunjiri is talking, and that's what he's been propagating, and that's what makes people fear, and that's what even makes people not vote in Rift Valley for Makamba. I was in Egerton University that time. I know we almost died, but today, if I'm in Nakuru, I will run away and go to Machakos, even though my vote is there. So that's something that needs to be. And akina Ngujiri wache kushtua watu, like if you're here, mkileta sijui nini itafanyika and whatever, they're the ones creating this problem of even the Rift Valley, the problems that we have now. Nilisema nitazileta zote pamoja because this touched me a lot. And I'm going to give credence to Alex. He said something, Aliambia Olo. These elections are turnover. And I like how Alex thinks at times, because these elections are very important to us. This is the change of Moi era to a new generational kind of way of living in our country. And we have to be very careful because we have one more bullet. It's not Raila that has that one more bullet. It's us as Kenyans that have that one more bullet. Somebody that actually can go anaweza pigana na system, anaweza pigana na anyone, na anaweza fanya anything, and he is a formidable opponent. My friends, if we miss this, hey, but we need to get this one right, because this is the change of Kenya. And what we are talking today, the cotton industry, the steel industry, all those things that Raila is talking about is what we've missed all these times because we've been dealing with YK92 people. And I thank Uhuru for what he's already started for the infrastructure. Right now, as Kenyans, we cannot be talking about somebody who has a manifesto of saying, now we're going to produce ours. And then people saying, watu wengine wanaenda sasa Gikomba the next day, and they are holding, Bernard, I think you saw it when you were kwa group, they saw it. Unaenda unapata another leader holding kitu imeandikwa Italia, ati sasa nafanya, I'm doing shopping at Gikomba because I'm trying to promote Gikomba things. Imeandikwa Italia, hata ugeshikenye imeandikwa Kenya. My friends, this is the time that Kenya is going to be Malaysia and everything if we do it right and we love each other. Na tukikoseana tunasameana na tunasikizana na kila kitu. This is the time we hold each other together, and I'm telling you, our generations will not even have to go to other countries. The other generations from other countries will come to us. This is a very crucial election to us, and which brings everybody together. Hence, as I finish, Azimio la Umoja. In English, Azimio la Umoja says something of unity, the conviction of unity, something like that. Azimio la Umoja, the declaration of unity.
Declaration of unity.
Declaration of unity. We have to hold each other, forgive each other, and hold each other for this election, because it will change generations and generations to come. Bernard, that's all I wanted to say. Keep, nice to see you, bro. Na kila mtu, Jose, and everybody, man, I love you guys. I'm listening to you on the side. Wacheni nifike nyumbani kidogo, nilikuwa kwa njia, but I had to say that. Poleni.
Sawa, thank you, and travel safe, fika salama, tuongee baadaye. Asante sana. Let me respond to someone here. Peter Eric Maura anasema Kemsa scandal was a plan to take advantage of the crisis they created. I don't know what role you played in the Kemsa scandal, and how much information you have on the same. But to the best of my knowledge, Kemsa scandal was one, pesa zile zilipeana za msaada za kusaidia watu wa COVID. Okay, story ya COVID. Part of it ilikuwa they donated stuff by other nations in mitigating against COVID-19. So I don't know why everybody's obsessed with it, but all in all, the culprits of the same, whether they are brought to book or not, I don't think that will have a bearing on where Kenya is going. You don't hold on something that went wrong and hold the country hostage over the same, blame everybody on the same, and you don't want people to move forward at all. If that is the mindset, then nobody will ever go out of anything. We are having a momentous moment, a historical decision to make in the country. I believe as Kenyans, we need to rally around this historical decision and not be caught up into trivialities in terms of chasing who did what, where. We will have a time for that. The time of reckoning is coming. The books will be opened. Historical injustices will be addressed. But as at now, ni kutafuta serikali kwanza.
Stop saying that. Stop saying that. You make me remember something.
I will not continue, but I will say this.
Yeah.
Let us not get trapped. In fact, the reason I'm speaking is because of what Martin talked about Ngunjiri and the fear being preached in Rift Valley to scare the diaspora people from voting a certain way. Now that, if you dare try to fall into that trap, then you have accepted to be slaves forever. But the only opportunity you have to escape from being slaves forever is go against that fear, vote against that fear, and live free thereafter. But if you allow somebody's preaching fear to you and you succumb to the pressure of the fear and let them have an upper hand against you, that is not how our liberty was fought to be retained. We were never supposed to be slaves of one another. We were supposed to be each other's keeper, brother's keeper. And so don't succumb to the pressure that if you live in a particular locality, you have to vote a certain way, because if you vote the other way, you're putting these lives at risk. Every Kenyan must be safe where they are. They don't have to vote a certain way in order for them to be secured. They are entitled to the security provided by the state, provided by God, and provided by all people. That is my take on it. So that fear should not be encouraged, should not be tolerated, should not be understood. It should be rejected from the word go. Keep, you seem to have an issue. What is it?
You know, Kales and Kikuyus are like this, Bana. 10 years of a relationship is not a joke. You can't just wish that away. Tunapendana sana. I have many relatives who've married the other side, and Kinyo can testify that. Yeah, mambo ni ya wazee, the old ones, except for Nyumba, of course. Yo shida kunanga squeezy.
No, Kimani Ngonjiri is just a noisemaker. I'm the noisemaker, so don't mind that person.
No, he is threatened. He's not a noisemaker. He's crying out loud. You shouldn't. Don't call him a noisemaker. He's crying out loud. Amefinywa. So mtu kama melaliwa na lori na analia, musiseme is making noise. Analia. Mwende kusaidia yeye, muinue lori atoke. That's what's happening. He's drowning, and he has to hold on anything that he can hold on to use to propel himself back to relevance.
Bernard, have you seen Kimani Ngonjiri in Uda rallies? Have you ever seen him in Uda rallies? Answer me.
That's what I'm telling you. The Uda he has preached, the Uda he has defended, the order he has sworn to stick by has turned against him, and now he's having it rough. That's what I mean. So he wants to scare both sides so that he can get where to escape through, but inaonekana amekabwa hata hapo kwa ground, amekabwa kwa county, amekabwa national of course hawezi toboa. So ni kilio tu cha haki kilio cha haki. Bwana Nyumba, wewe inaonekana ndio jirani wa Gunjiri, tuambie kunaendaje?
Habari zenu, nimemsalimia wote.
Greeted.
Sinaona siku hizi nimebadilisha masaa. I'm fresh. Keep nalala on time, ndio naamuka sasa, sitalala tena. You know, you have to become brighter as every other day. Every day you learn something new. You don't stick in the same position all the time. Now, Kimani Ngonjiri is big in size, but kichwa iko kitu kidogo sana. Let me give you a very small story. There's a petrol station near where I stay, belonging to a friend of mine, and it was opened in, that is 97 for 17 plus 4, 21. No, 20, in the year 20. I'm in Rongai constituency, which is under Raymond Moi. Kimani Ngonjiri is the MP for Bahati. But they invited guests to come when that petrol station was being opened. It's actually had 500 meters from where I stay. It was Kimani Ngonjiri. Kimani Ngonjiri thereafter caused some mess. There's a time Raila Odinga came to the place I stay. It's called Don Levin. And there's a hotel called Donis. Hotel Donis belongs to a lawyer called Ogola. Ogola is a lawyer, and exactly is a KANU head here in Nakuru. Honorable Raila has to use the back door to run out of where I stay. Because, I repeat, Kimani Ngonjiri is in Bahati. He organized some mobs to come and harass the presence of Raila in this place. Yeah? This is a different constituency. Ni Raymond Moi anatoka mpaka Bahati, analeta wakora wakuja wafuruge hapa, lakini Raila alitokea. In fact, hiyo hotel inaitwa Doniza alitokea nyuma na akaenda basi. You can see the sort of person he is. Yeah? Na kuna wakati alipiga police woman hapa Kenyatta Avenue Nakuru. Yeah? Lakini hiyo kesi iliisha. Anapiga police in uniform makofi kwa street Kenyatta Avenue. As we speak, it's a very serious case, and I don't want to be seen to be taking sides. There's this a British woman who was killed in Karura forest, because she was a conservativist. It is said that there are few people who had grabbed some land in Karura and wanted to use part of the forest to create a road, a new road. And she was shot dead. Actually, that thing is still under investigation. And it's implied, let me stop there. Let me not go further than that. I don't want to seem to be saying things against Kimani Ngonjiri. If you go back to history, Kimani says that for him to be recognized by the late President Moi, he stopped next to the road. This is the road to Kabarak, actually. That's where I stay. I'm only a few kilometers, maybe 5 or 10 from Kabarak. Not 10, maybe 5. He had to kneel down to be noticed by the President Moi, and he did. And that's when now his riches started rising. As we speak, I've got a friend, and I talked about this the other day. One of my best friends staying at Bahati, Mairokumi. And the situation on the ground is that Kimani Ngonjiri is being thrown out by the lady called Njoki. Njoki wa Jubilee. So, Bernard, I confirm what we are saying. This is a man under siege, and he is throwing his last kicks. These are kicks of a dying horse. So, and he's trying to hold to any straw that is available, and is drowning actually his political career. And if you remember, Kimani Ngonjiri had tried very many times to get the MP for Bahati, and it was a failure all the time until a chance arose. Mungu akamhurumia vile mkamejaribu. But I'm sorry, hatujapimwa IQ yake na yangu na yule mwingine iko chini, iko chini kidogo hiyo kitu kwa kichwa. So wacha niwachie hapo kwa sababu sitaki kuongea sana. Chance yangu ikifika ngaje ama baada nimalize, sina maneno mengi nataka kuongea. This was an intrusion into something.
Malizia, endelea. Umalize ya kwako alafu tuendelee.
Okay, hata ni kidogo sana ndio ya Ngonjiri tumesema hivyo. So I've said I've very good information of a friend of mine. Actually, this a friend of mine who was doing my campaign in 2013. He's also a political man. So he knows what is happening. He's a leader in that area, community leader also. Kimani Ngonjiri is going out. And let me confirm, your observation, Bernard, is very correct. He's just throwing tantrums here and there, nothing. Now, I see Martin Deto left. I can comment on that. We are not in fear. We are fearing nothing here. We have seen even in 2007, we are still here. And as Keeper said, hakuna vita, tuko pamoja tu tunasikizana. You know, leaders want to sow the seeds of discord so that we fight. We won't. Tunasikizana. Especially where I say, this is a cosmopolitan area. There are everybody from every other place. Kiamunyi is a farm that was bought way back. And Kiamunyi means this. Kiambu, Muranga, and Nyeri. Kia, Kiambu, Mu, Muranga, Nyi for Nyeri. Na si hivyo peke yake, waliponunua hii shamba, of course those were Kikuyus. The place I stay, they divided into plots. These plots are for everybody. We are mixed. Even during the 2007 fracas, actually I was a church leader. There was no problem here. People are running from elsewhere and coming to settle here because we are together. And as I said, remember, I said I'm an architect, and also I designed a church called St. Augustine. As we speak now, I was a leader, then the Kikuyu, as we speak, there was Shiundu. Shiundu is a Luya, the chairman and all that. Every time, we are in harmony. Hakuna shida hapa. So, Deto anasema habari ya fear, there's no fear here. No, we are not going to buy it. So, if us here, we are not buying that fear, why you people in the diaspora, why should you buy that fear? Don't. Be comfortable that things are under control. And maybe somebody pass this information to Deto that there's no problem here and we are not fearing anything. Now, and also, Deto said something very important. The late President Moi said Kanu is going to rule for 100 years. And actually, Kanu, since Moi left, Kanu has been ruling. Kebaki was in Kanu all the time. And remember him one time saying that you can't cut a Mugumo tree with a razor blade. He didn't also believe that Kanu could be removed from power. He said it. But finally, Kebaki is also a Kanu product. So it was a continuation of the same, Kanu and Moi. Thereafter comes Uhuru and Ruto, continuation of the same Kanu. But as Ndeto said, this is the only chance we have to cut that. If we elect Raila, Raila has never been in Kanu. Even this that Kanu merged with LDP, NDP, was it NDP or NDP? Yeah? He was getting in to destroy Kanu and he almost actually destroyed it. So if Raila takes over, this will be a break from Kanu, and it will be the best thing that will ever have happened to Kenya. We have a change. Yeah, and the team of Mother Karua and Raila and Mother Karua will make a break from the Kanu monotony of misrule in this country. So now let me, I don't know, maybe I'm taking too long, but I can say there are not so many people unless they're the background. All these people out of the country, the leaders, I don't know, it's not a written rule, But there's no reason that the president and his deputy should be out of the country at the same time. At least one of them should be in the country in one time. Now both of them are out. And then Ruto says he's still in government. Is he in government? No, he's not. Because at least if Uhuru was going for functions outside, Ruto should have stayed and run the country. Just like was given that chance one time. Yeah, so I don't know. I think there's something somebody said is just following. He thinks he'll be outsmarted or look like he's not as good as the others by traveling outside the country. Wacha niwachie hapo tu, mwingine aendelee na mambo nyingi ningesema, but I'm still around. Yeah.
Okay, thank you Bwana Nyumba.
I can see Alex wants to pin me down. Give him the chance, please, Bernard.
Okay. Are you accepting to be pinned down or?
No way, because I'm sure you cannot pin me down. That's why I'm agreeing. If I knew I would not agree.
Okay, Alex Media Group.
Yeah, today nakubali uko na nguvu. Ile misabibu hujakunywa leo, so I can't pin you down. So hiyo leo nawacha hiyo maneno. But shukrani sana kwa hiyo historia. Wengine hata tuko na tuplot twingine tudogo hapo Kiamunyi, but hatukujua tulienda Kiambu, Murang'a tukanunua huko. Na mimi nimetaka miaka nyingi sana kununua shamba Central. Kumbe niko na shamba Central na sijui. Sasa asante sana kwa hiyo historia ya Kiamunyi.
You should now surrender that land to me.
Mimi ninataka niishi na watu wa Central na Waoria kwa sababu hawa jamaa wakitoka Kenya sijui tutafanya biashara aje. I have always admired their business acumen. So nafurahia sana kwa hiyo historia nzuri sana. Watu wa Kisii wengi wanakaa Kiamunyi na ni kweli kabisa hatujui jina Kiamunyi inamaanisha nini. Wewe leo you have pinned it down and you have told us, so that's a good thing. Swali langu ni kwa Kinywa, you know, you educate us a lot. There is a time that was about 3 months ago, you told us something that shocked me. You told us the reason tuliacha kupenda Uhuru, watu wa Central, Uhuru decided all of a sudden to do away with counterfeit goods. And watu ya Central walikasirika kwa sababu walipenda magendo. Walipenda vitu ya China, but Uhuru dealt with it once and for all, stopped, the importation. Don't you think this is a repetition with the same thing he should have done with Mutumba? Why did he fear Mutumba, but he dealt with the counterfeit China thing? And there's a good clip circulating today ambayo Moses Kuria asema watu wanasema hatutaki counterfeit. Hiyo ni vitu yetu, acha ikuje, sisi tunanunua. Few months later akanunua sijui ni blanket gani, kachoma yeye akikuwa kule huko Dubai, akaanza kucomplain, what does Kenya Bureau of Standard do? I really loved that clip. So I think Bernard should put that clip because it was so hilarious. I watched it over and over and I was just saying, huyu jamaa amesahau alichomwa, alikuja Gikomba akanunua blanketi ikamchoma, tena amerudi Gikomba.
Okay. Alex.
Yes, sir.
About the clip,
Sorry, for Bwana Kenywa, Alex, you forgot about the counterfeit drinks, Uhuru also dealt it with it very hard.
Exactly. So he dealt with those, but I don't know why he feared to deal with Mutumba. That's what I want you people to tell me.
Alex, it is not fear. You don't understand Uhuru. Uhuru deals with one matter at a time. He doesn't want to arouse everything from all directions because it's wisdom.
Bernard, hiyo jina arouse sio mzuri sahi.
Let me give you a scenario about Uhuru, Mr. Alex.
Alex, sijui nani alikuroga, lakini tutakuwekea mikono tukuombee. Ili macho yako ifunguke.
Let me give Alex the real thing. The video that you saw about Moses Kuria, actually, I forwarded it to Moses Kuria mwenyewe direct. Nilimforwardia. You know what he told me? Are you mad? So that's the response I got from that video.
Sasa wewe nilikwambia uache uchokozi, utaki kusikia.
So let's go about the counterfeits. You know, Uhuru did one thing. Remember the time Uhuru made sure that the Eldoret, EPZ Eldoret is working. You remember? And he revived also in Mombasa. Do you remember? And also the Athi River one. I normally do some work for them. The time Uhuru did that, that was a piloting to see, to make sure the people will start at least to understand, so that he can have a reason to say, you see, I did this and it's working. So Uhuru is a very wise person. He didn't fufua those viwanda just for the sake. That was to show that there is something will be done in future. And you know the future is when? Next month, but 2 is the future. You understand? So that's why Uhuru did that, because he couldn't just come up and say, I don't want Mutumba, no. And remember, there is the time the Mutumba issue had raised. The Mutumba was being at Mutumba isikuje Kenya. Do you remember? That was a test to see how people will respond about it. And now the future, it's coming. So that's why I'm assuring people very much well, this thing will work. Look at Ukambani, Charity Ngiro. Do you know why Charity Ngiro invested on Kikotech? Do you know why? Those were the plans, part of to show people that this thing can work. So they have a good ground to show people that, you see, in Ukambani, it's working. In Eldoret, how many people it has employed. So the reality, you know, Kenya people need the reality sometimes. And to give them the reality, you have to be very wise. Otherwise, they will fight you back. So the future is the next 2 months, next month, but 2, it will be the future. And do you know what? Baba will start implementing that thing very fast to make sure this thing within 5 years, the end of the 5th year, this thing will be working in some counties. So Uhuru is a very wise man. And about the counterfeit, Uhuru did that intentionally. Once, juu ilikuwa imeumiza watu sana, sana. And the people who are very annoyed with Ruto from Mountain, they are the people who used to benefit from those goods. They have connections, they bring containers, counterfeit, they get cleared. But for me individual, sitaweza kuleta container mzima, nitaleta vitu kidogo. So mimi nakuja nasumbuliwa, zangu zinanikula pesa. Nikikuja nazo kwa duka siuzi, juu nauza bei kali. Kimani Ichung'wah anakuja analeta container, the same thing I'm selling at 250 shillings. Kimani Ichung'wah anakuja anaiuza at 100 shillings. And you know who are Kenyans? Utanunua wapi? Utaenda kwa Kimani Ichung'wah, right? So mimi nitaka kwa duka yangu siuzi for 1 month, nalipa rent, nalipa mfanyikazi. So nitaona this business is not working. I lined up by crossing the work. So hiyo complaints ndio Uhuru alinotice. We complained, people complained. And that's why he decided to do that. Na watu ndio wako na hasira sana. Hebu angalia wale watu wako na hasira sana na Uhuru ni nani na nani. Just look at them. Those are the people, akina Gachagua, akina Ndindi Nyoro, akina Kimani Ichung'wah. Those are the people. And akina Moses Kuria. You know, Moses Kuria ni MP wa Uhuru, Gatondo. And you see how he disrespects Uhuru. Do you think it's just because of politics? No. It's because there are some business that he was benefiting through are closed. That's why. Aliniuliza, are you mad? Hivyo ndivyo niliulizwa. So
nashukuru lakini nataka to focus because I want us to have a debate mzuri about Mutumba because these people are overtaking us and I think we have given them the leeway.
No, they can't.
And on top of that, and anataka saa mzee nyumba, maybe he knows this more.
Mzee Nyumba, what is the politics of mitumba and fires? Unapata Gikomba every 2 weeks kuna moto ya mitumba, moto imechoma mitumba Gikomba. What is the politics between moto na Gikomba na mitumba? Because we see that all the time, na hata wazima moto hawaendangi huko wanawacha tu inapotea. What is the politics behind that?
Wait. Kidogo nataka kuomba nitoroke kwa sababu imefika 2 o'clock hapa na nina kazi kesho. I would have loved to debate more, lakini this is quite a serious time. Lakini nimeshukuru sana kukuja leo. Na I'll come tomorrow and I'll do a bit more debate. I apologize for leaving a bit early on the show. So pole sana. So good night, guys.
Thank you, Kip. See you later.
Oh, Alex, I may not have much, I may not be an authority on that, but I can just comment on 1 or 2 points. One, all the fires cannot be because of the same reason. They could be varied. Some fires could be business competition between rivals, but also there's the element of politics. If you remember well, there was this minister, is it Wanjigi? Yeah, mine Wanjigi. He was the MP for Kamkunji or something like that way back during Moi's time. And he made a lot of noise. I don't remember if he was sacked or not sacked because it was political. So some of the fires I've said could be business rivalry, but also the political element could be there. In that, you see, if you keep on subduing the people, unachoma, alafu pia unarudi kuwasaidia kujenga na kufanya nini, Sonko style, you know, intentionally, hata unaweza kuchoma wewe mwenyewe, unarudi unawapatia hizo kuwasaidia kujenga na kuestablish business afresh. Yeah, so there's also the political element of it. I've said I can only say
so
those 2 points.
Is it not right for me to link Moses Kuria ndiye anachomanga hii alafu anaenda nawasaidia? Because he likes going to Gikomba a lot.
I can't quote names like you because
okay. Alex.
No, let's do this. Let's do this, you guys. Let's do this, okay? Gikomba market is very huge. It's a very emotive place. Moi used it for long as a diversionary tactic. Every time he was cornered, there will be fire in Gikomba. He will be there with maize to distribute to the people, and the people forget the pressure that he was facing from other people. So we have the history of fires in Gikomba dates back to Moi's time, and it at times is business rivalry, like Nyumba said, but majority is politics. Secondly, that land in Gikomba, it's not that it's going to be sold. The rumor has it that somebody already paid for it. The only problem is how to move in it. So some of the things are being done to try and...
Hiyo mwanaume alinunua hiyo ni hot potato. Hiyo alikulwa pesa tu. Hiyo ni kama Uhuru Park. You can't take that.
No, yeah, don't say that. Never say never. In Kenya, with politics, can you imagine? Let me give you an example. At the Chiefs camp in Isili, okay? If you knew where the Chiefs camp in Isili was, okay? The place as a mall, shopping mall, huh? Chief alichukuliwa akawekwa nje, mall ikajengwa na kapewa floor huko juu afanyie kesi zake huko. So if the Chiefs camp...
Bernard, wacha maneno ya Isili. Mi nasema mtu aamue ati anajenga nyumba Gikomba, si itachomwa, watangoja tu iishe kabisa, watu wachome.
Wacha zako.
Bernard, na Alex angalia Ngara.
Hey.
Yes. Look here. Like now, there is the upgrading of the city program, okay, where they have targeted all the short buildings in the city center. If you either make it go up or sell it to somebody who can make it go up. and see all the buildings in town are growing very fast. Now the next thing is expansion. Like now the things like Muthurwa will be done away with, Landmawe done away with, Ziwani, Starehe, all that. They want to put up modern building on a modern infrastructure. Through that, that's how Kikomba will be dealt with quietly, and there will be no an uproar. So the best way to deal with this, build an alternative market, like Marigiti is now being developed. They will push people elsewhere in Mudurwa. While they are occupying Mudurwa, that Mudurwa is temporal. There is a reason why it was built like that. If they wanted to be permanent, they would have built it permanently with floors going up. They knew that is land they are holding temporarily to use eventually when the city begins to expand and develop further. So si eti serikali haina mipango ya mbele, wanayo mipango na wana hizo michoro, ni vile tu wanangoja siasa ingiane, mambo yaendelee, alafu mambo yafanywe. So anybody thinking that the people in Kikomba have stopped the government from taking the land or giving it away is a joke. It's a joke. If they want it, they can even take it tomorrow. You will run around the street, tutakufinya na tutajenga.
Bernard, nauliza bendera ya huyo chifu wa Isiri inakuanga wapi?
Iko juu
Bendera
ya
yake
roof.
uko
Kwa dirisha.
si kwa entrance.
Aendange parade kwa sababu hakuna compound. Let's make progress. Let's make progress, and ni ile masaa yangu pia imeanza kufika. What was I supposed to respond to this? There's an issue. Yes. Let me see if my nini will allow me to play several videos. Hatujacheza video leo kwa sababu these enemies of progress have been on my neck.
Was after August 9th this year, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have had the privilege and the honor bestowed on me by the great people of Kikuyu to serve them for the last 2 terms as their Member of Parliament. And I must indeed say, Honorable Speaker, unlike what the Honorable Kalonzo is saying, I am proud that I have been able to articulate issues both in the House and in political rallies. And I want to encourage those who shout in political rallies, please continue doing so because it is important. Also articulate the issues that you articulate on the floor of the House because that is where, again, you come and articulate issues representing your people. Honorable Speaker, I am honored to have served with very many members of this House, some for the first time and others that we served in the 11th Parliament with, and I want to wish all of them the very best as they embark on their campaigns. However, Honorable Speaker, I have a disturbing episode that I have seen in this Parliament, unlike in the 11th Parliament when I first joined in Parliament. After the handshake, Honorable Speaker, this House regrettably became like a marketplace. People never allowed other people to articulate their issues and to say what they want to say without shouting them down. And it is sad that we come to a house where you call yourselves honorable men and ladies, but we cannot have the patience to listen to each other. How I pray that in the next Parliament, we will have the patience to listen to each other, allow your colleagues to articulate their issues, and you have your opportunity for a rebuttal on anything that they say that does not please you. Honorable Speaker, as you can see, I'm in a very yellow shirt, and I must announce it is a Mtumba shirt. Honorable Speaker, even the coat I'm wearing and the tie, and even the trousers, are Mtumba shirts, trousers, and they're all nice clothes, and I believe I'm looking very smart today in this Mtumba outfit. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, even as we say, don't insult others. And I am on record, Honorable Speaker, I have had tremendous respect for the former Prime Minister. And as vehemently as I have opposed his policies and his political persuasions, I have never insulted him, and I will never insult the former Prime Minister. Neither will I ever insult Uhuru Kenyatta as the President of the Republic of Kenya, or even him as a person. But I will criticize them. I will tell them the truth as it is. And for those that believe they are gods, I will tell them that I only believe in one God Almighty. I will never worship a man. And I can never, and no Kenyan will ever worship another man. Therefore, even for our leaders, let us also have that heart to be understanding to our people, that our people do not wear mtumba because they like wearing the clothes of the dead people, as you are telling us. They wear mtumba because you have captured our state. You have strangled our economy, strangulated Kenyans to an extent that they cannot afford the designer clothes that you wear. Today, I decided to wear mtumba clothes in solidarity with the people of Kenya who are being insulted. The people of Kenya who are being insulted for what they wear. But I want to ask the people of Kenya on the 9th of August, remember those who care about you. Remember those who care about your economy, those who care about your families and your livelihoods, those who want to build your economy from the bottom up. And with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, because I can see time is passing, I want to promise the people of Kikuyu that, as I have said, kazi ionge. And as we say where I come from, where I am saying I am proud of what I've been able to achieve as a member of parliament, even as I ask them to give me a third term to continue serving them and serving the great people of Kenya in this parliament. Tuonane bunga lijao.
Member for Kibwezi East.
Bana, mi uza mtusi bana, na historia ya mtusi bana, kuna venye neza dai gavai bana. Jue hizi nguo saa zingine zinatuchoma man, unafungua beli unapata nguo hadi zimeraruka bana. So ningetaka sana gavai historia kutuundia makampuni huko mtaani hadi tukue tunaundiwa nguo huko tu. Sivaa kitu watu unavaa kitu safi. So hapo ningependelea sana gava bana, historia mtusi tulete, tutengeneze kampuni hata ile kwa create majob bana. Kwa create job opportunities. Inaweza chora mavijana. Sasa kama hapa nimejichora solo, na ninakwambia mimi uchomeka. Mimi uchomeka man. I wish ungekuwa tu siku moja nikifungua beli uone kitu kwa. Lakini hiyo story nilisikia kufunguliwa makampuni mtaani inaweza dai vibaya sana. So gava ikiweza man, chezeni kinyinyi, shikilieni mayuni bana.
Okay, those are two brains on the floor of the house. Which one spells the future? Which one thinks he wants to use the poverty of the people to get his third term back to parliament? Roberto.
Yes, thank you very much, Bernard. And appreciate joining you. This, though I'm a bit late. Now, I'll just comment one or two things on the videos and then proceed to the day's menu. Now, for Imani Ichung'wah is, for me, I find it, that is cheap publicity. And the more we give them audience, the more they will keep on shouting. But I also appreciate what the Right Honorable and AZIMIO candidate Raila Odinga did. You know, the Raila is somebody who, whatever he utters, it becomes a conversation for the whole country. And I'm looking at it from the positive side of it, because we have several candidates so far, I think 3 or 4, gunning for presidency. And you can see Wajakoya is talking about marijuana or bangi, for that matter. Can you imagine what would have happened if Raila was to talk about banking and give it give it the same perception that Wajakoya is giving it? It would have been a campaign tool for these fellows, and it would never have been something that we would want even to try and defend. We would be on the back foot totally. But if you look at the Mutumba issue, I have looked at the Mutumba issue extensively. I've looked at the pros and cons, and the Mutumba issue is, for me, is a non-issue. We are the only country where legislators in Africa, I'm talking about in Africa, legislators are pretending to support the Mutumba business, or to continuing to encourage the Mutumba business. If you look at the documentaries, which I've watched quite a few, almost 10 documentaries I've watched, and these documentaries are not being done by our own African journalists. They are being done by researchers from there's the gentleman from the German TV, which focuses on Africa. There is a BBC correspondent who has done the same. And if you look at the dangers of this Mutumba, you know, we are taking it lightly, and the likes of Moses Kuria are making a mockery of the whole thing, and it is not pretty. In West Africa, it is so bad that it has become toxic waste. And some of the things that people don't want to talk about is these bales that they're buying and opening. Some of the bales, you know, the kind of chemicals used during the storage, the quality of the second-hand goods is so bad that we lose dignity. Even if you look at the kind of garments that come in, yes, there are a few that there are some that are of considerable quality, but that does not change the fact that they are second-hand, and the end user does not know where these garments have passed through. There is no certification, there is no inspection. You know, I would excuse. I also drive a Mutumba vehicle from Japan, and there is verification there from the country of import, and even here in Kenya, in Mombasa, there is physical verification where the KRA can open up the vehicle and see what it is and whether it matches the specifications. But these Mutumbas come and you don't check anything. You just given a bail and you open. I have given a few of tried to help a few of relatives with some money to buy this Mutumba, and they are unable to even refund, because you open up a Mutumba, you get one shoe, you know, it is a total disaster. It is just, it's like a gambling. It is not something that is certain, and the profit margin does not match the money that you put in. It is so negligible. You can't even compare vis-a-vis the time that you have spent. So this Mutumba should never be encouraged. Never be encouraged at all. It is an environmental risk. And I don't know whether, Bernard, have you ever come across a Mutumba bale that has been opened few minutes after it has been opened? Do you know you actually need a mask, because the kind of smell or scent that comes from the Mutumba is not a pretty thing. Even the traders who are supporting it, it's not a pretty thing. And I've always said in this forum that the people who benefit most are the importers. It is never about the retailers, because the importers will bring bulk. They don't need to check what is in there, but the retailers are the ones who bear the brand. of losses and what have you. And the consumers also. You can buy something and wear it, and there is no guarantee that you will not get some kind of skin disease and whatever it is. Nevertheless, as I've said, there are few that are of very good quality. They might not be the real Mtumba secondhand. There are those ones that have left the stores unsold and have been ended up in the third world countries. So I'll leave it at that. And I find the debate very healthy, and I don't look at it like it is hurting the AZIMIO cause. Other than a few characters like Dindi Nyoro. I watched a video this evening of Dindi Nyoro at night in somewhere I think in Kandara. Was it in Kandara? Yes. And the kind of speeches or the words that are being used in those rallies leave a lot to be desired. You cannot believe that these people have gone to the extent where they are saying that huyu mzee wa kitandawili anataka ku anataka sijui anataka awashike ama ajue afanye nini. So he's telling the crowd that wacha ajaribu, akijaribu ndio atajua sisi ni watoto wa Maumau. Now what kind of threats are those? Those are cheap way of looking for votes, because it now borders on incitement. It is not anything that you can call a campaign. And I think even this cohesion team is also not doing their job, because some of the statements they are making with regard to this Mtumba, especially in Central Province, they're extremely pathetic, and they do not give the image of a leader. Now let me come to the IEBC. This IEBC thing, I think, in as much as they're testing, I want to believe that the IEBC is taking us to court immediately after elections, because I've tried to read the Election Act, and there are clauses where clearly there is. I mean, I believe that there is going to be somebody is going to challenge the results. And though the results the results might not be overturned, but it is going to be a waste of time for the Kenyan people, because there are two clauses which are not very clear in the Election Act, and it is to do with the register. And this register is supposed to have been published, I think, is it 60 days before the election? And today, I think, is the 9th or what? Today is the 10th, of which was yesterday. So I don't know how they will treat that, because that is a very good and fertile ground for somebody to go and say that the register had not been published 2 months before the election, because it is supposed to be displayed in all constituencies. So that is already a recipe for a lot of legal battles ahead. So maybe we'll have to wait until it gets to that time, so that we can see whether we'll cross that hurdle. Now, Uhuru, Raila, Kalonzo, and Ruto out of the country. I really don't understand why all these fellows could be out, especially Uhuru and Ruto. Nevertheless, the constitution says that the third in command is the speaker. But for the DP, it beats me how a responsible Kenyan who claims to be I am in government, he always tells us that I am the deputy president. And if you are the deputy president, any Kenyan would expect you to be responsible for the office that he elected you to hold, because it was a pair. And I don't see why he would want to leave the country when he very well knows that the president is out of the country. And in any case, there is no way Uhuru Kenyatta or the president's office would fail to communicate this information to the deputy president that the president has this kind of itinerary and he will be out of the country on this day. So automatically the constitution gives him that mandate to lead the country. And he chooses to go out. So this is not a gentleman who is serious, and he would do anything to sabotage Uhuru. And there is no doubt in my mind that the kind of things that have been talked about in terms of impeachment, this is a gentleman who is ready to sabotage Uhuru anytime, any minute he will get. I mean, he will bring him down. And thank God that Uhuru is in good health, and we want him in good health and many more days to come, especially this period until 9th of August. We need him in very good health, safe, and it should be, I mean, well protected. Now, and then you agreed, and KK in KK. Now, Mr. Mudavadi does not seem to know what he wants exactly, because to go and start crying in the night to the electorate that why are you tough? You know sometimes, and he can't do it during the day. He's now doing it during the night. That tells you that this is a gentleman who is not serious, because he is addressing the wrong people. He should be addressing Ruto himself and tell him, come on, we are meant to be equal partners, and there is no way you can give me, start eating, sleeping in my bedroom while I am present, because that is tantamount to allowing, let me put it so crude, allowing another man to be in your bedroom while you are with your wife. That is not possible. It is very shameful. This man should style up and face William Ruto and tell him to withdraw those candidates if he wants that kind of 70% support. And it can even be done now. Otherwise, I do not see why the Luhya community should spare this gentleman. He should be caned properly. And by caning, I mean the voters should come out and make sure that AZIMIO gets majority of the votes, if not 90%, so that it can be a lesson to Mudavadi or any other tribal kingpins to know how to negotiate with other communities, because William Ruto has actually made mincemeat of Mudavadi. Mudavadi there's totally nothing that he can tell the people of the Mulembe Nation. I would want to see him attend mass, especially in Nairobi. He has a famous church that he likes going called Friends. And that is where, top de la cream of the Mulembe Nation normally meet in Nairobi. So I would want him to face those people on a Sunday and try and make a political statement, because that is where he will be put kwa ile kitu inaitwa mizani kabisa on the national scale by professionals and well-wishers of the Mulembe Nation in the capital city. Let me leave it at that, and then I'll make some contribution there thereafter later. Thank you.
Okay, asante Roberto, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Kenya tulia, hasa pia ulikuwa umeinua mkono, tulia hapo hapo. I'm signing out. I need to go, but I would want to make some responses from what Roberto has said and how we should treat these elections going forward. Chebukati and team should own up to their irresponsibility by doing the right thing no matter what. If they can't do the right thing, watimuliwe na waende mbali sana. Hatutaki mchezo na hii elections. Chebukati must go. We still have a chance to make that happen, and we can cut his salary the Supreme Court said any 3 of the commissioners can constitute a quorum. So we have 6. We can dismiss the ones that are arrogant, especially that one who is talking arrogantly as if we must all buy into his brains when he has failed to deliver what he should deliver. How do you test the kids when you know that those places will need satellite? You have not put the satellite. You run the mock transmission. It fails. And you are now telling me you are suggesting that we should put a satellite to boost the internet. What kind of madness is that? Let everybody take serious their responsibility as far as these elections are concerned. And if you can't handle it, talk to office mapema. We'll get somebody else to get that done. Somebody suggested that they should let the army run the elections. I tend to like the idea, since Uhuru introduced the army into ordinary business. If they are doing the meat properly, they have restored the railway, the old railway line properly. We are seeing containers being put to use. The containers, they are now in use. I think we need to get working people. Not all these people want to appear in the press and complain about what they should have cured before the mock wherever transmission went on. It is important that we really take these elections with the seriousness it deserves. Let's get rid of jokers. As we get rid of jokers from the people on the ballot, we should also get rid of jokers, of everybody who has something to do with these elections. Kama mtu yuko serious, atimuliwe mapema. We want to have an elections without conflicts and without people having grounds to go to court. Now, these 60 days, it's now a big issue because we cannot call back the Tuesday, the second Tuesday. Is it the first Tuesday of August or the second Tuesday of August? It's a constitutional issue. We cannot revert that without a referendum. And now Chebukati has led us into a crisis. How are we getting out of that crisis? How do we extend this to be 60 days when we are already closing in? So mambo kama haya na Chebukati is a lawyer who knows all these things and knows the hurdles that can come up by reason of the elections and is deliberately doing that. I think he needs to be to be investigated. He needs to be investigated. An eye must be kept on him. If he wants to bungle these elections, he should be kicked out with the fastest means possible. All in all, the progressive leaders of this country should be given another chance. How they have performed on the floor of the House. If your member of parliament said nothing in parliament, did nothing in parliament, contributed nothing in terms of policy, don't vote him back. Fukuza aende kufanya kazi ingine. Get everybody who is progressive. Hawa watu wote wana kampeni ya mtumba wafukuzwe, wasipewe nafasi ya pili. We need people who think the future, who think how far, how much can we contain. After 10 years, we'll have grown 10 more million on top of what we are. What happens to this new 10 million people that we have brought into existence? Does the country expand? It doesn't. The only thing we can expand is the resources available within the country. How do we expand them so that they will be able to contain the weight of the new population that we are adding to ourselves? Hatuwezi expand inchi ya Kenya even by 1 inch, it remains static. But we can multiply the resources that we have within, the land we have, the brains we have, the capabilities we have, the businesses we have available. We need thinkers into the parliament who are going to propel this to happen. Devolution is the best idea, but devolution will collapse if counties don't grow and become independent. They cannot. This is 10 years after the new constitution and the implementation of devolution. By now, the counties should be functioning at the worst of all, should be 50-50. Okay, but if they are still depending on the central government with their recurrent salary, they are depending on the central government with their subordinate staff and all other things. That means we are just maintaining what we inherited. We are not growing. So we need governors who can look for how do we make this county self-reliant in terms of the collections of the taxes and the use of the resources available. How do we expand our cake so that it's enough to carry everybody within our county and export it to the neighboring county? We should have inter-county trade. We should have inter-county trade. The only thing I see happening inter-county ni levy inachukuliwa kwa barabara. Ati sasa mmetoka Uasin Gishu, mmeanza kuingia Trans Nzoia, mnalipa shilingi fulani. Alafu mmetoka Trans Nzoia, mnaingia Bungoma, you drop something from there. All that is what is happening. We need to have inter-county trade. Inter-county trade means onions zile ziko hapo Chwele zinaoza, ziteremushwe chini Mombasa, ziuzwe kwa sababu haziko huko. Mapera ikizidi sana Western, jaza lori, teremusha huku chini, watu wakule mapera. Sio wewe kukaa hapo kumaintain mambo vile uliyopokea. So at the risk of sounding like a preacher, I want to end it there, but I really want us to think out of the box in determining who goes back to parliament. Wale watu hawajaongea chochote kwa parliament wasirudishwe. Na hata kama alimanage CDF, CDF was not supposed to be managed, it was supposed to be expanded. Okay, Wangira unataka kunifight? Mimi naondoka tafadhali.
Bernard.
Yes.
There's just one issue. You have said that the county government.
It should be my turn, yeah.
Ngoja na Ose na waacha na Makia hadi mtaendelea. Subirini tu, wacha ni respond kwa nani. Wangira unasemaje?
You know, I've just heard you say that county governments depend on central government. You know, that needs to be corrected because the constitution is very clear that is a share of the national revenue between county governments and national governments. So there's no benevolence here. You know, whatever the county governments gets is their right per the constitution.
Bwana Wangira, you are choosing not to understand what I said. I will not accuse you for not understanding. I am saying you are choosing not to understand. The truth is, county government were not created to be dependent on the central government.
That's where you are wrong. They don't depend on the national government. They just get their share of the revenue from the national kitty.
Have you been listening to the chairman of governors? Have you not heard Oparanya threatening government, central government, if you don't send the money now, we are closing hospitals?
You know, Bernard, when you are wrong, just accept you are wrong. You know, for example, if you have for example, just listen.
To make me look wrong, I will not succeed. Not on this one. This is my point, and I made it very clearly. Everybody listen. This is what I'm saying. The money being given by the central government to the county government is to facilitate the functionality of the county government. But that is supposed to be capital, okay? Capital, so that the governor and the MCAs come up with modalities of raising the funds within the county through expansion, like now value added, like now through the Mamangilus County. With that industry, they are producing their products. They are multiplying what has been handed to them, so that when they could not function, if the central government delays to dispatch the money, they will have ready money to take care of issues. If the county government were to be maintained the way they are, to wait for the central government to bring the money, then there's no need. Let just the central government be carrying out the projects by themselves. The really purpose for devolution was the local people to do their local things locally. So the central government facilitates that, but the local people should do their local things locally by their own circumference where they are based on the resources available within them. The leaders should facilitate the multiplication. Like Budalangi, the tourism the tourism attraction centers in the place need to be worked on, so and then marketed, so that tourists come to Budalangi to see the floods or see whatever they come to see, the crocodile, and leave revenue in the place. That revenue is not demanded by the central government. It is supposed to be enhanced, multiplied, so that everybody within that county begins to enjoy that they are having their county government functioning. Lakini kama tunaenda huko kungoja harambee tena, tungoje kutumiwa M-Pesa, tungoje kutumiwa msaada, hakuna haja. Basi wacha tu turudi kwa central government ianze kutuletea harambee vile ilikuwa inatuletea wakati wa Moi.
You are right in every aspect apart from here where you claim that central government gives county governments money. It doesn't. And you can go to the Kenyan constitution. This is revenue being shared, Bernard. And go to the constitution of Kenya, check it, and tomorrow come and
Yes,
report back to me.
it is money being shared, yes, but from where?
Revenue collected. These are revenue.
No, central government collects.
Wangira, the collection is by the central government.
Stop lying to us. We live in countries where
the collection is by the central government, so it is the government who shares it.
Wait, Wangira, we live in countries where there is true devolution. Yes, the government will supplement, but the primary purpose of devolution is that as there is a transitionary period whereby you are given money, is to be self-reliant. You should be collecting more money. You should be collecting more money and making more money in your county than being given by a national budget. The idea of you lying that the national government is supposed to supplement all the counties, no, at the beginning, yes, because they were having the national budget. But
Alex, you didn't get me. You didn't get what I said.
But
you go to the Kenyan constitution.
Some of us who are out there, look, Wangira,
go to article. Go to article. You know, this one,
we are not going to go to articles.
Go to article 203. It's very, very clear.
Devolution
the revenue here is shared.
So that we just have a governor. Wangira. The issue of devolution is not that you just have a governor. The issue of devolution is you have a governor who generates income and therefore you have resources. The devolution is not sharing of seats. Devolution is not just sharing of seats. We didn't create devolution so we can have a governor, a women rep, a senator. For what purpose? We created it so that we can manage ourselves. We can manage our resources, our lives, and everything we have. And managing resources means we must generate. So the issue of going to article this does not make sense. The devolution is us managing our lives, and you cannot manage lives by having handouts. You are subscribing UDA to us.
Handouts you are talking about? What are these handouts? What are these handouts, Alex? You know, let us just be clear. What are these handouts?
Okay, Bwana Wangira, I have a question for you. When the county government collect their taxes, do they remit it to the central government?
Can I answer you?
Answer me.
By the way, the national government does not collect any revenue. It's the Kenya National Revenue Authority that collects revenue, which is shareable between the national government and the county government.
What is Kenya Revenue Authority?
What is Kenya Revenue Authority?
It's an authority. 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 It's not government. It's not national government. The Kenya National Authority is not government. National government. It's not. You want to tell me central bank is
the commission? Who appoints the commission of Kenya Revenue Authority? Who appoints the commission of Kenya Revenue Authority?
Where do you know what they have collected?
Wangira, I swear you are having nightmares before you came here.
No. You guys don't want to get facts, and because you don't want to get facts, you'll get whatever you want to get.
Wangira, I asked you a question, you have not answered me.
I've answered you. I've told you Kenya Revenue Authority is not the national government.
They collect.
I've answered you.
I asked you a question. Leave Kenya Revenue Authority out of this. I asked you a question. that the revenue that is collected by the county government, is it remitted to Kenya Revenue Authority before it is reverted back to the county?
You want me to answer that? No, it's not remitted to Kenya Revenue Authority before it's reverted back to them. But you know, there is this aspect that you need to get, and because you are running away from this aspect, because when you claim that central government gives counties money, that one is wrong. Because what happens at top here is that Kenya Revenue Authority collects money, and then this money is shared is shared as divisible revenue between national government and county government. So there's no benevolence here that the central government is giving.
It is not benevolence, Mr. Wangira.
It's not
Mr.
benevolence
Wangira,
here.
stop refusing to understand what is
you
clear.
have talked a lot. Baba say they will get 35% from national government to county government. 35 because they get 15%. Now they are getting 35% to go down to county government. Why don't you agree in things? I think you want to argue for some things. Don't show us the book. Don't show us the book. In Africa, those books are not working. It's where you are. Maybe the books are working. In Africa, we go by what we see. Ukituonyesha vitabu inatusaidia nini? Kama katiba tumetengenezewa na ijafanya kazi. Sasa we unaenda kusomea sisi. Inasaidia national government ama county government. Ni kama vile mnaleta story ya Pangi. Ati we need to discuss about it. Watoto wameosa. Mnataka kuharibu tena kulete mapangi watu wakufe yote tukose inchi. We have a generation that hawawezi kujisaidia. Then mnakuja na vitabu yenu na masomo yenu mnakuja kutuambia ati this is what we need to do. Kenya what? Hata hatujafika 100 years tangu tupate uhuru. Penat, hii wasomi yenu hii na maprofesa yenu, they are the one killing us. Tunataka ile wisdom ya 1+1 inasaidia mtoto ya Kenya. Kama watu wengi wamesema county government wamepatiwa pesa. Wakati wako na revenue yao ile wametengeneza. Umesema vizuri, umetuelimisha vizuri rais ya kwamba unaenda Bungoma karibu ingie kaunti ingine unalipa levy. Ile kitu tunataka ni wa exchange. Kama baba vile anasema blue zone, tuone ya kwamba nini tuko naye Rift Valley tunaweza patia watu ya Kakamega na nini wako naye inaweza kuja huko. Itoke Central iende Marsabit. That is what we want. Lakini si ati sasa hiyo yako hatujapika vitabu. Na wale wasomi ndio wameangusha nchi. Wacha nikwambie. Wale wanakuja na PhD na kusoma mingi na hawana wisdom. Vitabu tu anasomea wewe. Ukimwambia ndi wanasema ni economist. Amekuja amedanganya UDA akamwambia bottom up. Hata yeye mwenyewe kusema hiyo story ya bottom up watuhusie imekuwa ngumu na ni mtu anasema ako na BAT. We don't need that in Africa. Kwanza wacha tuuse ng'ombe yetu tufanye pena ataseme niko na ng'ombe 50. Hiyo ndiye tunataka. Wewe hiyo vitabu enda hiyo vitabu yenu hatutaki. Mmetuangusha nchi. Kama mwenda simu anaweza simama ako profesa anaambia watu Amerika kuna sehemu hata hiyo pangi hakuna hawachakubaliana. Ndio walisema pangi ni mzuri kwa dawa. Lakini itasemekana ikuje iletwe watoto sahi mashule wanachoma mashule kwa sababu ya hiyo mapangi kidogo na pombe. Alafu mnataka kutuambia ati Kenya ikuje iguswe pangi. Penat, hii watu wachache wanataka tukufe wachukue nchi yetu. These are bad people. Watu hii wasomi tunataka kufika marufuko. Muende ng'ambo mupotee huko. Mkaolewe na wasungu nyinyi.
Take it easy. Thank you. Let's when I'm Jose, does that one have to do with me?
No, I don't want to reactivate Wangera again. So
please let
me say what I have to say. Eh?
Let me officially hand you over to Makiadi muendelee, alafu mtafunga station, tuonane hiyo masaa mengine, lakini tafadhali tusichanganye watu, tuchambue maneno kiwazi, tueleweshe watu. Don't forget that the conversation is supposed to be followed by somebody so that the person who is listening or watching understands what's going on. If it's all chaotic, they will just switch off, and but we don't want them to switch off.
Because so of your branches, you are key to all these things we are saying. So I don't know. Let me present them.
Did you listen to what I said? Bwana Jose, ngoja kwanza. There is some housekeeping I'm doing. The housekeeping is when the conversation is on, let it be understandable so that we hear what you have said, then respond to it. Let it not be quarrelsome, because the viewers, I speak for the viewers, the viewers will not follow the argument if we don't let the person prosecute the argument conclusively kwa kukatakatana. Sawa. So let's keep that, let's be considerate. Consider the viewers, not just the 5 of us or the 10 of us in the studio. We are speaking to the over 300 people who are watching. They need to understand what we are saying and be able to follow. Akitoka kwa show atasema Oza alisema hivi, Wangira alisema hivi, na tukakubaliana hivi on this matter. But if we leave everything in pieces, we are generating confusion, and the politicians will take advantage of that and mislead people further. That is not the purpose for the existence of this particular show. This show seeks to make everybody understand our politics so that they can make an informed decision. Otherwise, thank you very much. Makiadi, it is under your care.
Asante Bernard. Pole, nimeona leo mashini imekusumbua tena. I hope things will get better. But thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Ose, ilikuwa ni wewe. You the next. Go ahead.
If you remember the 10 points agenda that Baba had put forward there, I think they were from the background that I don't know. In the past, we used to be a third world country, developing. At some stage, you are in the developing third world country, but I think at some stage, industries just started collapsing one after another. Now, you in the recent past, you have heard people saying that the unemployment rate is so high, and with that comes this idea about poverty, umaskini. Now, when COVID came around, these things almost went down another 5 times from the levels that were there. Now, you'll realize that it was also during the same time that the deputy president with this hustler narrative gained a lot of momentum. To an extent whereby, you remember when COVID rendered most of these people completely no livelihood. Now, what was happening quietly is that the DP was the only one who was campaigning, and he actually, I would say, he took advantage of the umaskini. And what did he do? He started moving around with the tokens. And if you would remember the very many visits he made in Central, every other time, before he leaves, he will announce that nimewacha so and so with 2 million. Hizo groups za kina mama, groups ya boda boda, groups ya this and this, they were literally giving tokens to these groups. Now, because of the hardships that were in existence, he literally became the darling of most of the young unemployed people, especially, I'm sorry to say, in Central. because he repeatedly was visiting that every other time. And you'll remember that whenever he's coming, you may find that the 200 you got, maybe from your MP or from your MCA when he visited last time, you hear he's coming again, you drop everything and run to the rally. Now, that kind of behavior endeared the youth so much, and it went on for months. You remember now Corona is almost 2 years down the lane. But it endeared the unemployed and the youth so much to an extent that they brought in politics. But now to start to undo it, it is almost next to impossible. Now, this idea of tokenism, it was, I think, in the dailies, in the newspaper, almost on every other time. Then there came a time at some point, now they started disagreeing because he would say he has left 2 million, ya vijana, blah, blah, blah. Eventually he leaves something like 100K. So what do you get? The youth themselves start fighting over the same. So you find the rallies were all now starting to be violent, and the attendees were all now disagreeing. It was not making things any better. But the worst of all is that the message he was trying to promote was that these people were poor or umaskini was because of the other people he was trying to brand as dynasties. Now, that kind of situation has not changed much. Now, the Mitumbas has grown to what it is because of the poverty levels in Kenya. I think we all agree. Now, if you have more than half of the population, close to half of the population under those hardships, you can then imagine what Mitumba is doing. You remember when Baba was doing his manifesto, his was very well brought forward. In any case, he started by explaining how he wants to help farmers so that the textile industry can be properly revived.
I'll say 1 minute, 1 minute.
Mm.
What is it, Roberto?
I just want to, unless I heard wrongly, I just want to correct. There's a notion that Jose is trying to either propagate or to drive at, and that is tokenism. Jose, unless I got you wrongly, one thing I know or I believe is that tokenism can only confuse the youth, and the youth, even the youth who are going for those tokens that the DP has been giving all along. I remember one I can remember very well watching was the one in Kitui where he gave 300,000 to university students wakule lunch. Yeah, I believe he has been doing this all over. But those the people who have gone to school, even the youth that we think he has radicalized, and some of them more so even this Mount Kenya, they are going to eat his money and they will not vote for him. Yes, they will shout UDA while he's there, but I doubt. And even so, the majority of the voters who are above, call it 25 years or 30 years old, they cannot be convinced by tokenism. So tokenism should never be an issue. Let him continue giving money. In fact, Azimio has been advocating that kula pesa ni kula kwa Ruto na kura kwa Raila. So that is not a big issue. I will say don't even try to drive it. It should never be a worry.
Well, what I'm saying is this: I'm trying to let you understand why we have the Mitumba problem right now, and it is hot. If you are not aware, it is very hot. And the way I was trying to tell you, the way Baba brought it up, some people have taken advantage of it. And that's why I'm telling you that Baba started by saying that the whole idea is to revive industries. Now, I'm trying to explain to you why this tokenism, you can wish it away, but it is what is there. And you know, as I told you, this unemployment and umaskini is so much in the country that people will always see what was happening in Central. Ruto is here today. He has given the 300 we are talking about. The youth are fighting over it.
Ose, I want to ask you a question before you
Yes.
continue. Let me ask you, as a person who is informed and as a person who listened to Baba very carefully, what part of Baba's statement about the cloth industry or the clothing industry do you find offensive as a person yourself?
There is none. And that's what I'm telling you. They are
Exactly.
taking advantage to
Exactly, and that is why I say here we spend so much time debating a non-issue, because as people who listen to Baba, we've played the clips here, we've listened to those clips so many times, and there's nothing like Baba saying I'm going to ban Mitumba. It's as simple as that. So sometimes I think we are even giving people fodder to counter what we listen to. So sometimes I believe we should also, as people who understand what was said, drive away from that narrative, because right now what Kenya Kwanza Alliance is doing is they are spinning what they had just to get a political agenda done. And from our point of view, there's nothing to talk about.
That is, we are saying the same thing. All I'm trying to say here is that you see, for the last the launch of the manifesto,
Jose, before you go ahead, I want to ask you a question. Do you know how much money Jubilee pumped in Coast Region in 2017, more especially Mombasa County, to ensure that Joe does not get that seat? It is enormous. They were spending big in terms of resources and money, and yet the people never listened to Jubilee. So I can assure you, tokenism is something, even maybe it might have a minimal effect in this election, but by 2027, 2032, nobody will ever listen to you, whether you have money or not. People will always go for the leaders they want, and they will eat your money and send you home very miserable.
You see, Roberto, what I'm trying to do, you remember this clip which has just been played here. You remember this MP for where? For Ichungwa. You remember how he was trying to boast around how he cannot, he must criticize the president, he must criticize Raila. He's saying how he has come in a very nice suit. It was Mitumba, he had a nice shirt, it was this and that. Basically, I'm just giving my comments to rebut that kind of talk. So, unfortunately, I said, unfortunately, the people who are the Mitumba business, the informal sector, it is where I think you can say Ruto's biggest support base are. The middle class people like you understand better. And that's why I started by saying Baba's idea was revival of industries, the textile industries. In any case, there is no way you can stop Mitumba's next month, because you'll not be having the cotton. You'll not be having the textile it is going to be actually be a long-term kind of thing. But you may not even realize Mitumbas are being phased out. You cannot just wake up one day. You see the way KK is trying to run away with it, that look, on CG, what 9th of August, you will not be having this. You remember the other time I was telling that they were trying to bring this narrative in Western that, look, all of you, you are going to be Uchi come August. You see, it is propaganda. So
that is why I'm saying that Makiadi has already said, and you are the only one who is so worried about this thing. Believe me, even in the local television stations, this thing has been discussed in the morning shows. And it has no effect. It is having an effect in the rallies that Kenya Kwanza are doing, and those rallies have minimal effect. People know what they are doing, so also forget about that story. There is nothing they are going to. There is no effect. The effect is gone. Kenyans are very good at forgetting, and trust me, by Sunday, you will not hear them talk about anything, and we are going to give them something else to talk about for the next 1 week. Wewe ngoja baba arudi, utaona akiwatupia kamoja, they will be so busy with that one and forget about it. Now, who remembers that Kuria was in Kikomba yesterday? People have forgotten.
Anyway, now I'll leave that for you guys to can talk about IEBC.
Just to
Huh? Yeah, go
yeah,
on.
just to reinforce what Roberto is saying. Yeah, just to reinforce what Roberto is saying here. For us, for us in this forum, I think the better we stay, the farthest we stay away from this issue of Mutumba, the better for us. Because now that we will keep on talking about this thing every day, I think we will be wasting even our time here because we know it's all propaganda. Ukifuga kuku, kama umefuga kuku kule nyumbani, siku ile utachukua hii worm, unajua ile worm inatokanga kwa matope, that ka worm, ukitupia kifaranga, worm ni moja, lakini hizo vifaranga zitafuatana zikikimbiza hiyo worm, all of them, and that is what Kenya looking for something, kitu kimoja tu peke yake yenye itawaweka busy. But once they go out there and they exhaust throwing their propaganda all over the place, they'll still come back for more. So that's what Roba is telling you. These people just wanted something to run away with. They got that Mutumba thing, they spinned it around, and now it's become an issue out of nothing. So I think it's better we proceed on something else. The Mutumba thing does not add value to us.
You see, yesterday we were talking here regarding IEBC, and at one point, I don't know, those who are there, we were trying to ask ourselves, IEBC is an independent body. Who exactly oversees what IEBC is doing so that you can say that, yes, they have delivered or not. And even if they have not delivered, so what happens? Or so what? Unless somebody now goes to court or what? Now, that is the challenge there. Now, today, I think it is the day the chairman was releasing these 246 dead voters. Then he's talking about 481,000 duplicate records. I remember, Roberto, there was the issue of how is it possible that you can have people registering more than once? And I think I did indicate that you can do it during the registration time, but at some stage, IEBC, during the harmonization, they should be able to detect those ones and literally either take action or just remove the duplicates. But now, today, in this time, is after the auditors have gone through the records. It's now when they are giving us part of what was in the report that 481,000 were duplicated. In other words, more than one person registered. Then they're saying 226,000 had been registered with invalid documents. No, invalid IDs, wrong IDs against the same. And a further 164,000 with invalid identification documents. Now that totals to 1,118,000. Now that leaves us with a lot of hanging questions. Exactly what happened in 2017. If that was the case, well, maybe as somebody once said, earlier on said, maybe it makes sense when the elections were nullified. Now, with the sort of confidence which IEBC is trying to get, it looks like everybody will be having a case to take whatever the results that come out to court. Because unless IEBC is trying to do certain things deliberately, so that everybody will have a complaint, who knows? And personally, me, I do not really trust Chebukati. He could do some things deliberately. They see the same way they say anti-corruption will go after some people. That when they present a case in court, you see that the prosecutors are saying that, not the prosecutor, the defense is saying that this was deliberately poorly done so that it fails. Well, maybe IEBC is trying to bring in some poor management, which will be contestable. Now, I wanted to comment on the issue of UDA and ANC. Is it now from the beginning? If you remember the way UDA, Fraud Kenya, and UDA came together, that deal, according to speculations, was a done deal. So for ANC to turn around and say that UDA is being unfair on their part, it is neither here nor there, because that arrangement, everybody have gotten their part of the deal. UDA is just trying to be. Remember, the UDA used to say these people are village parties, and that UDA is the national party, and they are going to have candidates everywhere. There is no ongoing any deal between them. So UD kila mtu kivyake. That is why UDA are not paying attention to any cries, because the support they brought, the perception they gave UDA and KK was already, it's a settled deal, and whatever was to be paid, the payments already took place. So that was a sorted deal. There is the issue of Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru, the president, and the DP being out of the country. The last time I checked, I think I heard that the DP cannot go travel outside the country without permission. I think from the president's, from State House. Now, maybe now that it's like we are headed for the elections, I do not know whether to that extent the constitution is suspended. Chances are that maybe he went and he did not seek permission. The other time, you remember when he was stopped, he was going anyway, and reliably it was learned that he had no permission to travel out to Uganda. So maybe because of the elections are nearing, that is why this is all happening like this. Maybe none of the people who traveled out did not ask or inform the other, save for those who are they say, like-minded. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Saya. I also want to comment about that, because at least we are doing what we are doing is mere speculation, but I think that issue was at least discussed before. And I think if the president or the deputy president had no permission to travel outside, then maybe he could have been stopped at the airport. So,
It chose not to.
All we are doing is just speculating, right? Mr. Angira, karibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makiadi. This is the first time I'm meeting you, my brother. Let me just emphasize on the issue that was bringing heat here, because it's important, because whenever we are on this platform, we are here to educate one another. And when we educate one another, nobody holds the monopoly of knowledge in this world. For somebody to say that central government gives money to county government, that's a misnomer. Because me, I'm guided by the Kenyan Constitution, and if you go to chapter 12 on public finance, and you go to article 201, 202, and 203, you realize how this money is shared between national government and county government. So the central government doesn't have any money that it gives to county government. Because, for example, if you go to article 202 of the Kenyan 2010 Constitution, that article is very clear in sub-article 1 that revenue raised nationally shall be shared equitably among the national and county government. So this is shareable revenue. So there's nothing like the central government giving money to county government from somewhere. At the end of the day, the central government doesn't have the monies of its own, because we all know that monies that is generated is always generated to do what we call the finance bill. Every year, a finance bill is presented to Parliament, and this gives a guideline on how revenues are generated. And after revenues are being generated, and collected by the Kenya Revenue Authority, then that becomes what we call that now becomes what we call shareable revenue, and shareable revenue now becomes partly what goes to national government to run the function of national government, and partly what goes to county government to run function of county governments. So that's the issue that I just wanted to put forward. But because people on this platform always get me wrongly, they end up firing me whenever I'm just trying to put issues to their correct perspective. That's all that I wanted to say, Makiadi. And on the issue, let me just go to the topic of the day. That was just by the way. On the issue of IBC and the testing that we saw today, the testing of the technology that we saw today, because I've just heard one of my brothers there saying that, we have timelines in which we are supposed to operate. For example, there was that timeline that we must test the technologies. We must test that technology 60 days to the general election. That's within the timeline. Then he was talking about the register. The register under the Elections Act is supposed to have been gazetted 60 days to the general election. And I think that's correct, because the other time when I listened to Chebukati, he said that he was going to gazette the register by yesterday, which was the 9th of June. That is 60 days to the next general election. But the way things look now, given what has been picked up by KPMG, we are not likely to have that register within the stipulated 60 days to the next general election. So I think that brings a legal question. Then what happens if we don't gazette the register within the stipulated 60 days? Because that could give room for any person after the 9th of August to move to the Supreme Court and contest the results of this particular election based on that just simple thing. Because remember, if you read presidential petition number 1 of 2017, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka versus IEBC and others, you'll discover that the Supreme Court was very clear that an election is not an event, an election is a process. So if an election is a process and we're working within set timelines, then we must live within the set timelines. So if we don't live within the set timelines, then we end up having a problem. And just as it has been pointed out here by my fellow colleagues, then there seems to be a problem. That because Matiang'i is saying that he's going to gazette the register by the 20th of this month, that will be only 50 days to the next general election. So what now happens to the timeline that was set? There is a big question there. And that could be a problem for us, especially we guys in AZIMIO. When Raila wins on the 9th of August this year, because we are certain that he's going to win, because that will give room to William Ruto perhaps to run to Supreme Court and claim that, the voters register was not gazetted within the stipulated time. And again, if you look at the technology, I don't understand why we like firefighting in this country. Because we have had 4 years of smooth running. Why does Chebukati wait to up to the last minute to procure and test the technology? Because he could have done these things even perhaps 1 year ago, so that people are certain on what he is doing. But today he's running the technology 60 days to the next general election, and he's now telling us that there are areas that where 3G cannot run, and we need to procure satellites. Then, even if you procure satellites, how sure are we that these satellites are going to work? Because this technology was supposed to have been tested 60 days to the next general election, and the technology includes the satellites that is telling us that it's going to procure. Now, what happens about this technology issue? And you remember the technology issue was a key argument during the presidential petition number 1 of 2017 that I've just pointed to, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka versus IEBC and the rest. So here, I see that we could end up in another quagmire if we are not very, very careful. Ni hayo tu, my brother Makadi. Asante.
Let me ask you, Angira, the Elections Act, is it a must that the election results be transmitted electronically?
Yeah, it is a must. Although they say we could have a complementary system of transmitting the results, but you know, the first fallback is on the technology. Unless the technology fails, that's why when we can move to the other complementary system. So without without the proper technology, then we are in a very, very big problem here, because that's what the Election Act says. It says first it must be technology. If technology fails, then you can go to the complementary that could be manual.
I agree with you, and that's why I asked you that question, because last time, Jubilee tried to meander around that issue of technology, because I don't know why they did that, but I think they had something they wanted to do with the issue of transmission of results electronically, and that's why there was an amendment, if I'm not wrong. There was an amendment that addressed that issue. That's why I wanted to hear from you about the complementary issue. And the other issue that I have about the IEBC. I think the IEBC this year, I think this election, if I'm not wrong, I stand to be corrected, there's a bit of an excess of 40 billion that has been given to the IEBC to run this election. And I was doing my math here. 40 billion Kenyan shillings is 8 billion shillings, an excess of what was used to build Thika Road. So if we have something called a rerun, we will have thrown away 50 kilometers of 8 lanes of road, which carries about 60,000 to 150,000 vehicles every day. And that is why sometimes I ask myself, if we bungle this election, if the IEBC bungle this election, why can't they be held responsible? Because unless there's something that is done, we are almost looking at the situation whereby the IEBC is repeating the same mistakes that it did last time. Remember, Wangira, last time when they did the Elections Act, I believe the testing of transmission was supposed to be done 120 days before the election. I might be wrong. You might correct me on that.
You're right.
Yeah. So 120 days before the election, the IEBC should have procured the systems that will enable transmission of electronic results from the polling station to the tallying center. Today, it's 59 days. It's 59 days. They did their test run. It failed. And the stakeholders tried to address that issue. You see how the IEBC commissioner was very rude to the stakeholders. So we might be here talking about this, and we are looking at a situation that might be worse than 2017. I hope moving forward that they have an issue, that they have a way that they're going to resolve those as soon as possible. You want to make any closing remarks on that, Wangira?
Let me just make closing remarks on that. You know, in 2017, in fact, I'm doing a book about what transpired in 2017. If you look at the presidential petition number 1 of 2017, the one I've just told you, Raila Odinga, Kalonzo Musyoka versus IEBC and the rest, you'll discover that the judges, cited the IEBC then of having been a law unto itself. That's one thing that they were cited for. Secondly, they were found to have been almost in contempt of court, because the court told them to open the servers, which they never opened. You remember, You know, I think that the court in 2017 was soft on the IEBC because these IEBC commissioners could just have been cited for contempt and perhaps thrown into jail. Because if the court tells you to do A, you must do A. And if you don't do the A you're supposed to do, then you are in contempt. And you know that it's not rocket science that if you're in contempt of court, then you're supposed to be thrown to jail for at least 6 months. And looking at the way Chebukati is operating today, you know, to him, as far as it's concerned, nothing has changed because he's still operating as a law unto himself. I remember just last week when the Chief Justice raised the issues around IBC, and she was saying that she wanted to know whether IBC has lived to the judgment of the 2017, the one I've just pointed to. Do you know what Chebukati replied to him, to the Chief Justice? The guy said, and you know, you don't address me through the media, you can write to me, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, I'm seeing a Chebukati here as a man who has not changed much and who is just still playing the old script of 2017. And if we are not very, very careful the way things are going, then despite a lot of investment that we have put into this election, then we could just end up with another bungled election the way it was in 2017. That would just be my take.
Okay, thank you, Angira. Before we move to Mato, Kose, I'll give you a minute. I still ask myself why the likes of Orengo and the other guys who used to sue IEBC every now and then for every step they made that was inconsistent with the constitution. What are they doing right now? Because it looks like AZIMIO is comfortable, even with all these things that the missteps that are happening at the IEBC. It looks like no one cares anymore to sue them, because if we follow what happened in 2017, the IEBC made mistakes, but Orengo and the group and Otiende Omolo and the rest were on point. Every time they wanted an issue to be addressed, they took these guys to court. But this time, I don't see that happening. Then it means it's like everybody has decided, you know what, whatever happens is still fine. What's that?
What I wanted to say is this. You see, IEBC, because of this so-called independence. Now, when they have bungled the elections, and it doesn't matter how guilty they are found to be, if anybody was to be asked, so how they bungled the election, for that, how are they punished? Can anybody tell us? They got away with it. They got away with it. You see what Wangira is talking about. These things are in the Elections Act. They are the legal requirements which they need to observe. But what is coming out is that, especially the timeline. The timelines are enough to make somebody go to court to challenge everything that has happened. Now, when you find that for true, they didn't observe a particular timeline. So what will you tell them? Okay, the Supreme Court may end up invalidating the elections. But who caused it? IEBC. So you'll find that it is not Kenya Kwanza, it is not AZIMIO. So the problem was with IEBC. They didn't do X, Y, Z. But then the issue is now what do you do with them? Telling them to repeat the elections is not punishment. It's not punishment. Now, Chebukati, the way things stand, since the elections were nullified because of him, how was he punished? Can the courts tell us? All we can say is that they'll take responsibility. But what did they do? How are they punished? Where is justice? Where is justice? There is no justice. So anyway, my point is just that this independence, the way it is being exercised, it's like we are helpless when it comes to IEBC and Chebukati.
Thank you, Jose. Stone PK, 1 minute, then we go to Martin Deto.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm saying jambo to all the panelists. Ndugu zangu wote, jambo. Yeah, mine is one point to buttress the frustrations that Kenyans will go now and in the future. What we are discussing here, just on IBC, I know I'll have time to submit. It is all what we asked for. There was a forum, I think Mtembei, one day, I engaged Themba. I told him there are some things there are some principles I don't believe in. Independence, yeah? Oh, Stone PK is independent. Yeah? You bango in elections, you are independent. Kenyans kill each other, you are independent. Yeah? So we are all going to ban. This election will be bungled. What will happen is Kenyans that will fight because there will be fire. That I can assure you. Chebukati will go Kivuitu way. Yeah? He will tell you, I don't know what happened. He might even be killed. I'm saying this on this global TV. Because Kenyans will not stand any bungling of the. It will be so risky and so bad. Yet he is there. And kaka tu hapo. He was warned by Martha. Martha knows the fire. Alisema, we will go for you, not IBC. Anything going wrong, we will go to the staff. But you see, that has not been entrenched in the so-called constitution. Kenyans, we copy things and we copy za kutuharibu. Oh, freedom of speech, sijui humanitarian. Everybody is free to do anything. It's only mwananchi who gets punished. My friend, if you have money, you can do anything you want in that country called Kenya. You can kill today. Unaingia jela, unaletewa kitanda, mattress, unaletewa hata bia kama unakunywa bia. Kama unavuta bangi, unaletewa. Kwa sel. That's our country. You know?
Unajua hata umenikumbusha kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Chomli, alikuwa analetewa gazeti.
Exactly. So Kenyans, that's why we need to have Baba. For me, I don't care whether it will be rigged, so long as it is rigged in the favor of Baba. I don't really care.
The Chomli of Delamere. Which Chomli? Oh.
Okay, guys. Warig, lakini warig Baba apite. Azimio ingie. Whether it's rigged, it should be rigged in favor of Baba. Thank you very much.
Sawa, Martin, karibu.
Richie and everybody that is there, man. Excuse me, I get sijui nashikagwa na kitu naumia sana kwa how people talk, and this is a good discussion. Richard, thank you so much, because it's very personal to me. Na sisi wote wa Kenya should be very personal. You see, I was here when you were hapa hivi kina PK. We translated AZIMIO la umoja to Declaration of Unity. Now, sijui kama ni sisi wa Kenya tuoni and we want to complicate everything. I really don't understand it. Bado nikona and in fact today I'll go leo mutanchukia nyinyi wote. Because I think even us, the people of AZIMIO that actually can see and are very smart people after dealing with you guys, and I mean everybody after dealing together, and we're good friends nowadays, we know each other, na kila kitu. I think sijui kama kuna tushairudi chini tukajiuliza exactly what is really happening. Because at the time, I think we come with our ule anajua ile, ule anajua ile, ule anajua ile, and then we also here forget our own country of what is happening. Unity is coming together. AZIMIO la umoja. The handshakes, then kuna watu washia lewa hiyo kitu. Handshake ilikuja ku cease fire. Na Raila anashindanga akisema hata yeye na Uhuru ile siku walipatana kufanya hiyo handshake hageza ongea. They keep on telling us. Walikaa chini wakaanza kuulizana, wakakaa Raila na Uhuru hata mwenyewe ashasema na familia yako inaendeleaje na nini na nini. That's called making peace. They made peace. Na hakuna mtu alisumbua tena kutoka hapo. Why? Because we need this country. Because it doesn't matter if I live in Missouri, if I live in Kansas, or if whoever lives wherever they live, Minnesota, or whoever lives wherever they live. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I disagree with you today or I agree with you today. We have a country to move on. At the end of the day, our mothers, our grandfathers, and Richie, forgive me to be that motivational speaker. You know, Naitago motivational speaker. At the end of the day, that country is mine, is yours, and is for everybody on this panel right now, and the people listening. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what kind of politics we try to make or what we try to outsmart who. At the end of the day, that country is ours. And sometimes you have not to work not to work harder, but work smarter. We need this country working. And we don't need to be moving and telling people to go places. Let's be real. Let's be smart and simple in our discussions of what our country needs to be. Most of us here listening, and there are people who can bring so much in Kenya. But then we end up talking about vitu zingine, like fighting Ruto, fighting whatever, and we know where we need to go. That country does not need the politics that we are doing. That country needs us to build that country, that when I go to Richard Makiadi's house or home, for that sake, assuming ametoka Lakeside, and I go to, Ozez, or I go to Roba, or I go to Stone PK, or I go to, Wangira's house, or whatever, we know we are in one country, regardless who you talk. And that is what even this channel does to us. Like I said, guys, tuangalie ile kitu inatufanyia ile kitu inafanya country yetu and what we are doing. Because we really have to be real and stop politicking too much and trying to flex muscles. The moment we flex muscles against each other, the moment even our country doesn't grow. We need to go back and think about this country. Whatever good that you have, bring it into that country. Send it there. Put it there. Whatever everybody that is in this show can put, let's all focus on that. Whether it's UDA or whatever, but at this time, we know where we are going, because at this time is a change of times from black colonialism to from white colonialism to black colonialism, because we never got that independence. This is the time to get it. And we need to give somebody who has no interest with the country, not people who just fighting to bomoa watu. And that's why you find people, kuna wengine one side is talking to fight people. They are talking to akitendawili, matusi, and all that. The other side is saying what they want to do to the country. Mwingine anaenda kununua mtumba for the first time. Mtu anaenda mwanaume mzima, you're going to buy mtumba, suruali, underwear. I'm sorry, panty. What are you gonna do it? Hata alipeleka wapi? Mwingine anakuja parliament ameweka sijui ati anasema nimetoka kununua mtumba. What the hell are you talking about? We need to move our country. And I know growing up, I'm old enough. I grew up in the 80s. I know growing up, Mbiuni, they used to have cotton fields. Today, there's no cotton. We need to bring it back. Rivertex, everything. What Ngilu just did, we need to bring them up. And we need to do our own thing. Hata chumvi hatukuwa tunanunua kutoka mahali pengine. We need to promote Buy Kenya, our Kenya, and do it. But we need to take care of our president and the leaders who go for that, because time and time again we've seen, we wanted at one time to bring African currency, and we know leaders who were killed by that, because most of the world does not want us to be an Africa. But we've gotten to a place where tumeileta vizuri to where today we have a passport that is East and Africa, and we have Congo with us, and we know Blood Diamond, the people who watch the movie Blood Diamond, is because other worlds do not want us to be together. So Africa can close ship. Kenya can close ship. East Africa can close ship, and the whole world will have a problem. So the thing that I have a problem is we also have to protect the leaders that have that kind of mentality, because the Western countries watamaliza those leaders the moment we start closing that gap and understanding that. And you know, I saw Moses Kuria. I think I sent it somewhere in a group. Moses Kuria holding nini jazi imeandikwa Italia Gikomba. Why would you hold a jazi yenye imeandikwa Italia and feel so proud, and you are a Kenyan leader? Why not a Kenyan jazi yenye imeandikwa Kenya? Why would you hold that? Na ni ukweli, maybe ni watu wamekufa, is what Raila said. But we need to do our own self, and we need to close ship so that Africa and Kenya in general can be respected in the whole world. Right now, we are the peak of East Africa. East Africa, they look at Kenya. The zile infrastructure zimefanywa na Uhuru, we need to put them going on, and we need to stay on that trajectory. Hii story ingine watu kuja kutupeleka siasa za ushago, my friend, we are done with that. Na siasa za sijui ati kingpins, we don't even care about that. We want to promote ourselves, our kids, and our kids, so that one day even the Americans can actually move to Kenya to look for a better future, and not just the other way around. And we are tired of being in the third world country. We need to be on the first world country, while at the same time we are providing everything in the first world country as raw materials, and then receiving them back as fully refurbished materials. Guys, please, let's just be real. Let's forget about the too many dramas and theatrics and everything. Let's think, nyumba yako ungependa ikae aje? That's all I have to say. Kama kuna mtu ako na question, I'm still here. I'll be here for a while. Thank you, Makiadi.
Sasa Mato, thank you for your submission. Well explained. I think Stony PK, you should be the next one. Go ahead, take it.
Thank you, Brother Makiadi. Yeah, Mato, umetupiga ile inaitwa nini ile? Inaitwa ile kuhubiri, umehubiri amani. Tunakubaliana na wewe, lakini ujue
Stone, dakika moja tu ni interview na Ed, kama unanisikia tunaweza kuadd kwa StreamYard kama kamera yako iko on. Please turn on your camera. I can see you tried the first time and you dropped. It's because your camera is off. So turn on your camera so that people can see who is addressing them. Thank you. Ed Mugaka. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was saying we appreciate mahubiri ya ndugu Ndeto Mato, lakini ndugu, ujue binadamu it's the worst. God regrets creating human beings. That is according to Stone PK. If I were God, because we are the only ones who give God problems. Amani iko hapa, tunaomba amani. Sasa, you know, like in Kenya now, we are very peaceful. Why are people saying we pray that elections ziwe peaceful? Tuombe amani, na amani iko. Tunachokoza nyuki. Kikwetu tunasema kudhombodha nzuki. Yani nyuki iko hapo, unaingiza mkono pale. We are very peaceful Kenyans, and we are going for elections Kenyans. We have decided Baba is the president Kenyans. Yeah. What we know is that kuwa pamoja is elusive in human beings. But those, we go by majority. Wengi wale watakubaliana mambo ya Baba, tunaenda pamoja. Alafu wale wengine wanaweza kufuata pole pole. So that is it. Tutaendelea vizuri, 10 million strong. alafu ile kidogo wanataka kwenda hiyo njia mbaya ya kwenda kwa shetani, we will get them along. So let's get 10 million first. The rest will follow. My worry in terms of Kivuitu, as I was saying, not Kivuitu, sorry, Chebukati, is a genuine worry, and which is also with the Kenyans. I watched the dry run, the whole of it, and we had some agents asking very hard questions. They hit very well. But my disappointment was that the commissioners were handling these questions casually. It's unbelievable. You have all the national television there. Unaulizwa swali, because this election is life and death for Kenyans, by the way. Let's not even mince words. Wengine wetu, if it doesn't go our way, labda hamutatuona ama hamutatusikia. And I'm talking, you know, there are people whose life depends on that. Not because you think it will uplift you, but because of you will see the Kenya you want if all goes well with Baba. We have our children that right now have no future in that country. We are just struggling to see whether they can migrate. We are all refugees here. We are not in these foreign countries because at Niraha. Who doesn't want to be at home there driving your small car? Naenda pale naona Roberto, tunapiga kabia ketu polepole, tunachoma. Yani that joy, you'll never find it anywhere else. So that's what we are all dying for. That I go nafika pale JKI, nikifika, yani the first thing nauliza mato mazee uko area, kesho tunaonana. That way. That is what we want. And that's why we are saying it has to happen that way. So when I sit and watch IEBC playing around, they are being asked about those kids that are said to have disappeared. Then they start answering by asking another question. Let me ask you, when GSM came, can you remember what happened to your first mobile phone? Sincerely speaking, yani ni vizuri hakuna watu wengine, because if you have serious people there, huyo mtu angetemewa mate kwa mdomo. I'm telling you, you don't answer me when I ask you, because these kids disappeared and they are special kids. Then he says they are just a normal computer, laptops. Ala, si tuliambiwa hizi vitu ni noma, ni deadly, ziko na sijui security. Sasa ikiwa ni normal laptop, then no wonder kuna rigging. Because if it's a normal laptop that anybody can access, then what are these protection? They were saying sophisticated, ikipotea itapatikana, ikipotea you cannot use it anywhere else. Yesterday tumeambiwa it's a normal laptop. All right. Somebody asked, can we fit them with GPS so that nikichukua hapa, as I move, inaonekana. Nisiende nitoke Katololoni, nichukue vote huko, nitoke niende Embu, alafu nianze kuposti nikiwa Kirinyaga. Wakasema, sijui budget ikikubalika. Is this the time you're knowing about budget 2 months to elections? So what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that I was so frustrated after watching what these guys were saying. They still are saying by 16 is when they'll be able to answer some of these questions. There was a breakdown of the 1 million people. So these 1 million people have been voting even 2017, 2013. I mean, these are serious issues that, by the way, if we had proper, watu wanataka firing squad, wanatakiwa kutolewa waende wapelekwe committee straight. Yeah, 1 million ilifanywa breakdown elsewhere. So they are just wobbling here. They are not answering straight. So if they are fake, I mean, if they are dead people, or 250,000 dead people, 200,000 plus, did you delete them? Okay, they are double entry. Have you deleted? So by 16th, we are waiting to know. And one of the agents said, can we, by 16, shall we know now real numbers? Because we don't want to hear we are 21 million. So we don't trust that. We can't trust that, because if you are not able to even clarify some of these things. So I'm appealing to Kenyans. Makiadi has talked about Akina Orengo, the way they were They were pleading, I mean, they were on the lookout and this. I think after 16th, if things are not okay, we have to go to court. I mean, we have to say, at afadhali hiyo election to postpone. Because why do we want to go to a hole that we know tunaenda kuchinjwa? Yeah. So if Chebukati, and I hear is retiring, his term is ending in January. So if he wants to retire well, aende na aishi miaka ingine na akule pension vizuri, he better adhere to the rules, yeah, and give us what we need as, you know, very straightforward thing. If he doesn't want to be haunted by ghosts, we have not forgotten people like Msando. So all these ghosts will come on him. Yeah, people who died for the cause of trying to see that Kenyans, at least 60 years down the line, we are able to say tunaenda election and unaenda unakaa chini, unajua ile vote vile uliweka, pahali uliweka, ikishindwa unajua umeshindwa kwa hali ya haki, ukishinda unajua umeshinda kwa haki. Tension before election. We want to kind of eliminate that. Then the other thing, I'm wondering, how can Mudavadi, who was so happy in UDA, thank God I understand Kiluya, he decides to fall back and now switches to mother tongue. Anasema sasa watu mjue huko Sugoi kweli mtu huko Ruto si atapigiwa kura, watu wake ndio watapigiwa kura, watu wanasema na hapa sasa, hapa ndio mnataka kuniaibisha. Look at that. Waluya wenzangu, hapa sasa mnataka kunipatia UDA na mimi ni mtu ni mimi ni Mluya wenyu na mimi ni wa ANC. This man is crying. I think maybe baba tuambie baba amrudishe, I don't know, because Mudavadi is finished na ni mzee. Sijui Mtembei mnaonaje? Tu appeal baba aite huyu mzee nyumbani, aponyoke kama Kalonzo, because Kalonzo was also going to oblivion, but Madividi I think akona shida. Let's try and see, because he's done, he's finished. Mtu akishaanza kulament kwisha Anyway, that tells you the KK has a serious problem. You've seen the greediness. They want all the votes for themselves. Wanataka ikae tu hapo. ANC na hao wengine na Wetangula ameingia kwenye miti. Amenyamaza hivi. Akitoka sijui atakuwa anasema nini. Then our president Raila, I don't know ameenda wapi. Asiwe wameenda tena kurudisha Ruto upande wetu bwana. All the three out, kwani wameenda kumiti huko? Although we hear Ruto amesinika kaenda taki kuleta pesa. He should be arrested on arrival. How can a civil servant fly out with our money and go? Nani alimpatia hiyo, ama Matiang'i ndiye alimpatia ruhusa? It is serious. A civil servant, a DP getting out of the country for a trip that is not known, ameenda kufanya nini? That is a threat to this nation. Wakenya mjue hivyo.
These are election times.
Yes, election time, but ameenda wapi? Tunataka kuona hiyo MOB yake.
Nasikia yuko Paris.
Stone PK ati saizi tukatakiwa nani Muturi ndio anafaa kuwa anatusaidia sasa.
Muturi ule alidefect Unaona sasa hiyo kupapatika hiyo uoga tuko nayo. Ni serious. It's a breach. Yeah. So let's hope the Kalonzo, Baba and Nani, our watu wetu wa Azimio, let's hope they have gone for good things. We don't care what Ruto has gone to do, but I hope he's not up to some sinister things. Of course, must be sinister, because if it's not official, kama ni hospitali ni sawa, tunamuombea apone vizuri. We want him, we need him until tarehe 9. Yeah, I think nitafika hapo. Oh, sorry, NAROK was a mover, you know. Azimio is doing so well, but I'm wondering why Azimio is not going to Eastern, Iende, Embu, Tharaka. Those people are already lamenting. Wanaona ni kama hawako kwa Azimio. Embu, Tharaka. Okay? So we hope this team, Mukiza Kitui is doing very well. leading that team wakiwa na NAROK Senate Dama. So they should take that access. Machakos waende wasweep huko Kitui, watokelezee huko Mbere, Embu, Ishiara huko waende Tharaka, then wasweep wamalizie, warudie nani kule Ndwale alikuwa anatolewa suruari. Wafagie because now Northeastern huko imesil. So they need to see Azimio. Thank you so much for listening. Back to you, Bwana Makiadi.
Thank you, Stony PK. Mimi niko na swali kwako. Unasema Azimio is doing very well in Narok. Why is Narok and Kajiado still rated as swing counties?
Makiadi, to say the truth, hakuna swing Narok. That's the truth. You see, there is perception people are trying to create because of the keepsigis that are on that side of Changarara, what do we call that place? That axis where they border with the town is called what? After, I'll remember the town. We have quite a number of keepsigis along that.
Mulot.
Yeah, Mulot.
Ile town Mulot na Longisa.
Mulot, Longisa is in ni Bomet, ni Kipsigis. But hapa Mulot, you have the Kisis, you have the Kipsigis and the Masais. All right. Then
Stone PK suambie Narok inaanzia Kitengela na hapo ni Ukambani pia. Tumechanganika hapo ndio ilikuwa the biggest fight when they were fighting Masais and nini. Imeanzia hapo Kitengela going all the way to the border. So that's part of Eastern.
Yeah, and then people forget that Narok, actually I can equate it to Trans Nzoia. For those of you who come from near there, Narok is so cosmopolitan, yeah, that you cannot say it's Masai. It's Atinua Masai peke yao. Masai in fact, it's one group of tribe that has welcomed others more than probably they are number one in terms of their hospitality. Yeah, they have allowed people to settle there. You go, you buy land, blah blah blah, that kind of a thing, and that has created a high level of cosmopolitan. So I think when now people are doing that assessment, yeah, wanakuta hiyo mixture. So it does not go like the way you go to a place unasikia ni baba au ni huyu unasikia ni baba. Hapo unatembea watu watatu unasikia moja anasema Ruto, wawili Azimio. Ukienda unakuta watatu wengine wanawaambia Ruto, Azimio. So that's why I think they are looking at it as if it's a battlefield. But when you speak to the people who are on the ground, I'm saying this because I taught there for quite some time and I know them. Do you know the Kipsigis are not with Ruto? That is something that might sound strange. The Kipsigis will not vote for Ruto. We will lose, I mean, Ruto will lose a very big chunk. If they vote, they might vote like 70-30. Kipsigis, as well. They have serious issues with Ruto, forever. They have serious issues with Nandis. Yeah. So that, and that's why Baba should keep on going there. Kwanza Baba should even go up to Bomet. Baba should hold a rally in Bomet town. Baba should hold a rally in Kaplong, not Kaplong, Sotik. Baba should hold a rally in a place called Ndanai. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wanted to add on that, PK. Makiad, is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, PK, Narok is not a battleground, but we are making it to be a battleground. When Kalonzo, you know, that when Kalonzo was negotiating for whatever he wanted, he caused a lot of turmoil within our formation. And I wish we could have given him what he wanted from the very beginning. He created the Sonko issue, but more damaging, he almost created a scenario in NAROK that could have been very detrimental to us forever, especially Baba, because the clan politics of these people, we cannot underrate it too. I've heard, I don't know, but Julius could have been here to help us. There are people who have said Olekina is not a Maasai. I don't know where that comes from. But thank God that Kalonzo running mate amerudi kwa Senate. But that is where I have a problem with how Kalonzo handles his politics, because NAROK now becomes a battleground based on what Kalonzo has now created. He picks up a person, makes him his running mate, when he knows that really is not going to run, and now he gives the person a ticket to run on the Senate for NAROK. And now families who never liked each other before have come to the center stage. The Tunai Matanui and the Conchelas. Now, when you look at that composition, with now UD having one candidate, the question is, the battleground now comes on the question of the Senate. And now it has started dividing people on the clan. And lastly, it's dividing people now on parties. The problem we are having in AZIMIO, and we need to make noise so that you can stop that nonsense, because I call it nonsense because you find somebody like in Kisii. Obviously, Simbarati is so far away from Ongeri. And then we have 3-4 candidates running under AZIMIO. But UD has only one candidate. We are creating a scenario that is not right. Thank God, I think I saw somebody posted in some of the group that Ongeri has dropped out. I don't know if it's true or not. That is Wekesa. I trust what Wekesa does from the debate. So meaning that he eventually may not contest. But the issue of causing battleground is based on us giving so many candidates to run in counties whereby we know very well we can cause either clan agitation or a scenario whereby we find a delicate scenario like NAROK, whereby, you know, like Mohammed Egg told us the other day, how people came, how the Nandis were brought from Eldoret to Kilgoris, Transmara, and you know, Transmara has a lot of voters too. We cannot ignore that. So I think it becomes a battleground now based on what Ngeno has done with that place. And when we look at it on presidential, it might not look like a battleground. But now when it comes to the seats, to the local seats, it becomes a battleground because of us fielding so many candidates. And they need to speak on that. Like in Nairobi, what happened was we had consensus to a point that now we assure Nairobi that we might win all the seats. We are 100% sure. There was a time we were competing against one another. Until recently, when we gave concession, same needs to happen to NAROK. We cannot just field everybody when you know that a weak candidate is going to eat from another candidate, whereas UDA has only one candidate. So I think we should stop that nonsense. AZIMIO must make a point of convincing Kalonzo's candidate to get out of that, so that we can consolidate those votes, so that it's no longer a battleground. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Alex. And sometimes I also agree I tend to agree with sometimes this issue of internal competition sometimes is not even good for the presidential vote. You know, the infighting between it's called the sibling rivalry. Sometimes it's not good. It reflects a bad picture. Even, you know, people who think that they are being mistreated in a political coalition might even decide to vote for the other person. So sometimes the issue of consensus is good. People say it's not very democratic because it denies others a chance to be on the ballot. But sometimes you look at the pros and cons and you decide, you know what, we are going for the big picture. Because if you form government, even the person who had dropped out of that race will still have something for himself or herself. Mr. Kamau, uko karibu.
Yes, Mr. Makeri. Nico area. Ni vile been having issues with my internet. I changed my internet and it's giving me problems. But
Go
I'm
ahead.
around. I've been listening and I liked everything that been talked about. I think we are keeping the fire burning. When you see us burning the midnight oil, it's because as Speaker says, this election is a do or die. In Kikuyu, we say there is a time kahedemeruka. There's you know, sometimes you keep joking that kuna cheetah, nimeona cheetah. Even when the cheetah is still there, even nobody will take you seriously because it's like it has been a joke. But this time I think it is this thing kwanza, particularly people from Mount Kenya, this is a serious election. Because we play pata potea with it. We really potea in the scene, in the political scene. We potea in our investment, and everything that we have always built will be destroyed within a year. Because if we do not look at the people, and that is why people want to spin that. I know we've spoken about the Mituba issues for so long, but I think when you look at it, you see it has been spinned so that the Kikuyu now, because UDA, there's no Kenya Kwanza, it's UDA. UDA wants anything that is currently affecting the people of Kenya, the predicaments, that there is no work, mafuta imeongezewa, chakula imeongezewa. So they think now that is what they're going to use to influence the majority of the people, and particularly from Mount Kenya, because they want to say mlifukuzwa huko pahali inaitwa Nyamakema, nao mnataka kufukuzwa Gikomba, mtakuwa wapi? So they want to use that and destroy the whole sense of what Raila was talking about, which is building and buying from Kenya and building from Kenya, buy Kenyan made, which is happening in Rwanda, is happening in many countries in Africa also, where people are buying jeans that are made within the country, buying good stuff, shoes. Bata has a capability. I come from Uhuru, I can tell you, Bata has a capability of satisfying our shoe issues in Kenya. It doesn't matter even if you want whatever fashion shoe you want. They have the machines. These are people who have invested in Kenya a lot for many years. And therefore, when we destroyed things that were actually building the economy of Kenya in a big way, like Bata, now look at where Bata is. A company that could have employed many, many millions of people. At one point, as I grew up, Bata had a very good football club that everybody in our village, we were getting out from because it is in Limuru town. People could get out from Garariga, from Kabuko, from Tigoni to go and watch the game. At the same time, buy shoes and promote the company. So when you see UDA spinning that story so that they can get some meat out of it, it's because the ground in Mount Kenya is really shifting. Gachagua is going to places and they cannot even be listened to because his stories are about Muchele, his stories is about unga, soda, and things that are not making sense. And therefore, it is so sad that in this country, we have reduced politics to small things like rice, instead of looking at the bigger picture. You see, the ticket of Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta ilikuwa na dosari, na hiyo dosari ililetwa na one deputy president. The reason why they couldn't get to an optimum place whereby, it was so sad to listen to the report of the wind power in Turkana today. That we spend so much money to do about wind power so that Kenya can get out of the problems of electricity and stuff. And then you are told that the project cannot reach the optimum desired place. That is so funny. And therefore you look at the ministries that actually have been used to defraud Kenyans, and you get worried as a Kenyan. And I don't think now, where we are as a country, economically and of course politically, we can second guess and risk and jeopardize the future of our children by giving somebody who is talking today this way and talking the other thing tomorrow. So for me, it is a scary moment. We should not joke around with what I may have actually. Everybody in my family now is in AZIMIO, even the one that was adamant, because I've told them this is about your future. How can you trust a person who speaks about Bituba today as a good thing and the other day as a bad thing? You need somebody who is clarity and speaking the truth. And they are saying it is very true. If he can talk in both of his mouths, talks on different occasion, different things, then how are we sure that when we make him the president, he's going to stick to the original idea of giving us maybe 50 billion shillings to each and every county or constituency or ward? And therefore it's a sad moment. I think it is important we keep educating people, and above all, we keep telling people that this election is about life and death. On the issue of Kalonzo, Raila, and Ruto out of the country, I think people want to charge. I'm thinking now, the 2 months that are remaining, people want to reconsider. They want to kuvuta pums kwanza, because I believe now this is what we call the home stretch kind of politics. And home stretch kind of politics, it is won by strategy. It's not even won by rallies. Hii ni kitu ambayo sasa unafika mahali unajua hapa ni kucomb out the issues and to make sure that the campaign is well coordinated, because what AZIMIO has not done and has never done, it has never taken advantage of their popularity, in the sense that you see Karua and the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. It's called him, the Minister of Agriculture. These people are at good tag team. Kalonzo and there's also Kalonzo and Mukisa. Those are also a good tag team. We also know that Wakina Joho can and Junet, they can and Peter Kenneth. These are people who can take a whole team and go around. That wapiga raundi when a group winners inapiga raundi Kenya, inafika mahali mpaka wanakutana kwa stage, wanasema huko mmeacha namna gani? Otherwise, we don't want that kind of a scenario where it is Baba and for Baba. We have people who can mobilize people. Joho can do it even alone, and therefore we want activities upon activities. What UDA is doing, though, is doing it in the wrong way. We do it better so that we can win this thing first round or once without going for a rerun. And the issue of IEBC, as I finish, Bwana Makiadi. IEBC, I do not know what bewitched Kenya and what bewitched, because Ghana, a country in Africa, conducts this is a 1+1 hesabu bana. Hii ni kitu ya kuminus mtu amekufa kuweka mtu ambaye amejiregister. Why is it taking Kenya? Why is it so difficult to articulate yourself as a commission? But this is the numbers we have. We have gotten rid of this, and this is what is going to be there each and every polling station. We are even told they have gazetted some polling stations that were not there before. We do not know about them. Maybe they are in the forest, and they might bring kuras and they might transmit kuras. We do not know what is happening. A country like India, there are 300 million voters. There are 3 commissioners. They have never had a dispute. 3 commissioners. The only time there were 9 commissioners, which is a very big number, they are busy at work. It's after 5 years. And surely we are still talking about we will simulate tomorrow. We might. We don't know. What is wrong with these people? Is it the capacity we don't have? Kenyans are the best respected managers. In fact, if you go like a place like South Africa, middle level managers are from Kenya. Are we sure that surely these are the people who are supposed to take us to the next level in elections? Because if they bundle this election or they mess up with this election, they help, this country will never recover. This is an election of life and death. And if you can just be giving statements that are not, you see, the points that Raila raised are the points that were raised in the Supreme Court about the process, about the BVR kits, about the network. We want to go back to the same position after spending a lot of time campaigning here, saying it is Baba, it is Baba. And then the very simple things, process, getting from one point to another. Kura imebebwa na wheelbarrow, na ingine imebebwa na mkokoteni. You know, we can't get to that point, man. We are a mature democracy. Today, as we speak politics, it is being followed by all African nations. Why? Because we are we're the role models of Tanzania. Kuna kitu kingine wanasikiza. Uganda, even right now, I know there are so many Ugandans listening to us because we are the role model of Africa in democracy. Then this one thing, kama vile unaweza anguzwa na mandizi ya mandizi. Something one kidogo can make everything go to because if we mess this election, I don't think we will get it right ever. And the most dangerous thing, it is to postpone this election. It is to nullify this election because we might go in circles after 3 months, until we get to next year, we have not gotten the presidency. This is very wrong. Chebukati should have come out clearly. I don't know how he made it to that position because he doesn't create confidence in me. I like people who are articulate. I like listening to like someone like the governor of Central Bank. When he's talking about inflation, he gives you A to Z, the reason why and the factors why there is inflation and blah, 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 and what they are doing about it. But these are the individual here who has been asked a question and then answers with another question. And then he's so not clear on the plans he has in case plan A fails, in case plan B fails, in case plan C fails. Because if you do not have that plan B up to Z, then you're going to cause a very big problem in Kenya. A Kenya problem, because as we speak right now, we are not so sure how prepared the IEBC is. We just see nine commissioners sitting at the back, waiting, and when even they wanted to be helped by the other the government, the other agencies, they say they are independent. Independent for who? If the numbers add up, there's no problem. People should help each other until we deliver. Security personnel should be there. People who are in charge of a network, they should make sure that the network is there so that there's no place that there will be a question, because this thing can be nullified within a minute after spending millions and millions of shillings. And so, Bonalichi, those are my sentiments. And the issue of NAROK, I don't think NAROK is a battleground for me. I think 5 of among the 5 counties in Rift Valley are AZIMIO-nated, NAROK being one, Turkana, Pokot, Trans Nzoia, and Kajiado. Those places, I think, the only thing I will be also concerned is what Alex said. Alex talked of AZIMIO having so many candidates in one place. That is an effect. That one cannot affect the presidential candidate. I think it helps the presidential vote, but it can really mess those small, so those not small, but those other seats like MPs, governors, and senator. So for me, where I sit, I think that is the only problem we have in AZIMIO. We have allowed many people to contest in AZIMIO related parties, but the bigger vote the presidential vote in those five counties, I think they are in Raila basket. Thank you.
Thank you so much Mr. Kamau. Na naona mmetuma gavana wenu Kiambu, sijui anatafuta kura saa ngapi. This guy Moses Kuria, sijui kama anataka kuchaguliwa president ama anataka kurun for governor ya Kiambu.
Hiyo hata tunaweza bet na wewe. That guy will not even be number 3. We can even place 10,000. We bet, because everything can be a bet. That guy will not even get to number 4. Awezi. He is a person who is detested. In fact, the aspect of speaking vulgar, even in even he goes to clubs, he speaks the same thing. Anaongeanga vitu ambazo hazieleweki. So people detest that. It's not leadership. I think he'll become number 4, 5 huko, even in this election. Na utaona hiyo Kenya Kwanza yake itapata ma-MP na ma-MCA, lakini yeye mwenyewe will not even get near to there. That one you can take it to the bank. That one we are sure we have. Hiyo tuliagree, tulisema mtu mwingine yote, lakini si Moses Kuria. Huyu si kiongozi huyu. Huyu ni mtu ambaye siku moja alisema, hata ako kwa tape akisema ati counterfeit zikubaliwe zikuje Kenya. Na tunamuona tu akituambia hivi counterfeit tunataka kujiunda, we fake it. The next day tunamuona amechomwa na hizo counterfeit, miguu karibu ilipuke yote. This is a person who is very contradicting. He's not a leader. So huko tuachie wale wako na, mimi najua it will be either Nyoro or this UDA guy, but I can tell you most probably he will be number 4 or 5.
Sawa, asante sana. Roberto, uko na comment?
Yeah, I wanted to make a suggestion because with regard to Azimio, you know, we have reached a stage where when I look at this, some of these polls, personally, I do not believe there are people who are undecided. Those who have decided have already decided, and there are very few people that can be changed right now. So I was suggesting that in as much as we are politicking here on Mutembei TV, I was of the opinion that we need to make a statement, and that statement, a collective statement, because it's only a fool who does not want to learn from past mistakes. And every other time I hear Alex mention about the fact that we lost in 2017, we lost some of the places we should have won as NASA, and we are doing the same mistake again in Azimio. And this is something we need to, in as much as they may have thought about it, but you know, the more the people push these people, the secretariat and the Azimio top leadership, they are bound to listen, because it will be detrimental to have a government, to be in government, or to have a government where Ruto is haunting you day in, day night with his brigade. And the stronger we have the numbers, in terms of numbers, the better. So I was suggesting we go county by county, and you know, scrutinizing the candidates that we have in Azimio, and probably pointing out the areas where we have we are giving UDA the advantage by having several aspirants, so that at least people can be also comfortable. I'm sure even Azimio would not, the top leadership would not, disagree with that. Yes, Makiadi, you mentioned that it will be somehow, others may think that it is stifling democracy, but the bigger picture is that what Kamau has said, it's a do or die election. And we need to fix this country. And to fix this country, we need the numbers in the both houses of parliament, including the MCAs and what have you. So I was suggesting we do a memorandum, and I'm suggesting Alex as our chairman, so that we go through this. Alex is laughing. I know Alex is forceful, so that's why I'm suggesting him as a chairman. Once we pen down this, and this Jose as a the secretary, once we pen down this county by county, we can send this memorandum through Bernard to deliver it to the AZIMIO or Wekesa, to deliver it to the AZIMIO top leadership, and they let them think about it, even if they don't want to listen. Let them think about it, because we cannot keep on making mistakes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you do not even need a memorandum. Hii watu naona hapa wanajuana na hiyo wakubwa. Ni kuwatuma tu. Hawa akina Alex, hawa akina Stony PK ni watapiga tu simu wafikishe ripoti yako. You do not even need a memorandum. They talk to these leaders. Hata wewe mwenyewe unaweza ongea na Eseli Simiu, umweleze maoni ya wananchi kama kama sisi wenye tuko huku kando, waeleze vile tunaongea.
Yeah. But you know, when we make it formal, then we can push it with the direct conversations. I think the impact will be much better.
Okay, let me do this. Tony PK, nimekuona. Wacha nipatie Alex dakika moja juu alikuwa ameitisha nini kwa comment hapo. Alafu nikuje kwako ndio tuende kwa Julia.
Shukrani tena. Asante sana Makiadi. Leo umetusaidia sana. Hackers wametusumbua man. Bernard was on and off. You came in handy. You've helped the debate up to now. Sema Mungu akubariki. Asante sana. That's the spirit that we need until tarehe 9. Our watu ni kama they are going after us in a velocity that we must also invent ways to keep us debating. Kamau, I was trying to address you. Kamau, uko wapi? Naona kwanza umevaa t-shirt ya yellow. Kamau yuko? So yeah, Kamau umevaa t-shirt ya UDA but hakuna shida.
Niambia bana.
Hiyo ni bia ya UDA anyway. So Kamau nilikuwa nakwambia hivi. Unajua iko vitu ambazo tunakataa kuongea kwa sababu sisi bado ni marafiki. Wanasema an enemy of your enemy is your friend. Before tukue marafiki na Jubilee, kitu ilifanya tukakuwa marafiki ni Ruto. Tukasema wacha tupigane na Ruto, lakini tukimalizana na Ruto tutakuja kuambiana mahali shida iko. Lakini lazima tuambie the history of census in Kenya has been skewed to a point whereby even when Chebukati wants to do the right election, totally right election, it is impossible. We must go back and accept that having to do the right census so that some areas are not inflated for the sake of votes, so that we can truly know where do we sit as a country. Today, as we are talking about IEBC, IEBC does not work in isolation. IEBC gets is incorporated with other institutions to verify IDs, to verify registration, to know what is going on in Kenya. If we have births and deaths, you know, for example, and I like what you said about India. I schooled in India. The population exploded like crazy, but they are capable with one commissioner to man, and they do it, you know, simultaneously. But their census are right, because when they started exploding in population, they decided one thing: they must do everything to get the right census. That is the only way they are capable of governing that country correctly, rightly, through devolution. But in Kenya today, I really doubt some of the figures we get from some counties. I'm one person who believes, yes, Kiambu is big, but I'm also believing that a county like Kakamega, it is totally big. So I'm trying to say this: until we put the president accountable that he was complicit at some point, not to make institutions that we are supposed to make effective, we should not blame Chebukati. Had this institution come up with the right census, and tuachane this directive ya president anafika election imebaki 2 weeks ama 1 month, anasema you can go and be given an ID within the next day, because that's what happened in 2017. So I'm afraid that I'm one man who says even if Chebukati wants to clean, make up or do the best he can, under what reference? Because our births and deaths are so skewed. So hana place ya kuangalia, so it's a guesswork. So we have given Chebukati a job that is so difficult because the president and other institutions had skewed the census now to a point that we don't know the true census of Kenya. We don't know any person having ID kama is the correct one, ama ni yenye alipewa tu ya kupewa. Because one person came last time, I don't know if it's true or not. Stone Picken can tell us there was one person who was viral 2017. He had a whopping 7 IDs. You remember that case? And many more. So I'm telling Kamau that, yes, we may blame this man. How can 1.1 million votes be in the register without, you know, detecting? Secondly, the VBR kits that you said were Makiad, you gave us alarms last time that the purchased ones were 15,000. This year we are having a whopping 16,000. 1,000 VBR kits that are just meddling out here, loitering, without accountability. What is that? And nobody has gone to court. There is no formal complaint. We are not running an institution. This election was meant to fail. The truth is that whether we blame Chebukati or not, the signs are there. We can't wait on 9th, then we start making noise. The way things were done, it was meant to fail. Let's not blame that man. Let us acknowledge that mistakes are there right now that that surmounts to irregularities. No wonder Koome gave that statement, because she knew it will come on her table. Whatever you see here, she already knows. So while we blame Chebukati, I think for me the buck stops at Uhuru. What has he done as the president to make sure the institutions do the right thing? Those are my comments. Maybe it can elicit some reaction, but I don't think Chebukati peke yake ndiye ako na shida.
Alex, Chebukati has a choice. If he feels, as a matter of integrity, that is not being supported, he has a choice to resign, and it will not affect the commission, because the Supreme Court has pronounced itself on the quorum issue. So Chebukati is really the problem. Don't try to give Chebukati any leeway to wriggle around and escape responsibility.
So wacha tufanye namna hii, mikono imekuwa mingi. Julia, I wanted to give you time to make a submission after PK gives. Okay, PK, just 1 minute, please, and Wangira 1 minute. Dakika moja tafadhali.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, dakika moja. I want to point one thing here about, you know, I want to throw a question to the panel here, and also those who are listening, especially the director of elections in AZIMIO, Ndugu George. What sense does it make when you have 2 candidates of AZIMIO vis-a-vis 1 UDA? What democracy are we trying to? Are we? Kwani sisi ndio tunalea democracy? Are we the first democracy human beings? 2 AZIMIO people going for the same position with 1 UDA, and we are seated tukisema wacha democracy itambe. I mean, we are doing silly mistakes that we did with NASA. And that's why somebody tells me, a cousin of mine, that Kenyans are not idiots, but we like doing idiotic things. Yani, sisi si wajinga, lakini tunafanya ujinga ya ajabu. These are two. Kuna watu hapo Raila, Kalonzo. Now Kalonzo mwenyewe ndiye ana spearhead hii. And then UDA is atina wanangoja is like it's like when a child is holding a glass, you expect huyo mtoto ukimwambia hiyo glass itavunjika, anaachilia inavunjika. We are behaving that way. Two Azimio vis-a-vis one UDA, and we expect to win. Number two, brother Alex, Chebukati has no safety valve. Yeah, in fact, we should now start pressure aende nyumbani. Uhuru was a beneficiary of the shambolic elections, but he became the president. He approved the funds. These guys have gotten money. They were given what to correct by Nani Maraga. It is so simple. When we were in school, ilikuwa ukianguka hesabu, mwalimu anakuambia, si tulikuwa tunafanya hesabu step 1, 2, 3, anakuambia umekosea kwa hii na hii. You go do correction. Correction you take shortest time possible because umeonyeshwa where you went wrong. This man has been sitting like a duck. Ikitaka kutaga mayai all this time. Keeping quiet there. We are independent. Independent mavia kuku. Independent. And he's putting us in a hole. I mean, this guy actually should be done like what happened. Was it in Mexico or Venezuela? Where they went and picked those guys and put them in the dustbin. I think that's what we should do. We should get them out of that anniversary towers. If you watched today's
Stone PK umeanza submission ingine. Wacha nipatie Wangira kwanza dakika ingine moja. Unajua Julia mengoja Daudi na Ed. So Wangira 1 minute.
Okay, I'll just use my exact 1 minute. As we even try to exempt Mr. Chebukati from the mess we are now seeing, I'll have 2 issues to raise. Issue number 1, I want to know whether we had an audit before an audit on the voter register before the 2017 elections. And again, I want just to know how we could have people with duplicate records on the voter register, people registered with IDs that do not validly belong to them, people registering with invalid documentation. I just want to know how that can really occur. That would be my concern.
Thank you, Julia. Karibu.
Thank you, Makiadi. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. I think Roberto said something that you people need to write a memorandum. Let me say something. If it is not treated, it did not happen. And the fact that you people are participating in this forum, if you put something down and you put the legal aspects, you get someone who knows how to draft such stuff, and you communicate to the right people, this message will go clear to the AZIMIO people, people who are in charge of these nominations and all that. So, I mean, saying one things here is good, but documenting it is a good thing. That's, Roberto, I agree with you. So if you can do that as quickly as possible, that is good. And we can append our signatures. Nowadays we can do signatures online. I think all of us are aware of that we can do signatures. We don't have to be. We can do signatures. We don't have to do signatures. I mean, physically, we can do it. That will work. And I think going forward, even after 9th, I think we'll need to do things for this country. We'll need to put things in writing, propose what we think should be done in this ministry, in this department. Those things work. I mean, if you start doing something, it will work for the benefit, for the good of our country. Now, I want to start with what Alex said. Alex, the census has nothing to do with people having 10 IDs. Whether taking the census and registration of people is 2 different things. So I don't know why you brought in the census. I don't see any point there. The mistake we have is a registrar of persons in Kenya, that we have even people who are not Kenyan citizens having Kenyan IDs, and some of them may vote. That takes us back to the same culture of complacency. In fact, it has nothing to do with Uhuru. And what Stone Picker is saying here about independent body and not independent what? I think, okay, we had 2010 constitution, which was good, but I think it also gave a lot of leeway to Kenyans who do practice a lot of complacency to do as they will. So we have everybody with IDs here, with passports here, with what? I mean, it's just a mess. So I think at one point we have Kenyans who may even vote and they're not supposed to vote. Not Kenyans, foreigners who may even vote and they're not supposed to vote. So it has nothing to do with the census. I disagree with that. It has nothing to do with how many people are registered for Western Kenya or Central Kiambu or whatever. It just has to do with the Registrar of Persons Department that is doing a wrong thing, and mostly because of corruption and because they are paid to do things, they are bribed and all that, blah, 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 blah. So that is problem number one. However, Chebukati does not get away with it here. I agree with the majority of members of the panel here. Chebukati has to do his job. Don't tell us that PK has 2 IDs. That is why PK is registered 3 times. Do your job and investigate that and do something about it. We don't want someone saying, how can someone say the president was supposed to do this? That is why I'm doing a wrong thing. That's why we are bungling the elections. Or is the president the electoral commissioner? I mean, the president of the Republic of Kenya, he can't do all this stuff. All of us have to do our work. So I think Chebukati cannot get away with it. And me, I think Stone PK, now I agree with you. Ataka makaribu tuite mafia kuku. I think Kibaki is coming back. Atakama ulituita, you almost called us that. I agree with you. I think Chebukati should be jailed and made to pay for all the funds. First, the repeated elections after Raila contested, he should pay for all that such funds. He should pay for it. He should be made to jail. So as you send to jail. So Roberto, as you write your memorandum, I think we need to write another one to the President of the Republic of Kenya and Chebukatis and name them, and AZIMIO. We need Chebukati to step down. And we should ask Mother Koome, is there a law that the students of law here, please tell us and advise us, is there a law that allows us to sue? We can even raise money to sue Chebukati so that he's sent to jail and is made to pay for all these monies he's wasting around. So the bulk stops at him. Whether sijui nani aliregister nani, ama some clerk was registering what, or some clerk, the bulk stops at him. Just like you people here, you can't stop telling us that your son stole in Walmart and you didn't know how your son shoplifted, and so you are trying to invest. That's your son. We'll tell you your son is a thief, and we suspect that you're also a thief. So that is what we shall conclude. So the bulk stops at Chebukati, and me, I will not forgive him if I'll not forgive him if this year's election is bungled. And from the look of things are so bad. Somebody said here, I'm not a student of law, but I understand that we are supposed to have published, he was supposed to have published the voters register. I think 60 days. I don't know whether we are done with 60 days. I think we need to investigate that. And also, I think these testing kits and all that, blah, blah, blah. So he's laying the ground for a contestation against these elections. And now I want to agree with the people talking here that I think he's working with somebody. I think he's preparing us for a failed election. And he thinks we will go back to Nairobi and go on the streets. And if he's not careful, he may risk. Sasa wacha wanaitanga watu kutupa mawe. Sasa sijui wataitanga watu nini. Because we can't do this. We can't do this every electoral period. That every now and then someone has missed the election. What is he planning to do? So if we go through the election and somebody loses, don't those people have enough grounds to contest these elections already? Can't we see that? Isn't Chebukati working for somebody? Isn't he planning us to fail? Isn't he planning to cause chaos in this beautiful country? And then, because we can see it coming, what are we doing about it? Okay, we know we feel powerless, we feel frustrated, we don't know what to do. But I think, Roberto, I agree with you. We can put things in writing now and start acting. Sasa hata kama kitu itafanyika, tutasema tulijaribu kufanya something about it. I think that's my take. About AZIMIO and NAROK and what Alex is saying, I agree with him so much. I don't like this business that we have several candidates for AZIMIO. That's why I'm saying I'm supporting Roberto. We can still do something about it, write about it, contest. Ask somebody, why is this happening? And now I realize why Jubilee had MPs in Kisii and Western Kenya and all that, blah, blah. I think walipita katikati kama Kalonzo. So I think we should not allow UDA to do that, because I think Ruto knows that he's going to lose presidency, but he's going to do what it will take him to have as many members of parliament as possible, and even senators as he can, so that he can make Baba's life miserable. And because I think AZIMIO is really commanding really a lot of support, we should do what it will take us to make sure we have at least over 190 members of parliament. We should, in fact, I hope that Ruto doesn't get more than 100 members of parliament. I'm looking forward to see him getting a humiliating defeat, not just for the presidential vote, but we have to do something about it. We cannot just talk about it. Somebody has to, the same thing they did in Nairobi, they can do the same thing in the rest of the counties where we have Jubilee, we have ODM, we have they can do something about it. Baba, Uhuru, and Kalonzo can stamp their authority. However, I really don't trust Kalonzo. I think he's one of the problems, though I promised not to talk about him yesterday. But I think Baba and Uhuru can stamp the authority and say, no, we cannot have two people. We cannot have three people here. I think they should do something about it. Rest, they are going to really, we are going to have to be surprised. You can imagine if Ruto has even 150 members of parliament. You can see the trouble. We never get a 2/3 in that parliament to pass anything. So I think Baba got to do something about it. Now, KKA comes in MERU. I saw those MERU campaign trails for KKA, and I realized there's no longer excitement in KKA, crowds. Hakuna excitement. Mtu chache tu ako tu around wanasema So I was like, oh, the excitement is gone. So what is happening? These KK people no longer have any new things to tell Kenyans. So Kenyans have realized that KK is a fraud. It's just a fraud. These guys don't have anything to tell Kenyans. They have been lying to Kenyans. They are saying Baba ni mchawi, and every time they open their mouths to talk, it's just matusi, like what Didinjoro was doing. So I want to tell you that somebody say that those who have decided to vote for Baba have decided. That is true. And now the lies of KK and Matusi are no longer selling in Mount Kenya region. I sent something, somebody was sending me something. I have my relatives and my auntie whom I was fighting with the other day about, she didn't want to hear anything about Baba. Not that she liked Ruto, but she didn't want to hear anything about Baba, just this indoctrination. And now she's the one, she's not campaigning for Baba, but she's campaigning for mother. She's setting stickers around left and right. And she's even saying future 2027 president. She's so excited with this Baba mother thing. So people in Mount Kenya region, those who have decided they will support Baba and mother, are no longer buying the matusi ati Baba ni mchawi, sijui Baba mtu akitendawiri, sijui akona nini. They are no longer buying that. They won't even pay attention. Those people, Didinjoro and the couriers, look stupid. It is all nonsense. So that one should not bother you. The Mount Kenya people who have made up their mind to support Baba and mother have made up their mind, and no amount of matusi will change their mind. Now about Mudavadi, I don't know why you sympathize with Mudavadi. I think we should just leave him. Whatever you sow is what you reap, and he's going to reap that very soon. I don't even care what happens to him, because he saw it come. He knew he was going to UDA to punish Baba. He wanted to prevent Baba not to win presidency. All those who went to UDA had only one agenda. They wanted to punish Baba. They hoped that Baba would never win presidency. But they are surprised and shocked by the trend of things, and I think they are so frustrated. My last question, I don't know where Uhuru went. I think he should have given me a call. I won't take that, because, do you know where Uhuru went? I don't know where he went.
I saw he's in Mogadishu, if I'm not wrong.
Okay, and where is Baba?
Here in America, Washington.
Why do they keep on popping in and out without informing their supporters? That's not fair.
Baba was coming to finish the unfinished business that, remember, Kibaki passed away and he didn't finish. So he's coming to finish that tour.
then I had also, so when Ruto had, Uhuru went to Mogadishu and Baba in the US, so Ruto also sneaked out. Is that what happened? Yani Ruto ni copycat. Akona tabia mbaya. So who is the president now in Kenya? So who is in charge? I think
your friend Matiang'i.
Oh, my best friend Matiang'i is in charge. Yes,
Constitutionally is the Speaker of the National the Parliament constitutionally. But yeah, we can say that Matiang'i is, but constitutionally is Muturi.
Huyu Muturi hakuna kitu anajua. According to PK, we don't understand that Ndeto. So Matiang, my best friend, is in charge. And the gentleman, Matiang, one of these fine days, he's also going to be president of the Republic of Kenya.
Julia, constitutionally, if anything was to happen today, if we were to go to war, if Somali was to attack us, we go to the national speaker. We don't go to Matiang'i, even though he's the rated highest, person, but constitutionally, as we have it, as of the 2010 Constitution, we will go to the national speaker. I mean, that's what it is. It's just what it is.
Yes, Ndeto, I understand you.
Martin, there's a bit of confusion there. I think you should read, if you read the Constitution, go check what powers an acting president has. Even the deputy president, if at all the president is not there and has not been incapacitated, I don't think the deputy president has the powers to declare war. There's another thing also, the power of mercy. There are several things that any acting president cannot do constitutionally, and one of them is declare war. As long as Uhuru Kenyatta is somewhere, and we know he's alive and he's well, then the person who is in charge of the country is not allowed to do that. But like we say, Kenya has always been in this situation where the deputy president and the president have been out of the country. So sometimes I think we are on autopilot. Bora tu iende, wakirudi wanarudi pamoja.
Yes, we are used to that, right? We are used to that, and I think the president is not incapacitated, and I think the only time we saw him hand over to Ruto is when he went to ICC. He has not done that to anyone right now. So whether the speaker or whoever, we ain't care Ndeto. Sisi tunajua.
Julia, but also we suffer the good mercies of God of never having to be in a place where we can be in war. So we thank God for that, because if something was to happen like that today, and we've never experienced it since independence, so I think we've never tested ourselves if something like that ever happened, and we don't wish it for our country.
Yes, it ain't gonna happen. So, dear Speaker, you not act, because we love Matiang. Asante Makiadi.
Sawa, nataka nipatie Daudi nafasi alafu tuende kwa Ed, karibu sana. Niliona mitambo yako ilikusumbua, lakini it's good you're finally here. Daudi, karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Makiari, for the opportunity. I would like to focus my discussion on the very last topic of IEBC test kits. I was thinking, after 2007, we all should have learned that IEBC should not be an institution that should be played with. And so I'm really baffled when I see how Chebukati is acting, and he's had all the 4 years to prepare, and now only 2 months to the election is when he's doing the testing of transmissions and all that. So it's just it's terrible. Why do we do this? Why do we wait up to the last minute to test our systems? That is just preparing ourselves for failure. So I think the responsibility squarely lies on Chebukati for just not taking advantage of the 4 years he was given. It should have done better. Point number 2, I tend to agree with Julia that the census results should not in any way be a factor for failure on the IEBC front. The IEBC, they do have their own register. So if they fail to make good of their register, it is squarely on them. So I don't think there should be any connection between the two. Point number 3, when people have more than 2 identity cards, I don't think that should, if all procedures are taken, that should not allow them to vote more than once. One, because as a first line, usually you have this ink that, those days there was ink that you would put your finger in, and that in itself would tell whether somebody had voted before. 2, the BVR kit in itself should be a unique identifier. So if you go in there and your fingerprints show that this person has voted, then it should kick you out automatically. So I feel like rigging as a result of people voting multiple times is not a failure that comes from people having multiple identification, but I think it's a function of somebody up in the system, taking advantage of multiple numbers. And so that is a systematic issue. It's not a problem coming up out of people, having multiple identity cards, and it can easily be fixed. So if we can improve on our BVR kids, I think we can at least manage the issue of multiple voting. Now, in engineering, when you look at failure, you have to have redundancies when you're building safety measures. So this is what I propose. I feel like we've put a lot of responsibility on IEBC, and any problem that will arise guarantees that we're going to have a problematic election. So if we can devolve elections, I think that will be a good step forward. If, for example, I have roots in Trans Nzoia. If Trans Nzoia can hold their own elections, if, for example, a neighboring county of Bungoma, they also do their own elections and manage their own elections, I think if we get it right in Trans Nzoia and there's a problem in Bungoma, that can easily be isolated. And so you have a less probability of a problematic or shambolic election. So that's my proposal. I think if we can devolve election, obviously we have to put some few measures in there to curb that. But I think devolving would help. Another thing I was thinking is that and this is something that we could also debate. We could have an electoral college kind of system, because this thing of numbers, 50 plus 1, I think that's a big issue, because counties might be forced to push in big numbers. We know what Tharaka Nithi did. But if we have allocated quotas, I think even if we try to do our own monkey business, we're still limited to the quota. And I think that can help at least take away some of the pressure that we have in our elections. So those are some of my suggestions. I feel like we're always late, and that's why we have problems. But if we begin our preparation early, take advantage of the 4 years we're given before the next election cycle, we can have a good and safe elections. But how things are going, we're guaranteeing ourselves of a failed elections. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Daudi. I have a quick question for you now that you brought up the issue of multiple voting. Do you know that in 2017, the IEBC printed over 1 million extra ballot papers for the presidential election?
I think that arose as a result of failure to, one, account for each, like let's say for example, I go into a voting station, the BVR kid should tell the person sitting behind the kid who I am. And so the next time I try to come back, it should be able to warn that person, this person has been here before.
Okay.
So there is something that is, so somebody is taking advantage of the system. Either the system is not working or we're just being played.
So the excuse that the IEBC gave was that they might have bad, ballot papers, and so these ballot papers needed to be replaced. Unfortunately, the IEBC did not explain where these extra ballot papers went to up to today. Now, I want to give you a scenario here. We saw in the nomination process of UDA that there were people who had extra ballots in their jacket pockets. So if I want to vote for Daudi as my presidential candidate, all I needed to do is to access the extra ballot papers from somewhere, and then I give you 10 ballot papers. You mark, you tick for your preferred presidential candidate. And now when you go to the poll station, the clerk or whoever is there will give you a ballot paper, right, for the presidential candidate. And then you'll tick in that box, and then you can fold all of them together. If you have 5, you can still fold all of them together and come drop it in that ballot. How do you arrest such a situation?
One, every ballot paper should have a security feature on it. So if somebody comes with a fake ballot paper, that should be detected.
No, these are not fake. These are not fake.
So that's why the process.
I'm pulling my numbers. I'm pulling my numbers from the extra 1 million. Those are serialized ballot papers. They're not fake.
Okay. So and that's why I mentioned the process is shambolic, because somebody somewhere is giving out these ballot papers, and it is not the problem of somebody having multiple IDs. It is the problem of somebody somewhere getting ballot papers and giving it to people. Like back in the days, it was a very good process that it was all in the open, and if you saw somebody try to do monkey business, you could easily detect, see that, oh, that guy is doing something weird. But obviously things have changed. And I think this is part of why we need observers from all parties to sit in there and see whenever there's something fishy going on. But I agree the process is shambolic. Somebody somewhere is just playing us.
So what we agree on.
Makiadi, I need to answer you.
Okay.
I need to answer you, Makiadi.
In a minute.
Makiadi, every polling station has got, I don't think there's a polling station that has more than 500 voters. I think so. That's what I think. There is a number of voters per polling station. So there is no way somebody can come and dump extra ballots. And if he does, during the counting, it must tally with the number of registered voters in that polling station, or less.
No. Roberto, let me ask you something here. Let's do this. Mato tells me he wants to leave. So let me give you just 1 minute, Martin, 1.5, so that you make your closing remarks.
I won't even finish that. I just wanted to say that for closing, because I gotta go do something. And thank you so much, Makiadi. I really appreciate, and all the panelists, Kilamtu, and the ones that are listening. I just want to say that Kenya, I think at this point tuko na kaujinga fulani hatuelewagi. Like when you look at a place like Ukraine, there's a reason Zelensky hajatoka Ukraine. Well, because they are going through something which is really hard, and it's something that costs lives. Us in Africa, and especially in Kenya, and thank Moi, the 24 years, we've never seen war. Well, our neighboring countries have seen that war. Most of them, some of them genocide, the other one Congo, Uganda before Museveni came in and all that. There's right now we're going through a election period. And I can bet you, even in this group right now, after election, because now we have a lot of things to talk, because a lot of people here, most of us talk, people are here to talk politics. After elections, we won't have anything to say, but we have to love our country more than elections and election periods and what area controls what and what area says what and who the Kalonzos and who the who's. We have to think about that, because I bet you after on the 10th, 13th, there's people who you will not see in this group. I mean, in this forum. And what we do, we have to love our country more than that. The fact that we have the president and the vice president out and we have a constitution that is written should scare us a lot, because I know somebody on the comment section was saying that Matiang'i or the speaker cannot declare war because the president is outside and is still alive. I want you guys to remember Rwanda, a plane was brought down as the president was coming in when the Tutsis and the Hutus were going head to head. So today, it can be very hard for the president to come back, because if anything happened, it can be very hard for him to come back. So, and that's why sometimes they say they shouldn't even travel in the same flight or in the same car. They shouldn't even eat the same food from the same plate or from the same cook. Why? Because there's something called the command of chief. That's the person that declares war. And that's why we have a constitution that says president, vice president, and then if you go after that, the speaker. Now we might think Matiang'i is the one holding. Matiang'i is not constitutionally there to tell the army or the armed forces to do anything. The constitution talks of itself. It says what it is. Matiang'i is just appointed by the president to be the lead minister. He'll be Muturi. But then again, now we have to stop playing with our country like that. Because if something was to happen and now we are attacked, there's no way of the president to come in, and he cannot give rules for the armed forces in another country, and we are risking when he's coming back, maybe his plane be shot down. The vice president should be in the country. He says he's not the vice president, but again, he tells us he's also the vice president. And that's why we have the games of Ruto, and we need it, and that's why we made a constitutional mistake to say that they are tied by the bone. I don't know what they say. That you cannot, the president cannot fire the vice president. I would never want to see somebody like Alex be the president of a country and me be his deputy, and where if I misbehave, Alex cannot do something to me, but I can misbehave however I want to misbehave, to a point that we don't even have a protocol that you stay in the country, I am going somewhere. It used to happen in the first one, where when he was going to ICC, he let the other guy tell him, here, take uchukue sukani saizi mpaka nirudi. You see, because we cannot just leave our country bare like that. This can bring some problem that we are playing with a very big thing just because we've never experienced something like Ukraine is experiencing right now. And that's why Zelensky had to send his family outside the country, but he stayed because he has to be there, and he decides to be there. So I'm just saying, as a country, we have a military for a reason. The president is called the commander of chief for a reason, and we have to be accountable. The people we put out there, the people we expect to give those rules. If we had nuclear weapons, somebody has to press that weapon when we start fighting. So I'm just saying, this is not right. Ruto should quit as of tomorrow, and we give somebody else something of that, even though it's waiting it's only two months. So I'm just saying, let's not play with our country with just games and games and games and games. This is serious business that we are playing with, which is holding, I think, almost 50 something million people that really depend on our security forces, depend on our leadership and
Okay,
everything. Thank you,
okay,
sir.
Mato. All right. Thanks a lot, Mato. Tuonane. I want to shift gears back to Mato was making his closing remarks, so I want to shift gears back to Ed has not spoken, and I think we will be, and Adams has come in. So let's do this. Ed, I'll want to give you just 3 minutes. Don't usirudie ile kitu unaona imeongewa sana, ndio at least tupate time ya exhaust the issue we're talking about, and then I give Adams, and we can now do at least our closing remarks.
Okay. Mnanisikia?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks a lot. This is the first time ninakuja hapa hivi. Richie Makiadi, thanks a lot. I appreciate the fact that you guys are having conversations about back home. I really don't get involved in politics a lot, but I do listen. I like listening, and what you guys are discussing about what's going on in the ground is very informative to us, and we appreciate that. On a lighter note, the president is out of the country. The Ruto is out of the country. Raila is out of the country, and these guys receive. I'm assuming they receive intelligence briefings. What if they they probably know something that the rest of us don't know? Mmepigia relatives wenu to find out if everything is fine, because they probably ran away. So I believe that after these elections, there's going to be a court case filed, and it's probably going to lead to other problems. I don't think it's going to be a successful election. I was speaking to my sister today, and I asked her what's going on the ground, and she told me that we don't have elections in Kenya, and we can argue all we want. The last elections that were probably successful were in 2002. 2007, they say Raila won. 2013, Raila won, but whatever happened. 2017, you know what happened. It was just Jubilee on the ballot. So I don't believe that we will ever have elections that are successful in Kenya in as long as we have the same group of people still managing the elections. As for Chebukati, I think it was I don't remember the name. Alisema kwamba we devolve elections. I don't think that's going to be very successful, because who are you devolving into? You're devolving elections to Rift Valley, and they're going to run their own elections and come up with their own numbers. That's going to take a lot for that to be successful. The reason why I came on is I was watching some comments online, and I did listen yesterday. I think one of us was trying to say something positive about Wajakoya. I know him. From a while back. And the reason why people are praising him is because they think he has gone to school. He has so many degrees. His resume is so up there, and what he's espousing in terms of legalizing marijuana. I mean, in the U.S., marijuana is legal in some states, but federally it's not legal. So, and even when you want to get a prescription for that, I mean, sometimes doctors don't want to prescribe that. So, when he was being cleared by the IEBC to run as a president, did they go through the papers that he presented? He has 17 degrees according to what is out there. Personally, I believe the only genuine degrees he has are the ones that he got in Kenya, from the law school and the School of Law, Kenya School of Law, whatever graduate degree that he got. Anything outside of that, I can argue for that, because he never practiced law in the US. He says he taught it in some university in the United States that was never accredited. And the degrees that he says or mentions that he has, I don't think he can vouch for that. So he used to be my friend on Facebook. I defriended him because I thought he was a fraud. So, but mi nikitoka hapa nikuje nyumbani niwaambie niko na degrees 10. I don't even know why people trust and believe that without verifying the information mtu anakuja nazo nyumbani. I don't even think kwamba for somebody to be allowed to run for office, education should be a reason to bash somebody. I don't believe that. I think if you want to run for office, people are going to elect you, you should be allowed to run. But if it's the law in Kenya that somebody has to have a degree, and now we have this guy coming in with 17 diplomas, we should interrogate that. And we should not come out here kwanza kuambia watu, oh, he's the best that has ever happened. No, he's not that smart. There are smart people in Kenya. Kuna watu wameenda shule nyumbani who are very educated, and it's so sad to see that somebody who is taking everybody for a joke anakuja nyumbani kuambia watu this and this and this. And of course, that is why actually I logged in to say something about that, because it's not, the picture is presenting to the public in Kenya is not a true picture. And I wish somebody could actually ask him to bring all those credentials so that they can be interrogated. The only ones that are genuine are the ones alipata Kenya. And somebody anakuletea papers kutoka hapa nje, anakuletea nyumbani, ask them, where did they get them? A PhD from Walden, Masters of Law, University of Baltimore, Masters of Law, University of London. Why do you have to get 2 Masters of Laws? Masters of Law from the University of Warwick, Diploma of French in Burundi, Diploma of French in Kenya. Why do you have to get all those? Honestly speaking, that's not real. I mean, me nimeenda shule, I'm not going to lie to you. I have a PhD in psychology. I'm a medical doctor in the US. So I have a PhD and I'm a medical. That's why I actually defriended him I didn't even want to deal with him because it's so sad. I'm not a politician. I don't want to be a politician. I don't even think I can be elected as a politician. But when you see somebody come anakuja nawaambia, this is what I am, and nataka kuleta bangi nyumbani na huyu ndio running mate wangu na these are my credentials, please let's interrogate them. That's all I have to say. And I'm sorry kama nimehurt anybody, and I think it was Adams mwenye alikuwa anamtetea.
Kumbe unajua hata ndio nilikuwa nataka nimpatie next. Kumbe unamkumbuka. Sasa
So,
we Ed tulia hapo. Thank you for coming into the show. Thank you for
Actually,
your obedience.
Ed, let me remind you what he said. He said he has the best CV in the lower Limpopo and above sub-Saharan. You know, he made it like he's the most educated person in he had to use River Limpopo. Ed, thanks for coming, man.
And he probably meant well. But it's because atujui. Nikikuja nikwambie niko hivi, please ask me to show you or present my. Hata nikikuletea diploma, I can get that printed. Usually we use what do you call that? We use transcripts in the US. Those are the most acceptable form of credentialing. We don't use diplomas because you can get those anywhere, and they are supposed to come straight from the university, not from this person presenting them. Asante na nisamee tafadhali.
Right, Ed, thank you so much. Adams, utaribato leo wewe ndio ulikuwa unatetea Wajakoya hapa. Lakini ukumbuke hata juzi hold on. Roberto ngoja. Juzi tuliletewa panelist mwingine hapa akavouch for naitwa nani jamaa wa Nairobi huyu. Si mnakumbuka? Tulikuwa hapa kwa panel Roberto. This guy wa Nairobi, yeye anataka kurun for governor. What's his name? Sakaja. We had somebody come here ile Masa Ndemba alisema kona rafiki yake akakuja hapa akasema they were in the same school actual school tukamuuliza wewe unajuaje kama mtu alikuwa nyuma yako 2 years nyuma yako, akasema huyu jamaa aligraduate. Sasa hebu angalia ile kitu inatokea kwa media. Roberto, kwanza wewe ndio ulituma hiyo kitu, niliona kutoka kwako. Jamaa amesomea sijui inaitwa ni guest university, inaitwa nini kitu
university
Team University at Uganda. Huyu jamaa amesoma kuanzia 2016. Alafu ile hiyo karatasi yake imeandikwa business, I don't know, Bachelor of Bachelor of Business alafu inaandikwa external. Mi bana nashangaa kuna kitu inaitwa external. I don't know, I've never heard of that thing. Na amekimbia huko kwa communication nini whatever CUE ime certify na imempigia muhuri ameleta kwa IEBC. Na I was watching a video kwa Jeff Koinange, alikuwa anasema, aliulizwa na Jeff Koinange what is your background ya education, akasema amefanya mambo ya sciences, actuarial scientist. Sasa hii ingine ya Uganda hii ya Bachelor of Business in external, hii degree gani bwana? Adams, tetea Wajakoya sahi.
I don't know why you have to hit me down the belt before I come in. Anyway, Mr. Ted, good evening. I think I like this guy. I like the way he articulated that issue of Professor Jakoya. But the only thing that Ted has not told us is he has only, like, he has a problem with the number of degrees that Professor Jakoya has, and he's trying to dismiss the institutions that he went to, especially here in the US. He has presented those papers and nobody has dismissed them. But I think there is something going on in the media, in the social media, on Facebook. Somebody came up with a very long CV of Professor Jakoya, and Jakoya himself has not come out to defend whether that is him or it is not him, but it is being retweeted and reposted by so many people. But that said, Ted might be right, he may be wrong. But from where I know, Jakoya is extraordinarily brilliant. Is supreme, my friend. That guy is supreme. That brain is not in Kenya. He's in Kenya now. But let it rest from there. But Jakoya is a good thing. So let me just embark on this and straight to the topic. I just want to say something a little about IEBC. IEBC. First of all, people before I came in, people were talking about the first topic there, the president, the deputy president, and Raila Odinga being out of the country, who is running the country, and then some people are saying here that I don't know the deputy president, the speaker. Look, the president is the CIC, commander-in-chief of all armed forces. But the deputy president is not the deputy commander or in chief. We don't have that position in Kenya. It is only the president who can declare war. A deputy president, Speaker of the National Assembly cannot declare war. So it is only the president. So in the absence of the president, another person who can declare war is the chief of general staff. But that is now in the rank of the military. They know how they do their stuff. I'm not a military person. But the president, like, who said this? Like, or somebody said here, if they receive intelligence, wherever they are, it doesn't matter. If it was the US president, when the president travels and is on Air Force One, Air Force One is a mini state house. It's a mini White House. So I don't know how the plane that the president uses in Kenya, whether it is a mini state house. But what I know for a fact that Air Force One of the United States is a mini White House. The president can operate there and do everything they want, everything and anything there. So if I didn't know that all of them are out of the country, both Uhuru and Ruto, because Raila and Kalonzo doesn't matter because they are not in any position to run the government. So it is about Uhuru and Ruto. So if all of them are not out of the country, I think, number one, before we start thinking about, somebody can war, attack, we have to recognize and accept that Kenya is a peaceful country. We've never had war, and we are not even thinking about war. That is why both the deputy president and the president can be out of the country, and we are not even thinking about like nothing like attacks are happening. So we have a peaceful nation, and we should be thanking God. And actually, we are really thankful about that. Another issue on the IEBC. IEBC, first of all, when we tukirudi nyuma kidogo, this IEBC of ours, these people, we are talking about the test kits, but these people have not even opened the server for us. It is in no doubt that anybody, any sane person can doubt them, but we still give them another benefit of doubt. So anything can happen. Like I said the other day, but it didn't go well with somebody. I said something here, but I don't know. It was Mr. Who came and was it Robert when I said that IEBC is under remote control from some powers that are above them, but it didn't really sink well with. I don't know, it was Mr. Robert or who. I don't know. Somebody here. That's what I meant, because these people, what they're doing is crazy. We have a good system, but it is jeopardized, like it is compromised. So I think something need to be done. They can do a good job if they're given a level ground to do it. But I think that level ground is what they lack at the same time. So when these people are out of the country like now, I think the country is well. Let's just continue like that. I think all is well. But Professor, who is this talking to me? Please. Before you advocate. I know. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Professor Wajakoya can be a street mat. For you to be a street mat, you don't need to go to class to be street mat. You can be street mat without going to class. But Wajakoya being what it is, you can Google Yellow Pages. You'll find the guy. I think that according to me, he appeals to me, and because he's like Dr. Ed just said that he met that guy on Facebook. I've been with him. We used to sit in Simas. If you guys have been in Nairobi, if you know where Simas is, somewhere in the CBD, we used to sit there a long time ago, back in the day with Wajakoya, and he would reason with people there. He would look at you. He's a brilliant guy. Forget about politics coming in. He's been good. He's been brilliant. About him and the bank, that's the lifestyle. I'm not going to talk about that.
Did you say Yellow Pages?
Adam,
did you say Google him in Yellow Pages? Adams, did you say we Google him in Yellow Pages?
Simpatie Adam nafasi amalize kwanza ndio muulize maswali.
Alex, I said you can Google him or you can as well go to Yellow Pages. Find him there.
Adams,
Yes.
Unajua wakati ukisema ya kwamba mlikuwa mnakutana Simas, sasa that is the reason why we can even doubt you more. Unajua hiyo mambo ya kukutana kwa kilabu alafu unaamini mtu.
No. Mr. Robert, Mr. Robert, let me tell you something. Simas, I think that it's no longer existing. It's no longer there. I think the last time I was in Kenya, I tried passing there. I didn't see anything like that.
No, ilibomolewa.
Yeah, maybe. I didn't know. I ilibomolewa when I was not there. So when I tried passing there, I didn't see it. What I'm saying, when Simas used to be Simas, it was a place of it was like jail. It carried all people from all walks of life. I'm telling you. There are people who used to go there, sit there, do their business. There are people who used to go there, make their story. There are people who used to make and just eat. It had prostitutes. It had everything was happening in Simas. So, but with the corner in which Professor and the ilk of him, which were us, we were taking the right corner. So we were well. We were just doing our thing. He's a good guy, but I didn't meet him there. I met that guy for the first time in somewhere in the UN. But all in all, I don't doubt his degrees. I don't doubt his papers. If there is something I don't doubt, is that. I think it is just supposed to be a lesson to our young people, those who are learning that if one person can have so many degrees and somebody like Sakaja is still dilly-dallying going to Uganda to procure one, You would have spoken with this guy to tell him how to get these things, meaning it can be done. And this is what I keep saying here. It can be done. Whatever the manifesto that Raila brought to us, it can be done. We need to believe it can be done. Robert Mugabe had so many degrees here. You guys didn't talk about it. Why Wajakoya? Wajakoya is one of our own. Let's embrace him.
Okay, I think Adams is done. Leo naona umetetea Wajakoya sana. I hope there's no question for Adam. There's one issue that we were talking about. Alex, 1 minute, just 1 minute. Alex, nimekupatia dakika moja.
No, I think now I'm confirming what Ed said. You know, Ed was very clear that he's a psychologist, and he put his CV very right. And I think Adams has exonerated him. They met him in a corner. That place is like jail. There are so many prostitutes. I mean, the words that he has used over and over has actually exonerated that guy, that this guy is a fraud. There is no question to go further. Ed, thank you for coming to Mutembei TV. And we need people like those. You know, there are people who blow things out of proportion.
Yeah.
And
I
think
agree.
No, Mr. Alex, a point of interaction, please.
It's okay,
I
Adams.
don't hold on just a second, please.
Okay,
I know
go
I'm
ahead.
wrong. I know I'm wrong. Let me tell you, it is very wrong to have that kind of selective, selective reasoning. Why are you just picking stuff from what I say? Just pick what you like. You're behaving like that's the behavior of UDA people, where Raila presented a 10-point agenda, and then they only pick the Mutumba one, and they forgot about all the good ones. I said, and I repeat, we first met there. Then later on, we met with him. I saw him in the University of Nairobi, and I didn't meet him here. I met him on Facebook. I've met him in different places, meetings, so many different places. Si ati tulimit na yeye ile kona mbaya mbaya zile
Ni sawa sawa. You've made your point. And I would love also somebody to come and show kuja tuambie team university ya Sakaja walisoma na nani huko. Pengine alikuwa na classmate na hatujui, because hapa sasa mambo vile inaendelea saa hii tunaanza kujua watu na makaratasi yao bandia. Unajua, hata nilisikia Margaret Wanjiru aliambia Miguna ako na PhD, akaulizwa dissertation yako ilikuwa nini, hata hajaisikia jina inaitwa dissertation. Anaanza kuambia Miguna, why are you behaving like that Kwa nini unadharau wa mama? Kumbe hii PhD yake ni honorary. Alikuja kwa kanisa hapa, kanisa sijui ya Baptist, akapatiwa honorary degree na anajiita daktari, PhD. Now I wanted us to go, Roberto, let's keep that away for now. I want to move.
Just a question. One question.
Okay,
One sentence.
Go ahead.
Adams, you have kind of insinuated or suggested that you actually took a prescription from Wajakoya of what he's advocating for.
Okay, now there's something that we were discussing here before, and Nastaki to lose track of that. I'd like at least us to take a few minutes before tufungage show. Hii issue yenye tulikuwa tunaongea hiyo ya ballot papers. Daudi, you had me speak very clearly about the extra ballot papers and how you can use that to steal. And you said here that, and I also saw in the comment section people saying that all ballot papers are serialized. The extra ballot papers that come with the, like the one we had in 2017, they all are genuine ballot papers. They are serialized and you can use them and they'll still be accepted. So my question is, how do you go around such?
Do I interject? I feel like if the voting processes and procedures are followed to the letter, then you shouldn't have people stuffing ballot boxes. And I feel like in most cases, stuffing of ballot boxes is done outside polling stations somewhere. And so when the ballot boxes are brought to maybe to a county station somewhere is where stories happen. I heard of Alex talking about some polling stations that were created virtually, and only presidential votes came in from those polling stations. So those are things we are talking about. Somebody is sitting somewhere and creating polling stations, and that's an issue.
Julia?
Okay, Makeri, I think the worst that can happen, this is the worst that can happen, is dead people voting and absent people voting. With those, you know, every polling station has their ballot papers. So the worst that can happen is people who died, like, even now between now and the election, even after Chebukati doing the voter registry clearance and all that, auditing and all that, we'll have people who will pass away, unfortunately, and we'll also have people who will not come to vote, okay? So the worst that can happen is those people who passed away and the absent voters voting. That is the worst that can happen. So what someone was saying here, I want to agree with that person, is the how you saw at the way what we see in Chebukati now. We really, and even not Chebukati, let me say this. Kenyans have always talked about election cheating and all that, and rigging. Me, it's my conviction most politicians rig, or all, in their strongholds. I don't even think there's any politician who is clean in their strongholds. I believe that it is the only difference is who succeeds in rigging more than the others, or who has a machinery to promote more rigging. Because I think this is what happens if you have a voters register in a polling station, and then let's say all of us here are in one polling station. At the end of the day, by around 5, if the voting is closing at 6, the people in that place can see Makiadi hayuko. In fact, wanaanza kusema Makiadi yako wapi? Makiadi yako Mombasa. Kwa hivyo he's not coming to vote. Who is this other person? What? He passed away, so he's not coming to vote. And you see, the situation here is, I don't think Chebukati and the others will have room to check that somebody died and this person voted. So what will happen is that, we have these biometrics. Now the questions will come in here. This is where the questions will come in. You see, nowadays, I think we got to use the biometrics to start for you to vote, and the voters register got to be confirmed. I think that's what happens, because I think the last time I voted, we had the biometrics. So they had to identify me with the biometrics. That's what they did, if I can remember clearly. But I also understand there are people who biometrics could not identify because their fingerprints could not be identified, something like that, and they were still allowed to vote because they had their IDs. So that voters register, I think it can be checked to say that Makiadi voted, even if Makiadi did not vote. I think that one is possible. So the worst that will happen is such kind of incidences. And so those ballot papers that remain in the polling station can be staffed for one presidential candidate. And that is why the irregularities is coming, that there are votes for presidential candidates.
Julia, you muted yourself.
That is what I'm thinking. That is what I think that is what is happening, that there is a difference between the votes going for the members of parliament and the MCAs and then the presidential candidates, because these people in this polling station have agreed Uhuru must win. Okay? Uhuru has to win. So, see, tumeangalia, and I think Makedi also want to disagree with you. I was voting Tomotomo Primary School, and we were about turning to 1,000. We were more than 500. We were turning to 1,000 registered voters. We were turning to that. And let me tell you, when you hear Kumira, I see people in Central Province standing with a list at the gate of the school where the polling station, checking your names. Makedi came. Roberto hajakuja, ako wapi, apigwe simu. Where is Adams? So
Okay.
what do you think, Makedi?
Julia, but there's no way you can convince me that we can have a polling station with 102% return. I cannot
I'm going
agree.
to answer that question. I'm going to answer that question. Now, so these cheaters, why you may not even catch them, these cheaters, they will ensure they don't have 101. They will also ensure they don't have 100. They will ensure they have 98. How will you prove that? They have a 98% turnout. How will you prove that people rigged. How will you prove? You will not prove it. So somebody said here, the only thing which is next to impossible here that can be done is to make sure you have your agents in every polling station. However, let me ask you, if you have AZIMIO agents, let me say to Mutombo Primary School, and to Mutombo Primary School, the majority of supporters are Rigathi supporters, and of course, I know AZIMIO supporters are still being intimidated. They will stand there and they will not even say anything. They will see those guys manipulating those things. They will see them doing that and they will not do anything. So Tomotomo Primary School will turn up 98%, and that is exactly what will happen. I'm telling you, that's what will happen. So me, I think AZIMIO should be aware of that. You should not sit here waiting for some vifaranga via computer to happen, because those vifarangas may not happen. But I tell you, dead people and absent voters are likely to vote. That's the most likely thing.
Stone PK. Nakuja kwako Roberto. Stone PK.
Yeah, thank you. It's a quick one. Yes, we don't have full proof in terms of elections. We've never had good elections because, one, serial numbers don't work. Because when do you ever come back to have these serials? It's when maybe you raise issues, maybe cases and all that. So these are just some of the flowery, sugar coating to show that at sasa makaratasi iwezi kuja. Those serial numbers don't work. So what Makiadi is saying, you can come with your 1,000 extra papers and you will stuff them wherever you want to stuff them. Yeah, some will even be done at the polling station, and Julia has said it. Yeah, if let's say, for example, AZIMIO agents in Uko kwa Ruto, you think they will even say anything? They will be chased out of the polling stations.
They will not dare PK. They will not dare, and those people will staff them in their presence. They will be careful. Let me tell you, you will not catch them. They will not go over 100%. They will be 98%. They will check. Roberto, all of you who didn't come, and then they will see we had 1,000 people here, 990 voted. That's what they.
Yeah, and then in Kenya we always plan. We plan to steal. We budget to steal. We budget. We plan the election. Like now, you plan how you are going to rig elections. So we plan to fail. That is us, Kenyans. Okay? Anything, budgets, tuna plan kuiba. Everything, seals, we make to steal. All right? So election, unless we cannot sit here and say that elections will be correct. The other thing Daudi raised something. When IBC called people to go and check if they are registered, what kind of nonsense is this? If I travel all the way to go and check if my name it's in that kit, that is the time they should be able to even have put in more technology, more capacity for it to blink if I appear twice or thrice. Just to check and then you see it, so what? That's why I'm saying IBC, despite Kenya having geniuses in IT, they refuse those brains because they want elections to always be shambolic, unfortunately. That is where we are. Thank you.
Roberto, 1 minute.
Now, some of you guys didn't follow what happened in 2017. The NASA had so many cases that made it that contributed to the success of their petition at the Supreme Court. One of the biggest win in among the cases they were filing, which really irked Jubilee, was the declaration of the presidential election in a polling station is final. That is how NASA managed to catch and point out these irregularities in the Supreme Court. Number one, no polling station, in a polling station, no stream will have more than 700 voters. And in each stream, there is a booklet, that ballot paper that you're given. At the end of the voting, there is a page in that ballot book, the book itself, where the number of ballot papers you have given, you add them up and you record them. The agents witnessed, and then they close that book. This book, during the counting, that book is used as a reference when they are counting from each ballot box. So stealing at the polling station became almost impossible, because even if you were to give somebody extra ballot papers, should there be a discrepancy, the agents can demand that they recount that stream. That is how the NASA managed to nab these people. Now, what you are talking about...
Roberto, may I stop you?
Just a minute. Just a minute.
I want to respond as you go on. You respond.
Yes.
Okay, you're talking about stealing. I have just told you clearly that you can vote for an absent voter. Now I check. How is it impossible to do that?
Now, let me tell you something. You see, what you are saying are they're not very, very, very common. Yes, they could be there, but at the same time, you must realize that there is an agent. One of the reasons why Raila Odinga lost a lot in the previous 2 elections is that he didn't have agents in strongholds za Jubilee. Now, wakati pale kwa polling station, ukiwa na agent wako, lazima aangalie kwamba huyu mtu akija amepewa karatasi moja, ameenda out na ameenda amepiga kura. Akitoka hapo anahakikisha, unajua it is a step by step, anahakikisha ameweka ile indelible ink na anatoka nje. You can't tell me that the same guy, if you have vigilant agents, that I will not recognize these people, because you're dealing with 700 people per stream or less, and most of the time you find that maybe the stream, the people who voted are probably 80%. You cannot fail to, and that indelible ink, it's not easy to remove it. So there is hardly a chance. And if I give you an example of what was happening in my polling station, once you vote, the streams were marked with ropes. The minute you vote, you get out of the polling station totally out. So it is, for me, stealing at the polling station became difficult, and that's how NASA worked very well at the polling station, because their application at the Supreme Court, was to confirm that the Chebukati does not have the leeway of changing the presidential vote at the constituency level or at the county level. That what was declared at the polling station is final.
Okay, so let's do this as we close on this issue. Alex, 1 minute, and then Adams, 1 minute.
That was what Robert has explained. That was what was supposed to happen. But the question is, what really happened in the polling station? You are explaining what happened in Mombasa, whereby the government in place put measures and firewalls so that rigging was impossible in some perceived stronghold of somebody. What happened in other areas where we did not have? For instance, did we really have agents that were not corrupted within some areas, more notably in Central? What Raila will tell you is that what failed him was the agents. So whatever you are saying is what ought to happen. But what really happened is that if you don't have agents who cannot be bought, then I think you're right. But I'm telling you the truth. 60% of our agents were bought. Take it to the bank. And I want to agree with what Julia said. Election stealing is not a monopoly for one person. Most notably, Kibaki said this thing, and I think it changed my mind forever. And that's why sometimes I don't blame Ruto for what the mess he has done in this country. Kibaki made a statement that changed my mind. And this is what he said. Sisi wote tuliiba. Ukaiba kidogo, nikaiba nyingi. You remember that famous statement? It happens across. Kibaki told Raila, nani alikuambia uibe kidogo? You remember that? So it happens across. The agents are the most important. And Julia is right. You can put all the firewalls, but the theory we are talking about here is put there by human beings. Rules are put by human beings, and Nani and Haribu is of the same rules. Is the same human beings. They found a way to go around. So, Roberto, don't say it's impossible. It happened, and that is why we did not have an election. So if you are saying it's impossible, then we should have had an election that was not bungled.
Okay, Adams, 1 minute.
Yes, this is the thing. What Robert has just explained is the legality, like the legal part of it. That is how it's supposed to be. But there is this famous thing that people say in Kenya, vitu kwa ground is different. So vitu kwa ground is what Julia just told you. Like I told you, I remember in 2007, I was a polling clerk somewhere in some polling station. My friend, when at around in the evening, there's some 1 hour to the close of the polling station, they look at the number of people who are still missing, who are not there. Okay, they tick those ballot boxes, the remaining ballot boxes. They are ticked and they're stuffed inside that kadini, that ballot box where they're put together. They can be ticked at some places. Some of these things, we were taking all of them. We take and stamp. You plug it, you stick, then you stamp the back, then you take it, you put it in there. All of it. So you end up that at the end of the day, that stream, the vote is 100%. Okay? And there is money, by the way. There is a way in which money comes around and people get paid here, people get money here. So the bottom line of this thing is corruption. So if we don't cure the cancer of corruption, the reason as to why William Ruto is stealing so much billions that he cannot even consume himself is because he has to have money. He need to have that money so that he can sponsor such kind of things. So and elections are always being stolen, both sides. You can't even say this. Both of them, both sides of the aisle, they steal elections. So the best thief becomes the winner.
Haya, tutamalizia hapo kwa Adams. I would want us to do these. I would want us to give us at least 1 minute each to make your closing remarks na utupatie prediction yako kama kawaida. Tutaanza na Daudi, dakika moja, prediction ya kesho.
So, just seeing on these presidential candidates being out of the country, I think for AZIMIO, as usual, Martha will continue driving the agenda. Gachagua should be given the mic more, and AZIMIO will gain from that. I feel Chebukati is still going to be on the hot seat, and it's never going to get better for him. There's just no point of redemption for him. Things are too late for now. But I think rather than being pessimistic and wishing for the worst, we can only wish that things get better and we have a seemingly fair and just elections, and we start a new government that will take us towards that point where we can trust our IEBC. What really baffles me is in the US, people mail in their ballots and it's okay. We still have good elections. Why is it that in Kenya we can't trust our electoral bodies? My theory, and I think it's right, we've put a lot of pressure in one organization. And so there's a lot of things that can go wrong, and the election stakes are so high because we've entrusted only one body to do that. So we need to deconstruct that and at least spread the responsibility out a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Daudi. Julia, 1 minute closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. My take is this election thing, Makedi and the others, they'll still be rigging. I can promise you that in the way I've described. Dead people will vote and absent people will vote. That is the worst that may happen. So what you should do, your numbers, Makiadi, Alex, and I think, who else does numbers here? All those who are doing numbers, when you come to do the numbers, give Ruto all the numbers in North Rift, because all the dead people and those who are absent will vote. Okay? But I'm not asking you to do the same in AZIMIO. My reason in here is the agents that will go to our opponent side will not do nothing about that. First, they are likely to be compromised or they will be intimidated. That's the two things that may happen to them. But in our strongholds and in the neutral places like Nairobi, we can make sure that we have strong agents that do not run it. That is the only way we can prevent this rigging. Make sure, even in Mount Kenya region now, previously, AZIMIO people may have been afraid, but now they are not afraid. So let us have strong, serious agents there and prevent any such thing, because the Mount Kenya vote is very important, even Ukambani and the others. But for North Rift, be prepared. We'll have 100% vote. I'm not saying that I trust what happens in AZIMIO strongholds, but I'm just saying that's the most likely thing. We cannot be ignorant of that. However, I hope that Kenyans come out to vote and do the right thing. That's what we're supposed to do. Na mimi kama kawaida nawaomba mvuke sakafu, mje tupigie baba kura. Yani kura ni ya baba na mama. Asante. Makiadi.
Stone PK, 1 minute closing remarks, prediction. Stone PK.
Thank you, Makiadi. Wow, my prediction is what now? My prediction is that these guys are still going to mess us, and we would like people to start preparing on how they are going to be volunteer agents as soon as possible. We start training people on how votes will be stolen so that they are able to mitigate. We should not trust IEBC. Thank you.
I expected at least you give us a prediction, utuambie William Ruto ameenda kusarenda huko nje. Hataki kusarenda akiwa Kenya ndio hii uchaguzi yairishwe.
Huyu hawezi.
But it's okay, atapambana. Roberto.
Yeah, I want to echo sentiments. My last remarks are that I want to echo sentiments of PK, Stone PK. In 2017, I was a volunteer of NASA. In fact, the last month, it happened at that time. I had 2 vehicles. One of my vehicles, I branded them and ensured that I was running around for Governor Joho. So this time round, I am going to volunteer to be an agent in the polling station where I'll be voting. So I will urge all AZIMIO supporters and Baba supporters to rally our people Because, like I said, right now, most people have already decided whom they are going to vote for. And even the Mutumba thing is not going to sway anybody that knows where we have come from and where we are going. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to consolidate our vote, to ensure that our people come out to vote. We don't want to hear this idea of having 2 million voters, 2.5 million voters in Nyanza, and we are voting at 70%. That is nonsensical. We need 90 plus. Come out and vote, the way Julia is saying. That is the only way we'll deal with we'll overcome theft.
Nimekupatia siri.
So, yeah, that is always I've been advocating for that. So I want to urge AZIMIO supporters not to give up. Let us vote for the stealing that Stone PK is talking about. let it be something else. But I believe in democracy, and I want us to win clean. Even though sometimes it is not possible to win clean, some cheating might be done here and there. But I wanted to stay clean, come out and vote. Prediction: Martha is the senior most politician in the country right now. I don't consider Rigathi to be, a senior politician. So Martha to continue driving the agenda. She has backing of, the bigwigs of the women leagues. Therefore, let us strategize and use these 3 days to before Baba comes back to rally the 48th county, which is the women county, and ensure that they are behind us. I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Lakini Julia, leo mbona unasikia baridi hivi bwana?
Kwa nini?
Haya, wacha tupatie Alex.
Roberto, niliwachanga hizo story. Niligundua watu hapa ni watermelons. Sasa niliwachanga hizo story na hizo story sitaki. I'm donating Roberto and Mise for free. Anybody who wants them?
Sawa. Alex, 1 minute prediction, 1 minute closing remarks.
My closing remarks is I'm optimistic that IEBC has the goodwill to do the election, but I don't think they have the capacity. The mess that was put up over the years from 2007 is too much for them. Inside Chebukati, I see a person who is willing from 2017 to do something good for this country. But again, he shows us that in IEBC, indirectly, that we cannot really be able to do an honest election. Chebukati has already shown us the signs that things are not right. You don't have to speak loud. You can speak in a soft voice and people will understand. My prediction, Mudavadi is going to make more noise in regard to how he has been hijacked. Mudavadi is going to open his eyes. Jeffa Kingi has already opened his eyes. Mutua is going to go to oblivion. In the 3 weeks from now, UDA will remain alone. Mudavadi won't follow Ruto, Jeffa Kingi, Mutua, and everybody, because then UDA could have succeeded in its agenda. They wanted perception. They have nothing to do with the village parties. And I think that is dawning on Mudavadi, that perception is what Ruto wanted. Unfortunately, Ruto has eaten the votes of Mudavadi and killed the party called ANC. So my prediction is, after Ruto technically retreated, go re-strategize as UDA, come back na atawacha watu kando as Wahome told us, Ruto only campaign for UDA. Wachana na hawa jinga. So Malala, you will make noise. And I think that is my prediction. Ruto is separating himself from the nonsense called Kenya Kwanza.
Thank you, Alex. Adams.
Thank you. My closing. From the look of things, the controlling winds are too strong for Chebukati to deliver a credible election. The unseen forces behind the curtains have made their decision. So Chebukati is likely not to deliver a credible election, even though he will deliver it. Because even as we speak, we still don't know where the server is. We don't know what is there. So, same thing can still happen. Let me close by, I want to make a long-term prediction. After general elections, William Samoei Ruto will go to court. But number one, William Ruto will not concede defeat. He will then proceed to court, but the court will not overturn the elections. AZIMIO will form government. They will go to parliament. It will be a heated debate in parliament with a lot of hatred. There are some regions like Nyanza, especially the Luoland part of it, are going to vote 95 and up %. Some places will vote up to 98%. They are going to vote to the man. They will vote and they are going to vote. You won't believe it. That's all I have for today. Thank you. God bless.
Sawa sawa, asante sana kwa kuwa nasi siku ya leo. Kilicho na mwanzo hakikosi kuwa na mwisho, na ndio maana saa hii imefika wakati mwingine ambapo tutasoma katiba kama kawaida yetu kabla ya kufunga show. Jana tulisoma kifungu cha 73 ambacho kinazungumzia responsibility of leadership. Tukasoma sehemu ya kwanza, yani number 1. Nitasoma sehemu ya pili ya hicho kifungu ambayo inasema the guiding principle of leadership and integrity include selection of the basis of personal integrity, competence, suitability or election in free and fair elections, objectivity and impartiality in decision making, and in ensuring that decisions are not influenced by nepotism, favoritism, or other improper motives or corrupt practices. Selfless service based solely on public interest demonstrated by 1, honesty in the execution of public duties, and the declaration of any personal interest that may conflict with public duties, accountability to the public for decisions and actions, and E, discipline and commitment in the service to the people. Sasa tutaingia kwa sehemu ya kuimba wimbo wa taifa, kukariri wimbo wa taifa. Adam, nimekupatia likizo mrefu, leo utatusomea kifungu cha kwanza. Julia, kwa kawaida utatupatia kifungu cha 3, na Stony PK kifungu cha pili. So Adams 1, Stony PK 2, Julia 3. Karibuni.
All right. Okay. Mungu. Okay. Is it okay?
Hold on. Okay. Go ahead.
Mungu, nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na uhuru, undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Julia, commuted.
I think Roberto muted me.
Sorry. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda
na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. Amina.
Asanteni sana wote ambao mko kwenye comment section, wale ambao mnatutazama kutoka sehemu zote za ulimwengu, tukiwajulia hali. Tunaona kuna Matthew Kiprop, asante sana. Charles Angunche, Steve Mutumbu, Robert Abuya na shangaa uko pande sawa. Awino Rapemo anasema asanteni sana diaspora team, na sisi tunasema asante kuwa nasi pia. Babu na mjukuu tunakuona hapo. Linet wa Bomba anasema Julia umedonate hapo, yuko tayari kuchukua mise pamoja na Roberto. Kwa hivyo Roberto umepata mteja tayari. Wewe plus Sosa. Evelyn Nyambogi, ulitudanganya hapa utarudi, lakini hatuja kuona. Dorcas Okendo, asante sana kwa kuwa nasi. Go with him, go with Norman, asante sana. Kevin Ohango, asante kwa kuwa nasi siku ya leo. Robert Wafula na wote ambao sijawataja. Father Darius ukiwa Houston, ni Houston ama ni Dallas, Texas, asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi. Ningependa ku watumia hiyo address, kipindi cha mwenzangu Ndemba Endolu Show. Nenda pale kwa YouTube ukaweze kusubscribe, na pia ukasubscribe kwa Motembei TV. Tuko karibu kufika 1350. Kwa hivyo ukiweza kumwambia mwenzako au marafiki yako kwamba kuna kipindi kama hiki, utakuwa umetusaidia, kwa sababu tutaweza kufikia watu walio wengi. Sijui leo hatuna request yoyote, kwa hivyo Roberto,
niko na request.
Mimi nitajichagulia request yangu leo.
Okay, niko na request kwa Stone PK. Stone PK, kesho uniletee ile song Reketumano, you play for Roberto na Mise.
Okay, nitaleta.
Kama utatutafsiria ni sawa basi, tutakubali. Kama utatutafsiria ni sawa basi, lakini kwa vile unajua mimi napenda hii muziki ya pande hii nyingine, kwa sababu saa hizi sisi sote tuko kwenye Afrika Mashariki na Kati, Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki na Kati, lakini kati bado tuseme Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, East African Community. Kuna wimbo ambao ulipigwa na ndugu yetu mwenda zake Franco Lombo Lonzo Makiadi na bendi yake ya TPOK Jazz. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Masu. Aliupiga huu wimbo na mwanadada mashuhuri sana aliyejulikana kama Jolie Deta mwaka wa 1986, yani 1986, ambapo huu wimbo alienda akaurekodi kule Nairobi. Wale ambao walikuwa wamezaliwa enzi hizo za 86 wanaweza kuwa najua, na walipiga huu wimbo pamoja na huyu mwanadada, wimbo moja Masu na ule mwingine ambao unajulikana kama Laile.
Laile.
Yeah. Okay. Kuna mic inapiga feedback. Okay. Sawa, nimeipata. Okay, so wimbo wenyewe kama unajua, wimbo unajulikana kama Masu. Kuna mistari ambayo inasema Masu tozalaki kotambuta tozalaki misato na grupe toyebanaki maso ya mokili tokabwanaki mpo na nini matongi elekaki bisombeka. Yani Masu tozalaki kotambula, yani Masu, we used to work together. Tozalaki misato na grupe, we were 3 in the group. Toyebanaki maso ya mokili, we shared all our secrets. Tokabwanaki mpo na nini why did we separate? Alafu namalizia na kusema matongi elekaki biso mbeka, yani because of the criticism. Kwa hivyo hawa watu waliweza kuseparate kwa sababu ya zile criticism walikuwa wanapokea kutoka kwa watu. Nikikuwekea wimbo wenyewe ndio huo. Bas nitakukatisia hapo kwa sababu sitaki kushtakiwa na copyright, lakini wimbo mwenyewe ukiupenda unaweza kwenda pale kwa YouTube ukaweza kubonyeza. Unajulikana kama Masu, umeimbwa na Franco na huyo mwanadada ambaye nimemwambia jina lake hapo. Ni wimbo ambao ulichapishwa ama kuimbwa mwaka wa 1986. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana.
Makiadi.
Fungua roho ndugu yangu.
Mr. Makiadi.
Fungua roho.
You know, today is Friday and you have brought back memories of 1991. Iko mahali inaitwa Garden Square. Tulikuwa tunaenda tunakamata rumba huko kabisa. Na hapo kulikuwa na resident band ya mtu anaitwa Samba Mapangala. Sijui kama kuna Stone PK, naona kama ulikuwa ushawaifika huko wewe.
Garden Square bado iko tu.
Garden Square ilikuwa ni nyumbani. Baninga ya Mboko.
Hiyo mahali ilikuwa Friday.
Yes.
Naribu. Unajua leo ni Friday.
Ndio hiyo. Naona nina fan pale kwa comment section, anaitwa Awino Rapemo, anasema Richi cheza kesho cheza tabule Mbote ya Kimwanga. Nikiweza kukumbuka, unajua shida ni kila mtu anakuja na request yake, labda nikiandika mahali ndio nitakumbuka. Manake tumekaa hapa masaa 10 na dakika 4 kwa siku ya leo.
Wow.
Yeah, today we've done a show of 10 hours and 4 minutes. We're almost going to 5 minutes now.
Makeni, will you change when Themba comes back? So we shall tell Themba while you're away, we really enjoyed the show.
No, you know, I'm just sitting in for Themba, and Themba is the boss, eh? When akikuja mimi narudi bench kama kawaida.
I think it's coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, he should be here. He said he'll be here Friday, so ni kesho.
No, kuna tumepindua serikali.
Themba, Makiadi lazima ujue ya kwamba tunaweza piga kura na kakaa nje. Unajua
hapa hakuna democracy. Hapa
arudi baada ya election.
Roberto, hapa hakuna democracy.
Baada ya election.
Hakuna democracy hapa, lakini hapa unawachiwa kiti, mwenyewe akikuja unakaa kando,
Lakini allowance iko poa, si ndio?
Kuna allowance hapa bwana. Hii ni kazi sawa sawa na ile ya kuhubiri Injili, ni kujitolea. Ni kujitolea kwa roho safi. Tunataka kusaidia Wakenya na tunataka kusaidia nchi yetu, na unajua tukiwa na watu kama nyinyi hapa, at least tunaweza funzana na tuweze kufunza wale wanaotutazama kwenye show kule.
Yes,
mimi naona Daudi ashasema ya kwamba tunajua nani ndio watoto wa Nyayo. Kwa hivyo sitasema mengi.
Amesema ni Makiadi kwa sababu amesema ni Makiadi kwa sababu Makiadi made a statement there, akasema wale ambao if you were born those days.
Kwa wale ambao walikuwa wamezaliwa, unajua sisi hii ngoma tulikuwa tunaicheza kutoka unajua sisi ni wale watu tulikuwa tunavaa belly bottom, Julia. Najua ubi belly bottom. Acha nikwambie, na maplati hizo viatu, zile viatu soul kiasi. Tulikuwa tunavaa viatu soul kiasi na belly bottom, alafu nywele tunaweka afro. Wacha saizi unaona watu tumezeeka, lakini tunashukuru, we have aged gracefully.
Okay,
mnacheza na kina Samba Mapangala.
Ndio hiyo Samba Mapangala, tunavunja mifupa kama bado
meno kama bado iko.
Na Adam, nataka
ulivaa longi katika hapa.
Ndio hiyo belly bottom hiyo. Adam, nataka
ulivaa longi kwenye tumbo.
He's lying to you, Roberto. He's lying to you. He doesn't know what that is.
Ni sawa Julia. Unajua Julia,
naona last question, Makedi, not all of you. What does this mean? Vuja mifupa kama bado meno.
Unaona
mifupa kama bado meno iko.
Unaona
Julia haelewi bana.
I
Julia
can
haelewi.
for you.
I know you can't because you don't understand.
No, I understand it.
It is only
inasema,
PK
sure,
and Roberto he understand that, right? Roberto and PK.
No, when you are still young, and when you still have the energy,
You do
use
what?
it before you get old.
Ponda mali kufa kwaja.
Yeah, that's meaning.
It depends on how you use. You remember when Baba said that Ida doesn't complain. You remember that?
Yeah. But you know, wewe sasa unaiweka inataka kuwa ati it's an ambiguous word, lakini kuna maana mingi.
Unajua Julia,
hivyo Julia amesema ni hivyo.
Julia anashangaa. Mimi ni mtu hata nimechukua redio ART. Unajua nikikwambia ART huwezi jua ART ni wapi.
Ala, Makiadi umechukua redio ART.
Nimechukua redio ART. Julia hajui hata ART ni nini.
Unajua you know in 1991
mimi nimechukua redio ART, nimeona TV ya Great Wall. Sijui sasa unaniambia nini Julia?
Umeona Great Wall. Sisi tumeona ile nyingine before Great Wall.
Gani ile ambao Panasonic. Panasonic ile ambao.
Ile radio Panasonic.
Julia hajui.
Those things you saw with your grandfather. You people, what am not to enjoy? You people, I mean Roberto.
No,
Julia, wewe umepiga pasi ya makaa hivi.
Sasa hata Adam umemsaidia sana. Wacha nikwambie Julia, ngoja usikie. Sisi hata tuko tunapiga namna hii makaa ndani. Nilikuwa naekelea juu ya stove, inashika moto juu ya stove. Inachomeka kidogo, unakuja unapiga pasi, unarudisha tena juu ya stove. Ile stove ya Tambis, unajua ile. Sasa Julia, ukiniambia sijaona hizi vitu unashangaa unaniambia nini Julia?
Okay, I can group of you. Makiadi, Adams. Okay, Daudi is just wondering what you're talking about. Daudi, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Julia,
I apologize.
Do you know, Julia?
Yeah.
I want to tell you something. Julia, my first time to take a flight, I took a flight from Nairobi to Mombasa at 472 shillings. Kenya Airways.
Robert.
You are a rich Kenyan. You mean
Robert.
You took a flight?
Robert, ile loaf, the loaf of bread, ile mkate full na soda. Mkate ilikuwa how much?
10 bob.
Wait, Robert, don't tell them. Stone PK, don't tell them. Wacha Adams atuambie. Ilikuwa how much? Usimwambie.
Kuna ile mkate kubwa. Ilikuwa ile mrefu.
Adams, ilikuwa how much?
Ngoja don't relax Julia. Mbona unani doubt? I'm the one.
No, msimwambie. Ilikuwa how much, Adams?
Mkate ilikuwa 10 bob.
Oh, mkate na siku ilikuwa 5 bob.
Kulikuwa na mkate. We have two types.
Mkate ndogo na mkate kubwa.
Mkate kubwa ilikuwa 5 bob.
Yeah, kulikuwa na buffalo na hiyo ingine.
Hapana, Adam, sasa wewe nimeona wewe.
Mkate ya kawaida ilikuwa 1 shilling 60 cents. 1 shilling 60 cents in 1990.
Julia, kulikuwa na soda when you open the soda like this.
Roberto, tunakubali umekula chumvi, na ujue kuna mkate mwingine nilikuwa nanunua nikienda magharibi, nikienda nyumbani. Sitaki kuitamka jina hapa kwa sababu ya usiseme hiyo jina, usiseme KKM jina ilikuwa ni KKM. Sitaki kusema jina kama Julia haijui.
Hapana, Makiadi, hizo stories zote umesikia from your grandmother.
Kwani wewe Julia, wewe umeona Nyayo Bus? Nani ameona Nyayo Bus hapa?
No, okay. Now he's talking about Nyayo Bus, Stone PK. Si tuliona OTC. Can you tell him about OTC?
I know about OTC. Yeah, I know OTC.
Mimi nataka niulize swali moja.
Uliza.
Mimi nataka niulize swali moja.
Uliza.
Ni nani hapa alienda kwenye bar na akakunywa ile Tusker Export Stout ile ndogo?
Okay, I never drank.
Nani aliona?
Sasa hiyo sisi tulikuwa watu wa dini bwana.
I have never drank alcohol. So that's when I cannot answer you.
Sisi
You should try now.
Sisi tulikuwa watu wa dini. Unaona hata Father Dani Derius hataki kutaja hiyo jina kwa sababu Julia haijui. Julia ndio ufanye utafiti kesho ukija kesho.
Those things you heard from your grandmother.
Sikiza Julia, ukija kesho utatuandikia hii jina kwa private chat tuone kama unaifahamu. Usiiseme hapa lakini.
Atafanya research.
Aende afanye research. Nataka aende afanye research akuje kesho na jibu atuandikie kwa private chat.
Why are children talking like this in front of?
Na Adams kesho nataka nifanye research. Kuna mwanamuziki ambaye nampenda sana anaitwa Musa Juma. Kesho nilikuwa nataka utuchezee kibao chake kimoja ututafsirie kibao kinajulikana kama Hera Mudho.
Okay, nitafanya hiyo.
Kama unamjua, kama una
what you have done, you have literally traumatized Daudi. Daudi, I'm sorry.
Daudi usijali bana, hii miaka inakuja tu yenyewe
Ni safari.
Ni safari.
Ni safari.
Nimeona kwamba Black anatuambia, unasikiza bana? Na Black anatuambia kwamba bus fare ilikuwa 150. Mimi nataka kumwambia Black, ile KBS nilikuwa napanda nikienda Kibira namba 8 ilikuwa ni 60 cents. 60 cents. Na tena unachenga conductor na utaki kupatikana.
Unaenda ukisikiza mashini mahali inalia.
You have literally traumatized Daudi. Daudi watu wameishi.
Awino wanasema chips ya 350 ni gani? 350 shillings.
What chips?
Robert, we used to have a bus in Nairobi. Bus Nairobi bus track. Hiyo bus track you could panda na 10 bob from Nyayo huko from huko airport huko Nyayo. Inapita wewe hivi jogo mpaka town mpaka uende mpaka Kenyatta na 10 bob yako.
10 bob was a lot of money.
Hiyo basi ilikuwa ni bob.
10 bob was a lot of money, Adams. You're talking about 60 cents. We're not talking about Adams ulizaliwa lini? Are you talking about what your grandmother told you? Ama
why are you asking me? Why
I'm beginning to think
Julia, skiza Julia.
Mimi ni wale sasa.
Mimi Julia usinione namna hii. Mimi nimegonga gorofa namba 4. Usinione namna hii Sijafika tano lakini namba 4 huwezi nitoa pale. Kwa hivyo tumeona mengi. Hata tumeona zile basi zilikuwa zinabebana juu
Okay,
unajua Julia hajaona double decker bus.
Gorofa 4, if I had dropped out of school, I may have married your father and I may have given birth to you.
Daudi. Yeah. Daudi. Yes. Daudi has declared me ancient, man. You know,
you're a national treasure.
That you should be in the museum.
Safari ni ndefu.
Unajua 2017.
How can you say that?
Daudi 2017.
Yes.
Mimi nilikula dauri. Nilikula dauri 2017.
Ukienda wapi?
Grandfather. He's a grandfather now.
My grandfather. I have two
Hi guys.
And the way young children are giving birth now, you must be a great grandfather now, you know.
Haya, sawa wapendwa watazamaji na panelists, asanteni sana kwa kuweka show kuendelea. Mungu awabariki, tuonane siku nyingine na masaa kama ya leo, Mola akitujalia. Asanteni.
Asanteni.